Well, here we are in the heart of Hailsham, where I reside. Welcome to UK Comedy Channel, Adrian Doughty. If we haven't met before, it's great that you're joining us. You're joining us all over the world. Isn't it amazing, this technology? And if you're not getting us on Barnyard, then you can get us live on Facebook, Twitter, and a few other links, which will, I'm sure, appear at the bottom of the screen in due time. Our idea is, as you've probably noticed, we've been building up over the last year, putting little shorts on, as they called, in this wonderful industry that we've joined, and we've had 150,000 views so far. So obviously we're doing something right. It'll probably be a good time to say that if you could like and subscribe, that would be greatly received by me and the rest of the team that are behind the scenes making all this wonderful technology work. We'll be covering all sorts of things on here. We'll be covering various charitable elements, such as the British Forces Foundation, the Jack Foley, who, you know, we've been working on for about a year, just over a year, actually. It's our anniversary. And it's two years last August that he had a stroke and sadly lost his voice, where he was unable to talk, let alone sing. And when I last saw him, he was singing with a 10-piece orchestra up in the West End. So although it was terribly sad, for those of you who have been following and supporting and donating, I can say to you that, you know, he's able to now sing a couple of songs, albeit he's got to look at the words, because obviously part of asphyxia, the illness of asphyxia, is the communication between the eyes and the brain and the actual recall. It's not that he hasn't got a voice; he's got a fabulous voice, but he just can't recall what he needs to say. So it's been a tough year for him. Everybody's pulled together. We've done various things. We've done comedy nights. We've had summer barbecues. We've had donations from various charities. The Royal Variety charity that Jack has worked tirelessly for over many years, in particular working at Brinsworth House in Richmond. And you know, you may recall, I think, well, it was 3 years ago now, he was actually filmed. He was actually on the Royal Variety Show on the television. And someone said to me the other day that was actually watched by 180 million people. Watch that program around the world. That is a serious viewing figures, isn't it? So it's no wonder that most entertaining acts, whatever you are, whether you're a singer or a comedian, a juggler or magician or vent act or whatever you do, any variety, that's why they all go on the Britain's Got Talent to do that. And I should say that Simon Cow and his team, Britain's Got Talent, donate a considerable sum of money to the Royal Variety Show charity. So we thank them for that. I actually, when I'd done the Los Angeles Comedy Festival, I did meet the producer of the Britain's Got Talent in America while I was there, and we had a good conversation. So it's quite interesting to see them. For those that don't know, that was 2019. I went out and done it was a bit of a year, really. I was very lucky because it had been a few months later. Of course, we had the lockdown. But in 2019, I was able to travel from to Perth in Western Australia. Then I came home, went to Italy, to Rome. And then I came back from there and I went to Los Angeles. And that was quite an experience. I suppose I should say, they probably won't appreciate this if you're in there, but I must say, the Australian audience is slightly closer to our rather baldy humour. Or should I say my humour? Maybe probably more accurate. But great people, enjoyed it all. And how blessed I was to do it, because unaware were we that the next 2 years was going to be somewhat thwarted. So there we are. But I did actually do a few gigs online. I think I've done about 4 altogether. There was 3 absolute successes and one that was somewhat troubled. It was I suppose I better not say the actual town, but let's just say in Lincolnshire, a council in Lincolnshire would say that, shall we? And yeah, I think they were a little bit politically correct for my humour. And of course, it's a real test because for those that wonder how it works, is that obviously you're standing on your own in the studio as I'm talking to you now, and off you go. There's no feedback. You don't know whether people are laughing or are not laughing. It's very difficult to do your timing because, once again, you tend to use the audience for a certain amount of timing. I think that I remember one funny incident where there didn't seem to be a lot of people. Well, there was people listening, but there didn't seem to be a lot of people with their cameras on, which I suppose you can understand because obviously some people are just sort of at home, sitting in their pajamas. And of course, it's quite funny watching because obviously people forget they're at home. They think, they forget that we're watching them, watching you, watching us. So, of course, all of a sudden, I don't know, one of them don't even know. Maybe they come home from work, don't realise they're watching something live and suddenly start kissing their girlfriend or something, or sitting in their pajamas, decide to scratch their trouser trout, and they don't realise that it's going out. So I did find that quite amusing. But anyway, the point I was going to make, there was a lovely blonde lady, and she had a lovely smile. She was thoroughly enjoying the show. And it was only when I moved forward and looked more closely, because you can only see like a postage stamp if you've got a big audience, that I realised that it was only a picture of her. So that was a learning curve. Yeah. And that's when I put this together, really. Obviously, this is slightly different because I'm sort of just like talking to you about information and talking to other people and asking them about their lives and their sort of journey. So it's slightly different. But if you're actually doing something live where you're going 45 minutes straight through without stopping, it's an acid test. Although, once again, I'm glad I did it because I didn't realise how useful it was until we opened up and we was able to go back to work properly. And that sort of tough moments created a situation that it had actually kept you a little bit sharper. So yeah, so that was quite good. Yeah. So that was 12, nearly 13 minutes of rambling. That was off the top of my head. How does that sound? Yeah, don't even know if I think our producer Nigel's gone for our director. I think he's gone for a pint. I don't know if he's still there. Excuse the coughing. I was sitting in here on Wednesday night. It was freezing. I had looked just now and there was nothing. I didn't see anything new. You only just put it on there. Right. Okay. So once again, just to promote the YouTube channel, as you can see it above my shoulder here, at UK Comedy Channel. Please subscribe. Let's keep comedy going. Let's keep old school comedy and new school comedy, all sorts of comedy. If it's funny, let's all laugh about it. Let's lighten our day. Come and join us. Come and join our little journey. Help us do good. And that's it. Interviews. Yes, we've got some interviews coming up. We're going to be hopefully getting hold of the wonderful Duncan Noville, Danny Blue of Oddball fame. Originally toured with Jim Davison's original the Adult Cinderella. He's been in the industry for 45 years, so he's got some fabulous stories, and I've done about 25 of them with him, so I can assure you he's a very funny man. So that'll be good. And then we've got Ricky Lane, who sort of resides up in Manchester. He does his Burnham Manor tribute. That seems to be doing. We've got Russell Valentino Hall, who's really sort of cracking on at the moment with his newly devised Brutal Bringo. Something to be desired, but seems to be cracking on with that. And there you go. And obviously, if you subscribe, then we can inform you when we're actually going on live. We will try and get a little bit of a routine going, though, so that you know when to expect us. But anyway, it's an adventure. We've had a year's training, and I've been in the industry coming up for 30 years, so I've met a lot of people. So there's probably loads of people I've forgotten about. And of course, there are a lot of funny people out there. Brendan McGurr, Dave Courtney's right-hand man's going to start doing his audience whips. And if he's half as funny as he was at the Blind Beggar last night, then I think you'll enjoy some of his funny stories as well. They're hilarious. So we can help promote him. And of course, if you want to see me on Ustream with Jim Davison, go on to Ustream. And once again on there, you've got loads of our, what can I say, Jeffro, Jimmy Jones, a few others, some of our old school comics that, you know, that we all watched when we were sort of growing up, that's kept us all absolutely entertained on a Saturday night. Live entertainment, live from the London Palladium, live from Her Majesty's, Seaside Special, all those great times. Relive them on Jim's Ustream. So who knows? Jim might come on here and promote his own Ustream channel and have a little bit of a chat. So we look forward to that. However, from me, Adrian Doughty, ukcomedian.com, at UK Comedy Channel. Look forward to seeing you all soon. Thank you. Goodbye.
Good evening. Wednesday. Sorry if you've missed us for a couple of weeks, holidays and all that stuff. But we're back and we got a special guest for you. Not only just a guest, but a good friend of mine. And my producers forbidden me from introducing him tonight. So I'm not going to. Good evening. Welcome to the Vaudeville Nutty Ball. Look at this. What a full house we've got down here. I've seen more people at an Agoraphobics day out. Anyway, let's hear it one more time for the international artist that is Dara.
Nice bit of editing there, mate.
Yeah, that was a good bit of editing, wasn't it? Wow, what a little afternoon that was, or morning, wasn't it? Morning, but we'll come back to that later. So here we are. Dara, thank you for coming on.
Absolutely.
There you are, tucked away in your wonderful establishment in the heart of Sussex.
Always a pleasure to hang out with you, Adrian.
So what started all this journey then?
Time
we've spent together. I never asked you that.
No. Getting into music, really. I guess started it. It's funny. Not having any work, really, I suppose. You know what I mean? And anything else.
Sounds like me.
Yeah. Sort of deciding that kind of like working in a factory probably wasn't going to be the most fun in the world. I was. Do you remember back in the day they used to have YTSs?
Yes.
Like, there was these you sort of like had to do like kind of 40 hours. I think it was 35 hours a week for like 25 quid or something. And the idea was basically that you got some sort of apprenticeship out of it. Do you know what I mean? But it was just like slave labor, really. I might as well just stick you up a chimney or something. But anyway, I went on a YTS scheme when I was about I don't know, it must have been 16, early, just as I left school. And I wanted to do some electronic servicing and stuff like that. And they ended up banging me in a factory soldering. And I was just sitting there staring out the window going, is this it? Is this it? Like looking at sort of soldering. And I just thought, you know what do I like doing? And I was like, well, music's always been a thing that I've always been into. Do you know what I mean? And I just thought, I'm going to sort of give it a go. So there was I grew up in Brighton. We moved down from London when I was kind of young. And I grew up in Brighton. There was two bands looking for they've got 2 reggae bands, and one was looking for a drummer and one was looking for a singer, and I went for the drummer, and I got posthumously booted out of the sort of studio because I just couldn't do the one drop thing. I mean, I could, but it wasn't obviously up for their kind of tit. And then I thought that was, you know, obviously devastated. Went back in the factory, thought, now what am I going to do? So I thought, well, I'll go for this other kind of audition as a singer. And I thought, this time I'm going to proper go hard. Do you know what I mean? And I went in there and did my little gusto, and I got it. And then
the one drop for us.
The one drop, you know, it's like a reggae rhythm, and it's like you hear, if you listen to sort of any reggae track, it's called a one drop, and it's just a, and that's your kind of reggae one drop. Do you know what I mean? And anyway, so I got this job as a vocalist in a band called Bass Culture, and we went on, and literally from that moment onwards, we were sort of on tour. We were just kind of, and then doing all the support slots in Brighton, in places like the Top Rank Suite, which was like 2,000 capacity, and getting paid. And I thought, well, this is better. This is more of
an YTS, isn't it?
Better than a sort of government YTS. So that was it. And then after that, a couple of years later, I kind of moved back up to London, and then got signed to EMI, Chrysalis EMI, and then sort of, you know, lots of stuff happening in between there. But I kind of learned my chops basically from initially. Before we got signed, we were about to sign to Big Life, and Big Life was run by a guy called Jazz Summers, who anyone that knows the kind of game, Jazz was like the legend that was. He broke kind of with Simon Napier Bell, Wham out in China. That he was just an absolute maverick. At that point, he had Lisa Stansfield, and he was going out to the States with Lisa. But before that, Jazz put us in a studio with a guy called Paul Waller, and I was just amazed by this guy, because him and the guy called Chris Woods were doing like the brand new heavies, and you know, all these kind of people. Jamiroquai, I think he was doing Jamiroquai. He was doing that Misha Paris, and it was just amazing being in the studio with this guy who could just, you know, he could just go for like 17. They bang you in a studio. You've been there for 17 hours, like just like never see the light. Do you know what I mean? And
at least stands for album, just exemplary, wasn't it? I mean,
she was every. But that album, I'm Every Woman, and it's no, it's not. I'm All Woman, and it's a picture of Lisa had gone from being that kind of like, she had that kind of weird image when she first started off, and then she came back out with that second album. And she was
moddy, wasn't it? A bit like mod look.
She was like this glossy Northern Soul kind of vibe when she came out. But Paul basically did he did all the production on that record with Cold Cut. And anyway, so a long story short, basically, I was just a big fan of Paul, and we kind of really got on well. And then we were sitting in a studio in Wood Green, Livingston Studios, and we get a call from Chrysalis, and we hadn't signed to Big Life at that point. So and Jazz had gone out to America with Lisa Stansfield. So we were basically kind of like, we got the phone goes, and it's like, oh, it's for you, and it's like, oh, it's Chrysalis, and we're like, it's like da from A&R. And they said, what are you doing with this record? And we're like, we're just about to sign a Big Life. And they were, look, whatever they've offered you, we'll double it. So we were like, me and Joey were like, looked at each other and we were like, mate, we've got to have a butchers at this and see what the runnings are. So we've rocked in there, and they sort of like lobbed like 10 grand on the table and said, look, sign this deal now, and we'll make you massive. And and that was it, really. We sort of, unfortunately, when Jazz got back, he hit the roof, and then he wanted to put, bless his heart. I kind of feel sorry we did that in some respects, because Jazz was a dude. Do you know what I mean? And but he sort of, I suppose he trusted us really, and we were sort of like little kind of ragamuffins, and thought, do you know what I mean? Whatever you're offering, and he
needed a lot of money. When was that? 1980s, I think.
No, it was 92.
92.
We were like 20 years old at that point. Or 20.
10 grand's a lot of money in 92 when you're 20 years old.
If somebody put the 10 grand on the table now, you'd probably take it as well. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't think things have changed in some respects. I mean, I think if you've got into that stellar level, then, you know, obviously, you know, you're making good bread. But I think if you offer, I mean, a lot of artists would probably take 10 grand now to sort of sign a deal. But the deals now are a lot more loaded. I mean, they're like 360 deals. Do you know what I mean? And you're pretty much signing away everything. Do you know what I mean? Your mum and dad.
Really? Your mum. You're probably better being a YTS now.
We want your nan.
You probably. It's like the old regular YTS
in case you can't go out on tour, we want your nan to basically back you up. Do you know what I mean? And she's got to sign the deal as well. No, I mean the thing of the 360 thing is basically they want everything. So they want your publishing, they want your streaming rights, they want anything that comes from your merchandising, and they certainly want a chunk of your touring as well. And that was always separate. You always did. You never sort of signed a record deal and a publishing deal with the same company, because they would always have you wanted sort of like separate entities that could kind of fight against each other and do the best for you. Do you know what I mean? But that's all sort of changed really. But I mean, you're lucky if you could get a deal these days, really, to be fair, because labels are kind of they're stuttering on the way out, really. I think, to be fair, I think in 10 years' time, I think you'll only have maybe 2 or 3 kind of majors that have got what they call legacy catalogs, and they just Sony just got hold of Michael Jackson's catalog, man. After he expressly said that they didn't want him to have it, but they've basically managed to get hold of his catalog. So, you know what I mean? The record companies,
I can't think how that happened.
I mean, it's the thing is, when you sign these things, you know what I mean? You're young, you don't really sort of like see the implications that are coming down the road. But the thing is, once you sign, they are like the mafia. You never get away from them, do you? I mean, this is the thing. This is why Prince and all those characters basically had a bit of a, had a moment of rebellion, but they didn't win. You know what I'm saying? George Michael didn't win that case. No one wins. That's the thing, because you've got the wonderful establishment behind these legal cases, and they won't let you win, unfortunately, because you're just a little person.
I mean, reminds me of that you saying about the YTS. It's probably a bit of a naughty one, this one, but reminding me of the YTS lad working in the mortuary.
All right.
His boss said, right, I'm going to lunch now. So he told him what to do. And when he came back, he said, how'd you get on? Have you done all that? He said, yes. He said, any questions? He said, yes. He said, you see that woman over there? He said, what's that little prawn thing between her legs? He said, that's not a prawn. He said, that's a clitoris. He said, what? I said, it tastes like a prawn. Anyway, sorry, carry on. And the producer's probably got his hands in his head now, by the way. I'm in the mood tonight. Anyway.
If my YTS had been like that, I probably would have stayed.
There'd be the line of the night. Sorry, I'm being naughty. Yeah. Anyway, let's talk about your music. So you do blend various genres together, don't you? I mean, how does that is that something you've always done, or is that something is that all part of trying to find a new sort of, something like going from, say, like, I don't know, music to rock and roll to soul and such.
I think it's a very fine question, young man. Who used to do that, young man? That was your mate, wasn't it? That was Keir's mate, wasn't it? Listen, it was basically, I tell you, I think it's fear. I think I'm petrified of kind of getting stuck in a little kind of loop, and so I'm always kind of thinking of what can I do that's kind of slightly different, and it's kind of cool, but actually it's probably gone against me as well. I mean, the weird sort of caveat to the story is like, so I work with Paul, and I've just literally hooked back up with Paul, and he's just been amazing. He's come in, he's done a bit, he's actually mixed half an album's worth of material, and he's amazing because, as I say, his track record, he did like Eric Clapton and BB King's Riding with the King. His track record is just ridiculously.
Maybe you're just at that top of that loop, and it's your turn to have a little throw of the dice. Maybe,
no, I think, but what Paul was saying to me recently, because we've been sort of catching up over 25 years of kind of not hanging out, and so we've been sort of like 2 o'clock in the morning, been sort of talking on the WhatsApp app, and just kind of go, oh mate, I remember that, and have you met him, and have you seen him recently, and what's he doing, and is that studio still about, and blah blah blah, and and one of the things he sort of said to me is, he said, your problem though, don't you? And I was like, what's that? He said, because he said you keep jumping about all the time. 1 minute you're doing this, and 1 minute you're doing that, and people want a consistency in their sound. So so that's kind of, it kind of like, I'm being told off.
We'll have a drink to that. I've got me little ginger here.
I'm being told off, mate. I've got a brandy here.
Oh, you've got a brandy. All right. Cheers. Anyway, thank you for coming on. If anyone's wondering, this is me Lidl's ginger shots. 5 shots. I think they're $2.99 a bottle, so I can recommend it. And
if you don't go to Lidl's, you should, because have you tried the meatballs? Well, you
Not
should
really.
do, because they're the dog's bollocks. But anyway, sorry, carry on.
I'm vegetarian, so none of that works for me.
I know, so it reminds me, I've sent you a menu today. You need to you need to report back and tell them what you want for dinner. Anyway, but that's moving on. All right, so yes. And so walk us through your creative program, and you're in your little Centum Centurium there, aren't you? That is the place,
The inner sanctum.
where it all happens. Somewhere, I believe, between there, mowing the lawn and sorting out the horses, is where the creativity all ferments, and then you kind of come back about mid-morning and start grafting into the early hours of the morning, trying to make the next Lisa Stansford album or whatever you're trying to do. But yeah.
The creative process, it comes from a little seed, doesn't it? You hear something in your head and you're like, oh, hello, what's that? And you sort of start exploring it down the road, and then it sort of develops, and then it just becomes obsessionary. It's like, it's like a scratch that you just can't itch until you kind of manage to get it finished. Or it's never.
Do you think you know over the years when you've actually? Because how many number ones you've had?
I've had number one dance records. I've had top 40s. I've had top 40 in Australia, top 40 just outside top 40 here with Reach Out. But we've had number one dance records along the way. So it's just one of those things really that you kind of, it's in your system until you can get it out, and then somebody's got to sort of, if you've not got a record label breathing down your throat to sort of go, look, we want this delivered by blah blah blah, then you've got to have sort of someone there to sort of go, are you going to finish this at some point? Do you know what I mean? Otherwise it just goes on and on.
Do you think that that's some sort of writers have probably got sort of 10 writers and 14, you know what I mean? It's a bit like certain.
I think it's different now, isn't it? I think if you look at a lot of the sort of the top, whatever it is that they call it these days, the top streamers, it's not the top sort of top 40 or whatever anymore, is it? It's a top streaming thingy. I think they've all got so many writers. I don't know how the publishers must be tearing their hair out in terms of accounting to all these different kind of,
I mean, certain top comedians will have sort of 7, 8, 10 writers writing gags for them and their material for them, especially if they've got a television program where they've got to keep on dishing out that fresh material. I mean, to me, as a dyslexic Annie,
let's be honest.
So that would be look at you, brandy in one hand. What's got in the other hand?
So I've got this is Jamaican ginger.
Jamaican ginger. See that? I've got me Lidl's, and he has to get his Jamaican ginger out there.
This is like fire water. I mean, I love my ginger, as you know. When you've come over,
I have me ginger tea, don't I? I have me ginger tea, I must say. I've sat there on a many a winter morning having my ginger tea.
The old cockles, but this is a friend of mine sort of recommended this Jamaican proper. It's a small bottle, but it's literally just fire water, and you just put you put about that much in a glass, and then the rest is either whatever you top it up with a bit of water or a bit of lemonade in it. It's just it's really good for the old larynx. So I'm on that, as well as a little sip of brandy just to kind of warm the cockles, because it's starting to get a little bit chilly now, isn't it?
I nearly put my winter drawers on this morning.
Did you really? There you go.
So we better talk about your creative processes, and of course, the little birdie.
Have you got a team that help you get dressed in the morning?
I've got a team that help me get undressed.
That swines.
And so let's have a look. I think we've got a little clip of your latest creation, which we'll let the viewers in. That was a little intro, wasn't it, at the beginning there for a laugh? Nigel, our wonderful producer. Round of applause for Nigel. Works very hard for this good lady behind the scenes. Thank you.
We go, we flow out into this world. We rise, we fly. Density blows my mind. Demons hide deep inside every corner of the room. Even though I'm rising high, I feel they got their eyes
Cool. There you go. That's out on Cushion Records. Is that right?
Push Your Deep Records, yeah. It's not actually out yet. We're sort of still pondering at the moment, sort of.
So I've just had a little I've had a little exclusive, have I?
Yeah, well, I mean, the video's kind of we did the video, didn't we? A little while. What was it, last month, wasn't it? And,
Yeah.
So yeah, I've just been sort of getting a bit what they call floating it, just to see what the vibe's like, see what the response is. But
I love the chorus, to be honest. I do love the chorus.
I like the chorus. The chorus is inspiring. Is
And
there?
the front row weren't bad either.
Well,
no, it was all part of it, wasn't it? That's right.
But is there a cure for jealousy? Because when it gets you, right? And
Very good point.
And
So
that's
quite
what
interesting experiences of that over my career. I
feel with that. Do you know what, that? Funny enough, that got inspired by basically me DJing one night, and somebody was hitting on Joe, and it just, and I could see it sort of going on, and I just thought, you know, you get that feeling, you just think, oh, I'm gonna punch that guy straight in the head. I'm gonna put a long mix on. I'm gonna come down and sort of, you know, mix his head into the wall because do you know what I mean? Like,
no, exactly. I know. I get it. Yeah.
I'm not a violent guy. I'm all about the love. Do you know what I mean? But when someone's stepping on your parade, it's just really difficult to kind of sometimes keep your cool. And I think it's the art of actually trying to keep your cool, which makes you, you know, able to sort of navigate those moments of kind of where you could just lose the plot. And so yeah, I was able to navigate and just kind of like deal with it. Because actually, I think if you trust someone, and I do trust kind of Jo because she's a solid girl, but well, she's like Millwall, isn't she? So you don't really, you can drop her anywhere in the world. You know? You're just gonna kind of, what you looking at? That's her on a happy day. You know what I mean? We went to Anfield, like, and she's just like, oh, I was like, please shut up. Do you know what I mean? Because you're going to get us battered here. Do you know what I mean?
I'm going to save you now before you dig hole for yourself. You've got to go back into your establishment in a minute and you'll get sacked.
Yeah. But no,
as you can see on the screen, please subscribe to our channel. That would be great help if you could do that.
Don't be lazy. Subscribe to the most amazing comedy channel in the whole universe. Get yourself.
I like that. That was good. I wish I hadn't said anything now. Can you do it again?
Subscribe to the greatest channel that has ever been created by a human being. All of that matter. We aim to please in all ways and reach the old parts that other comedians just don't even know exist.
Yeah, we was heading up to 100,000 views, and then I said to Nigel, I said, when we getting to 200,000? Then he said, no, he said it resets every year. You have to start again.
You got to step up, mate. Do you know what I mean?
We're just heading up, you know. So if you want to help us get up there, we're about 200 subscribers, so we're kind of heading that way.
Well, I mean, I think it's a good thing. I think the more, you know, the more we kind of go into this age of kind of madness, I think comedy is still, it's the last bastion of hope, isn't it? I mean, I think once that's kind of gone, that you can't laugh. What are you going to do in the trenches?
I've tried, but I'll tell you what's interesting is I think it's making a comeback, you know, this traditional comedy. It is actually making a comeback because the guys that, you know, I've tried to sort of step away from the naughty thing. You wouldn't think so tonight, but anyway, there you go. I've got a couple of good friends of mine, Gary Roundtree, who we'll probably have on here in a couple of weeks, and Russell Hall.
Naughty though. I mean, I don't know how you can say that you do. What do you do that's not naughty?
Well, I'm sure you'll, you know, come and I've actually got a couple of naughty shows that people have actually booked, so I'll kidnap you to them and you can come and see that firsthand. But anyway, yeah. So, but I mean, what's interesting about that is that they've gone completely. You know, one does a Chubby Brown tribute and the other one does his brutal bingo, and they are so over there.
Time, isn't he, old chap Roy? Right.
Yeah. Well, I've met him. You know what? He's politest man you'll ever meet. He never swears. If someone swore in front of everybody, he'd be the first to tell them off. You know, people, and this is where people get confused. It's an act. It's
of course, yeah.
you know, you don't dance around your living room singing your number one hit before you go to bed at night, and he don't run around in that outfit swearing at his missus. Do you know what I mean? But people tend to forget that it's a choice of genre, just like there's different music that we're talking about today.
I do sing that record before I go to bed, by the way. Actually, just it helps relax me. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I do. I sing around. I literally I parade around the bedroom. For about,
You'd be telling us you dive off the wardrobe next.
in my komodo, my fresh komodo from Japan, and I sing a load of lullabies. You know what I mean? All that I've written over the past with my own hand. And
but seriously, as an independent artist, how do you actually navigate the challenges of the music industry? I mean, you've touched on a bit of them early days when you're signing the contracts, but I mean, now it's just you've got Spotify. I mean, there's so many.
Sounds like a teenage problem, doesn't it? Spotify.
Yeah.
It's
like the kid that turned up and he had
yeah. Anyway, Spotify.
£5 a head to get in, and it cost him £1,500. You know,
it is about kind of helpful as Acne, though. Really, to be fair, but as helpful as Acne, Spotify, because they don't tend to pay you very much, Adrian. They don't pay you much money, unfortunately, unless you've got like 50 billion sort of streams. You don't get tuppenny. You don't get tuppenny eightney.
I'm in the middle of helping someone publish a book, and once again, there's as many different systems out there to do that as what there is in the music industry. I think it's quite
I think
to navigate really.
Publishing books is probably probably got more chance of getting paid really. I mean, I've got 2 books out with Amazon, which have both done kind of relatively well. But yeah, you know, it's unfortunately, music's probably been the front line of the internet kind of like war, as it were. And I think it was a very early casualty, and really and truly sort of no one was there to really protect it, to sort of stand up and sort of go. Like if you were running into HMV at the bottom of Oxford Street and just running out with records, you know what I mean? People would have sort of said, hang on a minute, you know, you're stealing music. But like when Napster sort of rocked up in 99, 2000, you know, no one did anything about it. And it just got out of control. And I think because record companies have been so brutal in charging people £15 for a CD, which was utterly ridiculous. And the thing is that the artists were seeing kind of maybe every CD that they sold, they were probably seeing maybe I don't know, 3 or 4 pence a CD or something. So the record
then. So even though they're complaining about Spotify now, it was as bad then. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but the thing is, you were selling more. You were selling hard copies, so you did get paid. But the record companies were taking probably sort of 80. You know, I think Michael Jackson was on 20%, and that was a good deal. You know what I mean? The rest of those record deals were appalling, really, in terms of sort of royalties that you got. But as I say, because the units, the volumes were higher, you did make a little bit of money, but in terms of what the record companies were making was utterly ridiculous. So I think karmically they kind of got their wallop because of the ripping people off for so many years. Do you know what I mean? And but unfortunately, the people that have suffered the most out of it is the artists, because you know you're just not making what you did, even with a shitty record deal that you do with kind of like Spotify royalties, you know what I mean? But you know, and they expect you to really, you know, you've got to work for them as well. You're working for YouTube, and you're working for sort of Spotify, because it's your responsibility to be able to get people to actually stream your track, right? So then you've got to spend a load of time and a load of money marketing to get people to go to your spotty selection. And hopefully they sort of stream it, like, you know, but I think only a million plays is something like 15 grand or something like that. Do you know what I mean? So it's not great, you know what I mean? But what else are you going to do?
I see online the other day that you've got your new podcast. That looked good fun.
It's very good fun. You have to get involved with the podcast world, otherwise the world leaves you behind, Adrian. So yeah, no, I
was 12 years late. I started off on the top box, and if I'd have just moved all my content onto YouTube, I'd probably be sitting in Barbados doing this.
How do we know you're not sitting in Barbados with a tricky background?
Well,
This is all just a hoax, isn't it, to make people think?
so who is it then? How did it come about?
Patriotic background going on there, but really you're in Jamaica, aren't you? You know you're in Jamaica, aren't you? You've got a hammock out the back there with a big bottle of rum.
I think I would have. I wouldn't have had me ginger, would I?
Well,
you're choking me now.
That's your morning drink, isn't it? That's the wean off the hangover. But yeah, so yeah, so the music industry is a tricky old game, really. But you know, you do it not because you're going to get paid fortunes, but you do it because you're just a mad lunatic and you can't do anything else. Do you know what I'm saying? Because that's what you get. That's right. I mean, most musicians, artists, kind of like, it's just an obsession. It's like, I don't know. It's probably like being into golf, maybe. I don't know. Do you play golf?
Do you know what? I deliberately didn't play golf, which was probably a silly thing. I didn't do photography and I didn't do golf. I didn't do photography because I didn't want to tread on my brother's toes.
You didn't want to take the golfers either.
I think, and the golf, I was very much aware that years ago that these people that went and done golf, it was almost as if the golf took over their lives and then their businesses suffered as a result of it. So I kind of steered away from golf. But of course, now there's the Comedians Golf Society, there's the Vaudeville Golf Society.
Golf.
You know. Yeah, so maybe I should have done golf. Do you know what I mean? But I haven't.
CEO of a top business, and then I got into golf, and I just ruined everything. And now I've got nothing but a golf club.
The last time I went once, and there was a couple on the number one hole, couple of old boys, and a funeral procession went by, and one of them took his top hat off, and he just stood there, bowed his head, and the procession went by. And his mate said to him, he said, "Do you know, Charlie," he said, "that's the most touching thing I've ever seen you do." He said, "Well," he said, "we've been married for 50 years. He said, I thought it was the least I could do." And
Chivalry is not dead in that story.
I'll tell you to laugh when I get to the funny bits or not.
That's a beauty.
Nigel thought it was funny.
Tonight, my friend, dropping like.
Well, it's supposed to be a comedy channel, so I thought we better muck about a little bit, otherwise it.
Do you know? It's not the new. Even though we've got the old ticker tacky thing going on, it's not.
It's good, isn't it? Now I'm getting quite into it. Yeah.
It's hypnotic, isn't it? It's like ooh.
Cushy records on YouTube.
Breaking news. There you go. Look, that background's changed. So yeah, no, it's an ever changing world, but the comedy world's an interesting playing field as well, isn't it? Really, because that's been, as I say, we're talking about Roy Chubby and all the rest of it, and that you know he's sort of having a bit. I mean, I bet you he must think, what is going on? Do you know what I mean? Like once upon a time.
I mean, unfortunately, all the council-owned theatres, even though they might have sold out 2,000 seats, say on a Wednesday, they'll still cancel him.
It's madness, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's madness.
Davidson the same.
Yeah, old Jim.
I went to Lanzarote last June, and they were due to have Chubby Brown over there, and they had to move the gig 3 times.
Really? Well, even in Lanzarote?
Even in Lanzarote, yeah.
Why though? I don't get it. Why? I mean, I can imagine sort of like
for politically correct reasons. People, you know,
who's got the power out in Lanzarote to say that he can't play there? Though, I mean, over here, obviously, because you've got a lot of kind of people who are kind of doing what they're doing in power structures.
I believe there was a mayor involved in one of them.
Really?
The owner of a hotel and another, where it just got bamboozled with so many phone calls and complaints,
right,
and so on and so forth. But
right.
That's that.
They get pressure, don't they? Because I suppose because of the power of the internet. But what is it about Chubby that people don't get? Is it because he's just sort of? Is it? I don't know. Look, I don't know much about Roy Chubby Brown other than sort of like, you know, he's a northern comic that sort of swears a bit. Do you know what I mean? I've never really watched any of his to be fair, to be able to have a comment on it. But at the end of the day, like, what does he do that makes people sort of freak out?
Well, it's the sort of the how they would say it, the sexist connotations to virtually everything, basically. And therefore, there are people that find that offensive in today's world.
Yeah.
But there are also 2,000 people on a Wednesday night in Southend that think it's a great idea. So you know,
But-
this is the problem. It's
but
the
why-
fact that people can't have a choice that's wrong, really.
That's what I'm saying. Is like, if you're offended by it, then why would you kind of want to kind of do anything? Why would you be interested in it? Why would you be kind of like saying to those 2,000 people on a Wednesday night that just because I don't dig it, that you can't dig it? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a bit of I don't know
I may have mentioned it to you, but I was covering for Jim Grant down in Eastbourne, and my doctor, and this is a true story, is lovely lady, little size 8. You know, see, already we're not allowed to say that, but anyway, she's a size 8, lovely lady,
steady on.
very efficient, absolutely spot on. And I went to see her, and she said to me, she went, "Hello, how are you? How are you? How are you?" I said, "I'm all right." I said, "I've just come back my PSA check." She went, "Oh yeah, let me look. Oh no, gone up. Not good. I look after you. And that was that. Now then, all hell broke loose. I had to write letters of apology. 4 comedians nearly got sacked. Jim Grant nearly lost the contract. Absolutely crazy. So
Really?
I'm not saying that I'm I don't know what the word is, but I've since done that isn't the joke. It goes into the joke from there. But all I would add to that is that I've done it in Australia, Los Angeles Comedy Festival, just about every gig that I do, just out of principle, because people find it hilarious. But here's the thing. The actual story of the prostate and people going and getting their PSA checked, I've had several occasions so far, and I was only talking about the one. There was a gentleman in an event that I was in, and he was a black man, and before everybody starts jumping up and down about that, the Afro-Caribbean men are around about, I think it's something like 20 to 30% more likely to get prostate cancer than the Caucasian man. So anyway, the point is, I've done the joke, and
even prostate's racist.
Well, there you go. Anyway, it transpired that this guy contacted me. Well, first of all, he come up to me and he said, "Oh, was you being serious?" I said, "Absolutely, 100%." And then I gave him my card, and he contacted me a couple of weeks later to thank me that he'd been and had his PSA checked and he was in serious trouble. And there's no doubt about it. He thanked me. He said, "You've saved my life. Thank you so much. Thank you." So here's this, you know, where's the balance in all of this, and how, you know, and is it right that, you know, I mean, if I was talking about my doctor in some nasty way, in the sense that she was, you know, bad at her job, you know, that all Chinese doctors are not good or something of that nature, I could understand people, you know, being a little bit offended. But I've asked her what I've done. She laughed when I sort of done an impersonation of her. I've been in my local Chinese restaurant.
Was it the impersonation that people got offended about?
Yeah, that was what I was offended about. Yeah, the impersonation.
What was it? Really bad impersonation? Thing is, though, there he is, right? Hey,
we love you, Chubby. We love you, beautiful man, beautiful man.
The great Rye, Chubby Brown.
I'd have known we were going to talk about it. I'd have got Nigel to put a picture of me and him up at the variety award we were both at, and that was nice.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just worrying because we're all into this self-censorship now, aren't we? So we can't really sort of like, I don't know. You know, the thing is, it's a balance, isn't it? You've got to be kind of cool and be respectful of other people, of wherever they're from, this, that, and the other. But at the same time, you know, we've got to be able to have a bit of a giggle and a bit of a laugh. But you know, I guess you've got to go, you know, at whose expense? I don't know. It's a very tricky one, because on one side, it's like both arguments have got a point, but it's like, when do you draw the line of like I think what got us through crisis after crisis was the fact that we could all laugh at ourselves.
Yeah, but you see, there again, I was at the I'm flexing now, but I was at the Comedy Store in Hollywood,
flexing,
and I should think about, I don't know, I think there was about 6 or 8 comedians, and certainly 3 of them were talking about paedophilia.
Ouch.
You know? Come to that.
Isn't that a bit? That's a bit taboo, though, is it? Surely to.
Well, I'm just explaining that is, you know, that I'm just saying that, you know, this is where it's all a little bit peculiar. You know, it depends where you land. On one hand, you've got somebody doing that, and everyone's laughing, and then in my opinion, I didn't think that was, you know, I thought that was a bit, you know, wow. Do you know what I mean? You know, there you go.
I think the whole kind of like rules and regulations. I think somebody needs to get down and sort of write what it is that we, you know, have the kind of the handbook, the woke handbook.
You know, have we had a handbook for the last 50 years? You know, I mean, yeah, you could take.
I think that people need to know, like, who's the authority on this and what are the rules from
whoever laughs on the night in the audience.
You know what I mean? I think that's really.
They're crying with laughter.
If there's anything that comes out of this conversation, it's actually to talk to anybody that's offended by these sort of things, to say, look, can you do us a favor and just write down what is right and what isn't right in your eyes, and then at least we've got a guideline. Because I think that, you know, there's things you kind of want to say that other people could probably say. I mean, there's a black comedian that called that. My sister went to see him. Reginald something or other. He's a funny guy, but you know, he's ripping sort of like, you know, race on one side and kind of getting away with it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But he can do it on the other side.
I can say, and I say this tongue in cheek, and this is an in gag that no one's going to know about, but it just the best way I can describe it to you. It's a little bit like being at a vegan day and saying that you like milk in your coffee.
Yeah, that was
the reaction. That was what it's like for me when I done the Chinese accent.
That means putting my foot right in my mouth. Yeah, really. I sort of. Do you know? I was just trying to sort of like get the crowd on side at that point. Do you know what I mean? And I just went about it in complete. You know what I mean? And it just went from. Luckily, we kind of pulled it off in the end. But
yeah,
I've never been DJing.
Ladies and gentlemen, but we were doing a vegan laughter fair. What was it called?
No, it was a music festival.
Music festival, yeah. And Dara topped it off with a fabulous set, and everybody loved it, and they was all up dancing. But unfortunately, he inadvertently pointed out that he's vegetarian anyway, but he said he'd like to be vegan, but he likes his milk and his coffee too much. And as we were on
Mr. Vegan.
As we were on a vegan farm, animal rescue centre, it didn't go down very well.
The mooses came out, didn't they? Do you know what I mean? I was lucky. I tell you what, I played in.
When they put a rope over the branch of the tree, I thought that he was in trouble.
Oh, man, like Mississippi burning time, man. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, but we're
running out of time, so let's hit a couple of funny things there. You know, the X Factor. When you look at that, do you have any thoughts, just sort of quickly on that?
I mean, I think it's had its day now, isn't it? Really? I mean, like, you know, so I think if I had £1 for every time somebody said, "Why don't you go on X Factor?" I'd probably, you know, I'd have a few quid. I'd have at least £2. No, I'd have. People seem to think that was a thing for a while, to sort of, if your career was kind of going down the pan, that, you know, X Factor was the only way that you could move forward. But I think that really destroyed a lot in terms of sort of people's respect for sort of music. I think the onset of kind of Napster, the internet, Simon Cowell, people just basically kind of like, you know, thinking that music is kind of just a throwaway thing, I think has kind of led to the demise of what, you know, the respect that kind of music kind of gets these days, really. Do you know what I'm saying? And then
before we play you out with your great hit that you're about to launch, do you have any regrets? Any regrets in your music industry that you think you can?
Do I have any regrets? Probably not making £1 million. Any regrets? Not really. I mean, other than just sort of like maybe answering the phone a bit more.
Dear, I can't believe you said that. That was a loaded gun, that was, wasn't it?
That person on the phone with a £500,000 deal and you don't bother answering the phone, that's probably my biggest regret, not having a phone that rings properly.
Dara, I've had great fun with you over the last 10 to 15 years, and I know we're going to have more fun moving forward. So I thank you for coming on, and then we're going to leave you with your amazing single. And you just
I'd like to say to everybody who's been tuning in so far, you're absolutely lovely. If we've offended anybody, I'm terribly, very sorry. We'll drink to that. And
there you go. Swisher Records going along the bottom there. go and find out a little bit about Dara.
Nice little biscuit.
He looks a bit frightening on a dark night.
Come out.
Woo! So, ladies and gentlemen, good night, God bless.
You know that you're a goddess,
Thanks for joining
angel.
us.
You
Keith
love
Bingham, the voice.
when someone gets close. I can't let you slip away. Little rushing through my veins, so I pretend that I'm okay. Well, I trust you in my life, but the predators drive me insane. Ought to keep on coming, keep on coming. I don't know how to stop this pain. Tell me,
There you go.
tell me now.
Been on your holiday jet before.
Tell me, tell me now. Tell me, is there
Come and see you. Please get in contact. For me, Adrian Doughty, UK comedian, and in Dara, it's going to give an idea of the future. So you're all live here. Please sing. Thank you.
Here we are, live from Hollywood.
Hello there. Hello, world. How good to be seeing you. What about you?
Ladies and gentlemen, JC Mack, what can I say? All the way from the Cockney comedy actor. That's what we call
We're
him.
in Belfast. What are you talking about, fella? How you doing, people? Live and direct from Hollywood. Here we are. And what we got in top of us, eh? What's going on?
We've got about 30 years of backstories to get through. That's what we've got to get. And of course, I'm here visiting my daughter and all our other show busy friends from here, there, and everywhere. Are we? We're looking a little bit good there. Should we just move that forward a little bit? Is that a bit more centre? Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So I didn't realise it was so long ago you made it the big time. So
At the big time. Yep. So been here for 15 years. Can you believe? Been acting 20 something years now. And yeah, what can I tell you? What an adventure it has been. So the early days, modelled and danced. Won't get too deep in that. Modelled and danced for like 10, 15 years all around the world. And the modelling led to my model agent said to me, "Oh, there's a couple of people want you for a commercial. Do you fancy doing some commercials?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'll have some of that." So I went in for a few commercials, booked a few, and I thought to myself, "Wow, this is what I was meant to do." So that kind of gave me the acting bug, for want of a better word, and then started booking a few little bit parts. Did some little bits and pieces. Did shows like London's Burning. You sure you want that on me?
no, I'm turning it off.
London's Burning. Family Affairs, Hale and Pace, Pork Pie. I don't know if you ever saw that. Pork Pie.
What's Pork Pie then? What was that?
Pork Pie was a spin-off of Desmond's. You know, it was like a really hilarious black comedy, and I played like a cleaning guy. He wins the lottery. Pork Pie wins.
Like an assassin on that picture.
Yeah, I know. Well, a bird took that. Can you believe? But yeah, I played a cleaning guy with I had long hair, muscles, and pink rubber gloves. It was a funny
Pink rubber gloves.
Pink rubber gloves, mate. You couldn't make it up. It was a moment in time. And then I had a little bit on EastEnders, which was hilarious. So my then girlfriend, I got into modelling, and she was off the part on EastEnders, and the part was, it was a massive role. It was called Kissing Couple in the Back of the Calf, and it was a Valentine's Day or something, and the show was going to end on a shot of this half good looking kissing couple in the back. So it was her gig, and she says, I'll bring my boyfriend, and they look a picture and happy days. We go down there, and there was another girl there who I think was Miss UK or runner-up to Miss UK that year or something, and they switched her out for my then girlfriend. And so I obviously had to kiss her, which didn't win me any house points at home, but it was a moment in time.
So Hit the Big Time that was filmed at the old Caesars, wasn't it? We were talking about that.
Winner Takes All.
Winner Takes
All pop.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
So we did a few bits. So started to book roles in some, TV soaps and etc. Little bits and pieces, did some short films. And then we decided if we were going to really showcase ourselves, we would need to make a film ourselves, So we thought we'd make a short film. So me and Chico, who's like my brother from the X Factor, we were living together, and we'd bought a house together. So we end up remortgaging our house 3 times to make this 6-minute film, right?
No.
Winner Takes All.
Never knew that.
Yeah, mate. All that worldly goods.
No.
So we actually
Gather round while I lay it down. They say old man created equal.
Bullshit!
Shut it.
Some try to be cool, some fail to be cool, and some, well, they're just born cool.
And that was my entry comes in right after that. but we wrote all the dialogue.
Good play for Chico, though.
Good play for Chico. So we wrote all the dialogue in iambic pentameter, so rhyming couplets. So me and Chico were singing, believe it or not, prior to X Factor. We were writing songs and recording for a number of years prior to that. So we were writing a lot of songs. So we were used to, writing in rhyming couplets. So and we actually went to the Cannes Film Festival. I was in a little film that was shown in Cannes. And then we were in a party there. I think it was some castle. It was Soho House in the castle or something. And there was a Liverpudlian, a very eccentric script writing guru guy there. And he explained to us what our film would have to have. It would have to have he said, lads, I'll have to have a beginning, a middle, and an end, He went, he goes, you're funny people. You should do it around a joke. And we went, yeah, we should do that. So Chico wandered back about half an hour later and said, and there was a couple of gutbusters we used to tell back in the day. And he had the nuance of this film around a joke. So we met a director while we were in Cannes, Helen Grace, very talented lady, and we all sat down together. We had ideas, she had craft form experience and a lot of patience. I'm going to thinking back, and when we got this script together, and then we got all our pals. We reached out. We had Dave Courtney, who's unfortunately no longer with us, played a great role in it. Every single person showed up for free. They were our friends, loved ones, ex-girlfriends, current girlfriends, future girlfriends, and everybody in between. And Fred Batt was a great pal of ours. We used to promote a night with him at Caesars nightclub, and we shot the whole film in Caesars nightclub. And when you watch the film, there's 2 separate sets, and we dressed one side of the club for where all the action's taking place in the bar, and we dress the other side of the pub where Chico's telling the story. So he tells the story and I act out the story. So it was pretty funny. So and then Helen had great connections in the film industry. So we had a BAFTA winning director of photography, gaffer, lighting people. We had an amazing Arri film kit because we had these big people using them. And so the film should have cost us at the time about 150 grand if it was all being paid union rates, etc. And because so many people done us favors, we spent about 25 grand, and then we put about another 10 after we remortgaged and stuff. Still a lot of money for 6 minutes back then, right? 20 years ago, yeah. But the film did very well. We're very happy with it. It actually got a BAFTA nomination. And that gave us a little bit of cred. So now, in my mind, I was now leading man, clearly, and the rest, as I say, is history.
me tell you a tale. One mean, crazy night, a stranger appeared, not afraid of a fight. I saw
I'm loving that.
So bit of fun there.
I know what happens next. They go on YouTube and see that link, can't they?
Yeah. All these stuff is
Yeah,
on
it's all on YouTube.
YouTube.
The
most
size
it,
of
anyway.
this, what is he? That Dorman, what that Russian?
Oh,
His
so
head was as big as his neck, wasn't it?
Russian Ronnie. So when we're casting the film, we use, I use professional actors for the main speaking roles, and all our friends played all the extras, etc. And we were trying to get one of the really super rough doorman, because the plot of the film, I have to knock out the doorman and a whole bunch of other tasks, impossible tasks. So we struggled to get a really rough, tough looking guy, but the actual doorman of the club was the roughest looking Russian Ronnie,
Frightening.
monster guy you
Is that
could
his name,
ever
Russian
imagine.
Ronnie?
Russian Ronnie. And then when we looked at it, he said to me, "Hey, Mac, can I be in your movie?" I was like, absolutely. So we used him, and he was absolutely fantastic. It was everybody enjoyed it. We had a big premiere. It won a few awards. We were very, very proud of that piece of work.
And then, of course, Dave. You then repaid the favour to Dave with his movie Hell to Pay. That was a funny
Exactly.
one.
So Dave played a great little part in our movie. You have to watch it for yourself on YouTube. Google "Winner Takes All" short film, and then a couple of years later, our friend Dave made his own movie, Hell to Pay, and that was our first role. Actually, it was my second role actually in a feature film, and we did a parody of ourselves. Me and Chico were a couple of strippers who were caught in a jacuzzi with a gangster's wife or girlfriend, and then he's chasing us down the street, and we're running down the road with just not much jumping over stuff, being chased by gangsters. We had a lot of fun doing that, and we went to Cannes with that as well. Actually, Dave took that to Cannes, and we went with 40 Flat-Nosed Doorman, but that's another story.
That's another story. There was a lot of names in there. That's another thing. If you haven't watched it, these sorts of movies that sort of back in the day were difficult to distribute because of the controls over the distribution, certainly in England in particular, that you have to obviously get the different, an 18 or, whether you're going to get, what age you can go in and see it. And of course, that then determines whether a film can be distributed. So if they don't certificate it, is that the right phrase? Then obviously you can't distribute it. But of course, now with the YouTube and your Netflix and stuff, you can see a lot of these movies from 25 years ago that weren't allowed to be shown. So check that one out, Hell to Pay. Gary Bushell, of course, was in that, wasn't he? Gary Bushell.
Oh, there was a
comedian Mickey Pugh, fantastic comedian Mickey Pugh. I was working with his nephew in Northampton a couple of weeks ago. So who else was in it? We got Mickey Pugh. I mean, loads of stars. Oh, EastEnders and From the Bill. No, it's gone. Anyway, well worth watching that one.
Worth a watch.
Worth a watch. So we've done. So LA Paranormal.
LA Paranormal. Just jumping on a little bit. So before I left England, so now I've got the acting bug, and I'm having a degree of success, playing all sorts of roles, lots of tough guy type stuff. But I was most at home playing comedy, and even when I was into the tough guy stuff, I was never the bad guy. I was a good guy in a bad situation, peer pressure. But I was having a degree of success, and I decided that my agent at the time, you got to bear in mind, we had long hair and off the cover of Mills and Boom book, right? And my then agent Patrick, if you're watching this, is out there. Patrick Hambleton, great guy. He said, JC, you're a little exotic for this market. You might do better in America, And always wanted to take things as far as I possibly could. I thought, okay, Hollywood, let's go. So I set about getting the visa process, which is no mean feat, believe me. It takes a lot. It took about a year. I'll go an O1 visa, which is kind of for want of a better word, it's like a celebrity visa, if you like, for people of extraordinary abilities, so you can work in the States.
And there was me thinking you were going to be modest, and I was going to bum you up a bit there.
it's a nonsense. It really is an exploitation of all for regular folks to be able to get it, but it was a challenge, that's for sure. So just prior to that, I did my first sort of major role in a feature film was a movie called Stag Night, and I actually played a stripper. Funny enough, in that played a lot of strippers early days in that movie. Very, very funny movie, worth a look. Stag Night. But But the director of that, Simon, he said to me, JC, you want to make something that showcases who you are? You know, you're kind of funny, you're a bit wide, you should be like a hitman or a villain or something. So me and a guy I met on the set of that movie, Jason Hyde, he's one of our closest friends, and we met on the set of the movie, and so we collaborated with Helen, the director again. And we wrote this hitman comedy. And these guys are the worst hitman that ever lived. Think like Two Smoking Barrels meets Dumb and Dumber, and you got the premise for this film called Hit the Big Time. So we
please, man, I thought we were friends. Oh God, friends don't kill me, man. A shovel, not a shovel, man. No.
Can you imagine Al Pacino having to deal with the shit we have to deal with?
Gentlemen, good morning. Shoot him right in the head.
Shoot him!
Because I don't really see you as an Al Pacino. You're more like the geezer being killed by Al Pacino.
Martin said you guys were the best.
And how exactly is that helping?
I would hate to meet the second best.
This is our ticket to early retirement. Go to Hollywood, make a movie. A real life gangster movie.
Mr. Crutch,
Crouch,
and Mr. Copper.
That's Cooper.
Two hitmen coming into my office to sell me their own life story.
I want that bastard immobilized.
I don't buy it.
Is there some language barrier?
Viva Las Vegas!
I can't fucking read this. I can't read it either. We're giving you a true story.
Let me shoot it.
Our story.
Boom! That's a fucking ending.
Brilliant. So
Wow.
So we wrote this movie thinking it'd be like a 10-minute short, and it ended up being about half an hour. We probably should have kept going and made a feature. But so Hit the Big Time. We wrote it, produced it, financed it, and we shot it in London, in Los Angeles, Hollywood, Orange County, Las Vegas, and Utah. So it was very, very ambitious. We had me and Jason. I mean, you got to picture it. We had an American producer who was like sourcing locations. He happened to own this vintage bright yellow Cadillac. So that was our incognito undercover car. and the premise of the story is we're like chasing this aging drag artist who had lost out on a role to this big B movie actor years earlier, and he hires us to whack the guy who stole his career. And we're chasing this guy all over America. We're the worst hitmen that ever lived. We never actually quite kill anybody. We're not on purpose anyway. But so you got a picture. We fly into I was based in London. We fly into LA, and we're all jet lagged. And the very next day, we're down the American producer put everything in place. So we're now on reading, on auditioning with actors the very next day to see who's going to fill these roles. And it was really interesting being on the other side of that process. You would know instantly. You'd look at someone and go, "This is the guy," and he would read a couple of times, and we'd be like, "Wow!" So we cast it within a couple of days, and we were shooting it a couple of days later, and we were crashing people's floors and spare rooms, and Vegas, Utah. In Utah was Sundance Film Festival. So the premise of the movie is we follow the guy to Sundance, and so we shot the movie literally at Sundance, guerrilla, and there's some actually like a load of the funniest things happen behind the scenes. But we shot the movie at Sundance, and there was me and Jason had another great friend of mine, Adrian, with Academy Costumes, Adrian Gwillam. He made a million costumes for us for different movies and stuff over the years. Top fella. And he had give us these 2 full-length, like mink fake fur coats that and spaceman type boots, because it's like -20 over there where we're shooting the movie. And we come out of this. We have this scene where we come out of this store. We go in freezing and we come out in these big fur coats. As we came out, 2 twin sisters are in these bright purple plum matching outfits with hats are right opposite us. So we pulled them in and used them in the film. So we shot the movie, and then by the time it was done, that brings us up to about 2009.
And of course, you've gone from doing 2 locations in Caesars and the other,
the
first movie.
Yeah.
And this one, you travelled quite
2 countries and 5 or 6 different cities. Yeah. So obviously, things were growing. So and then my visa has come through. So me and Adrian's daughter, my wife, my long-suffering wife, Stephanie, she's my then girlfriend. She's coming with me, obviously. We make the move to America. The film is in post-production, and Jason, bless him, saw it all the way through that. And we actually had that brilliant. We were struggling for an editor because it was a low-budget, self-finance thing. And we put an ad on one of these industry sites. And the guy we got was an older gentleman who was at the tail end of his career. And we had like 50 applications. We were like multi-award winning producers looking for an editor for our latest project shot in America, etc. And he just sent a one-line thing, said, I'd love to help. You may find some of my credits interesting. Now, he was the assistant on films like Lawrence of Arabia, Elephant Man.
Really?
Yeah, true story. And he had some spare time. He liked the vibe. He liked the project. And he did Patrick Moore. It was his swan song. The guy actually died of cancer, unfortunately, shortly after he finished that movie. But he did an incredible job. And he got the sound post and everything also organised for us. And when we met him, we had the film on 5 hard drives in a kit bag that we'd shot over a month in America. And he ciphered through it and made the movie that you'll see. It's on YouTube.
So by the time
somewhere.
I landed here for the first time then to visit you guys, we went to the premiere of your was it 1776? It was like a period drama, when you completely.
Yeah, that's jumping forward a couple more years. Yeah. So when we got here, I got here, and then the film was finished back in the UK in my absence. Obviously, I was overseeing some things from afar, but we had the premiere here. So me and Stephanie arrived in May, and there was another film that we had done called A Geek Walks Into a Pub. I don't know if you have a clip of that one knocking about somewhere.
I like that.
But a geek walks into a pub.
A man walks into a bar, sits down.
Good evening, barman.
And the barman says,
Yes, sir. How can I help you?
A pint of your best beer, a packet of crisps, a round of drinks for the whole bar, and a drink for your good self.
Right, you are, sir.
The barman, obviously pleased at the large order, pours many drinks.
That'll be £97.64, please.
I haven't got any money.
Hearing this, the barman gets annoyed.
What do you mean, you haven't got any money?
The man just shrugs his shoulders. So the barman beats him up. The next day, the man walks into the bar again. And the barman can't believe his eyes.
You again.
Greetings, my friend. A pint of your best beer, packet of crisps, round of drinks for the whole bar, but nothing for you.
And why not me?
'Cause you get a bit violent when you've had a drink.
So we had a lot of fun doing that. So the barman in that clip is Duncan Thompson. So Duncan Thompson's another long-time friend of mine. We've made 5 or 6 films together. Every single film we've ever made has won an award. We've never not made a film that hasn't won an award, which is hilarious. And on the funniest things happened behind the camera. On the day we were going to film that, the bartender didn't show up. So I was like, all right, Duncan, in you go. So Duncan not only was filming it, running the camera, he then had to be the bartender, you know.
Off in the way.
And we shot another film, 3 pints of beer, the same day. And we had 2 camera setups. And in the first one, I'm this one, the geek guy. And in the second one, I played this old man, right, in a flat cap and a trench coat. And we never had time or money. We had this bar for one day in Putney, and we never had the time or money to hang about or do camera setups. So I had to shoot it. So if most of the cameras on me, I had to be the geek. And then Duncan's a brilliant director. He's great with performance. He was giving me the instruction of how to walk and giving me notes on the camera. So I'm the geek, walking in, hello, a pint of beer. And then I had to be the old man. So I took it all off, put on the trench coat. Hello, son, different voice. Put 3 pints of beer, please. And then shoot it back to back. So that was quite a challenge. But we had a lot of fun. And then Duncan had to fill in for both. The reason I bring them up is because one of them, I can't remember which one of them had won an award in the American Festival. So we arrived on the 1st of May. My wife is a very beautiful, glamorous lady. And the festival was like on the 14th or something, and there's a big red carpet. We've won an award, best short or best comedy short or something. So we're on the red carpet, and there's a paparazzi. While I'm waiting for my interview, all cameras on Stephanie because she looks so glamorous, and I'm like blanked, like poor relative. And they're asking these questions, and she's like, "I'm not actually in the film."
She was though in that, wasn't she? She was in the.
She was in the film. She was in the pub. She was in the pub. And on those credits, if you looked, it said so and so Thompson, so and so Thompson, so and so Thompson. It was Duncan, his mum, his brother, his sister, his auntie, his kids.
I think there's more than that goes on in the movie industry than people would realise, don't they?
Oh yeah, stuff that is made.
An old man walks into a bar and sits himself down.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Thanks, Don. 3 pints of beer, please. To which the barman says,
3.
in a slightly confused manner, yeah. So the barman gives him 3 beers. And the old man spends the evening drinking the 3 beers.
So you can see we had a lot of fun with that. So now we're in LA. We're here. We're going to set the world on fire. So we arrived, and I book a film. It's a student film. And I said, I don't want to do it, but it's for USC. Now USC Film Studio. George Lucas gave USC $150 million, and doing a film for them when it's done right is like doing a studio production, and it's to teach the students what it's like to work in the studio system. So I was in a film called You Kill Me. That is one of the best pieces of work I think I've done. I played like a middle-aged guy having a midlife crisis, and it's like a dark comedy. He's trying to kill himself, but it's a funny movie. And then the next thing I booked was a film called LA Paranormal, and that was a ghost hunting movie. And I played the Playboy John London, Playboy psychic. Woman and well, it was a stretch. So the whole movie is improv. So I'm working with these really great American, super talented improv guys who have gone on to do some big things, some of them. And there were 4 main characters. So there was no scripted dialogue, like in the vein of this is Spinal Tap. You know, there was no scripted dialogue. It all came off of what we put into it. We had like a through line, and we would improv the whole thing from start to finish. And as you know, the rules of improv, you never say no. You just, someone says, here's a one-legged prostitute who wants to get a job as a bricklayer, and you go, hello, darling, the bricks are over here, let's go. Yeah. So that was another challenge, and we had some really funny moments.
So did that roll into the 45 movie then?
No, so 45 was was a boxing movie. So 45, I was a boxer, a professional boxer back in the day, and a long time ago. And we wrote like this psychological drama. Actually, it was a serious movie, and it was called 45, and it's someone reliving 45 seconds of their life. I don't know if you got a clip of that somewhere, but.
Oh, well, what are you talking about?
God knows why you love me. Big, strong man. Scared of a nightmare.
We ain't got time for none of your fantasies.
We'll say we just stay here. Forget about the fight.
Sounds wonderful.
You can scream and shout, you ain't gonna knock nothing out.
So that was the other side of the coin, playing more actiony type stuff. So look, I know we've only got a limited amount of time, and we could go on all day with squeeze in, fellas, squeeze in. I've had a watch today, don't worry. And so I did a whole bunch of. I was on a real roll at that point. Just got to America, booked a couple of decent roles, just getting my SAG card. But I know we only have a limited amount of time, so let me just race through to where we are now. So rolling forward a few more years, I did 50 movies. If you look them up, it's about 50 or so projects. But the project we did a sequel to Hit the Big Time with Duncan, who's a brilliant director, Duncan Thompson. What is the AI film guy? He's we've developed various projects that we are hopefully shooting next year or two. We did The Green Rush, was a sequel to Hit the Big Time, hysterical as well. Maybe we'll talk about that another time.
Yeah.
But that brings me to my latest project and my main man here. So this is German director, actor, all-round action man, German, the winner of the German Ninja Warrior. Introduce yourself, Jan.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for having me here first, my friend John, and to invite me to be here. Thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Jan Weisey, and I'm doing movie production since 20 years in Germany, and done a couple of exciting sports champion like Ninja Warrior.
Look at him, mate. It makes the rest of us look skinny. You know what I mean? So Jam and I are collaborating on a feature film called Best of Enemies. I'm really excited about it. We're trying to find a cheaper way to do it, but we're not having much luck, so we might have to just raise $100 million instead. We're going to find out. But we wrote this. I actually had a sports injury 6-7 months ago. I could barely get off my couch, and walking helped. And Jam and I had met. We'd shot something together previously, and he was a friend of mine, and he came over. And he was massaging my feet actually with olive oil. But I'll leave that to your imagination. But he was helping me out. And I live next to a park. We were walking around Roxbury Park, and we came up with an idea for a very funny premise for a movie called Best of Enemies, which we're working on right now. You want to elaborate on that, Jam?
Yeah. And it was very funny because if he hadn't that pain and he couldn't walk, so maybe this project never happened. So everything was on the right time, right locations, and we wrote a very funny action heist movie. You will be excited. You will love it.
It's like a high concept bromance. It's like a heist. Movie. And without giving too much away, it centers around the two main characters, funny enough, and it centers around a very slick, think the German James Bond, James Wick, that would be Jam's character, and think of, I don't know, Jim Carrey or Mr. Bean or some idiot English guy. That's my character. And we're both trying to, it centers around a fashion show. And these pair of sneakers, these amazing sneakers. And this fashion show is the event of the year, the event of the season. Anyone has to be at this show. And the prize piece in this show is the designers' sneakers, and which are called the Funky Novas. And we're both trying to steal them for different reasons. So my guy's thinking on his feet. He's a gambler. He's a loser. He owes everybody money. If he don't steal them, stakes are high. He's going to get dead. In fact, there's a scene, one of my opening scenes is I'm upside down, hung off a bridge or a balcony, and we've not been able to shoot that because I'm still dealing with this injury, but hopefully we'll be able to do that soon. And in Jam's character, polar opposite, he's opening scene, he's like beating up 30 people.
The opening is so amazing, right? We have to make a body count, you know?
Yeah, I remember a body count, yeah. But he's just think John Wick and he's knocking people over left and right. But there's some very, very funny bits within it. But yeah, Best of Enemies coming very soon. I mean, we were shooting some test scenes this year. We'll probably be going to major production maybe next year. So the reality is it's probably coming to you about 2026 or something. But we will keep you posted and we'll show you some clips and stuff as the project unfolds.
In the meantime, running along the bottom, like and subscribe so that we can get some more fabulous talent that we've got in here today.
Yeah, if you're liking
moving forward,
if you're liking this podcast, and Adrian's a very accomplished stand-up comic. I know you all know that. He's actually my father-in-law. I don't know if you actually knew that.
Yeah.
Now I knew him for 10 years before I even knew he had a daughter, let alone knew his daughter, and he was very an integral part of how we met.
Very much so.
I mean, his daughter met. But yeah, if you like what you're seeing and it gives you a bit of a giggle, please like and subscribe on the podcast because I know they've got some really, really funny guests coming up.
Here's a little thing I've been working on. This gentleman's called the Toy Boy. He's 82 now. He's retired, but he's had 40 years in the toy industry, and he's wrote a book which I'm working on at the moment, which could well make a movie. This guy, I mean, his journey, and it's funny. What made me think when you said about the ninja, what's that, a film, or you do fighting, or what's the?
Is the Ninja Warrior.
Yeah,
is a kind of sport competition. Is in TV shows. Is like a TV show, like a sports game.
That's a massive TV show. Here it's
American. But it's the most dangerous. I broke all my bones, all my fingers.
Okay.
5 injuries.
So the connection between this guy and that story, is this guy designed, manufactured, and distributed the Ninja Turtles back in the day. And the WWF figures.
Yeah.
And he's had 40 years of it, and the story, the journey that he's had, I don't know. He had some guys that rob about £40,000 worth of toys off of him and wind the company up. So he went down there and got them. Do you know what I mean? It's just mad. Even though it's the toy industry that you'd imagine would be a light-hearted, fun thing. It's like almost like a kind of mafia story when I was reading it. But an absolute, there he is, Lord David Lippman. And do you recognise him?
No.
They've just done a film with him, haven't they? You can't recognise him.
I ain't got my glasses, mate.
You ain't got your glasses. How about Prince Charles? You recognise him?
King Charles.
King Charles, I should say. Yes,
course.
King Charles. There he is with King Charles.
Yeah.
King Charles. So not between these two giants here.
You're gonna. I don't know. I'm going to get shot for not remembering that guy's name. He's one of the biggest Hollywood actors that Hollywood has ever known, and I can't think who he is. So
Pops, let's have a look. Let's put my bins on here. Steve Martin?
No, they've just done a movie of him. He's just done his life story on Netflix.
Cary Grant.
Yes. Well done. He's got it.
Cary Grant. Main man back in the day.
There he is with Cary Grant. Yeah. He was doing charity work, did David Lippman, in particular for the Variety Club of Great Britain, who, for those that are not sure what that is, they raise money for children. You might have seen all the little vans going around with the hearts on for disadvantaged children. It's been going many, many years. And it was a great story that he had Cary Grant come as his guest of honour. And he said, do you mind if I just bring a couple of friends? And he brought the king of what's his name? Princess of Monaco. Monaco, yeah.
Right.
And the king of Monte Carlo, isn't it? No, there
were a couple of people he wanted to bring.
Yeah, that was it.
Monte Carlo is
that is it, yeah. So there we go.
There
There
you
we
go.
are. What else you been up to, sir? Then on the end, thank you for coming and joining us. By the way,
well, actually, I just shot a film here called Simon Says, and Jam is one of the producers, and he's been taking their post production to the next level. And we had a premiere a couple of days ago. I think there's a screening. Is it tomorrow, Jam?
Yeah, screening is tomorrow. Yeah, and I collaborated again the whole movie from scratch. And yeah, you should take a look. It's very nice.
So Simon Says, not out yet to the public, but I played an ER doctor in that, which was, he weren't that funny and he weren't that actiony, so it was something different.
It is not a funny movie, but it's a nice movie.
It's a good movie. It's a really good movie. Our buddy Mike put the whole thing together and wrote and made, and it's a bit of a devil's advocate, almost a little bit of a faith-based type movie, but it's dark, but it's cool. Worth a look. Simon Says. Come and see.
Have we got any other little clips there that we've not looked at tonight? Let's have a little look as we come towards the end of the show. I think our man might have a couple of little clips there, maybe. I'm not sure if we've seen them or not, but anyway.
I don't know. I don't know if you've got anything for.
What if she does a tour or something? I've really got to go.
Yeah,
I'm sure you'll
that's
go.
all up, but.
And then the lunchtime debate. Stay tuned. Until then, now this.
That piece. So that was Left Holding Baby, one of the earliest shorts that I did with Duncan. It was the first movie we did. That won Best in Festival at a little film festival, beat out a load of features and very funny. And the little baby is my niece, Chico's daughter, Lala Kira, who was 18 a couple of weeks ago. You know, and
she's at the Brit School, isn't she? In her second year.
Yeah, she's an amazing singer. She's just finishing actually.
Stunning young lady. We're going to see a lot of her.
But that will come back. We're going to haunt her with that if she becomes a big pop star. But and her mum was in it as well. Chico's wife, Daniela, another obviously very close friend of mine. She comes in right at the end and very, very camera shy. I didn't want to be on camera. No, she's in right at the beginning. She's giving me the baby. And the same with Stephanie, my wife. We want her in our film. Yeah. When the guy's hanging off the balcony, his long-suffering wife runs out and leaves him, and we want her to play that. But I don't want to be on camera, but we're working on it, and we're working on it.
Yeah.
And we're going to feature my two pet bunny rabbits, Treacle and Honey. They're going to have a starring role. So watch this space. Very funny bunny rabbits coming at you soon. Right, Pops?
Absolutely. Yeah. So best of enemies. That was that.
Best of enemies. That's where we are there. Oh, I cut you off earlier. Yeah. When Pops first came and visited, I did a TV show called Courage, New Hampshire, and it was a period piece just leading up to the American Revolution. And I played Daniel Cressy, a militia captain, it's on PBS, I think, an American TV show called Courage, New Hampshire. Really well written, really did a fantastic job of transforming us back to the 1700s. And that was a ton of fun. I mean, I did a lot of work in between, but maybe too much for one podcast. We'll do a second one another time. These gents are good enough to invite us back.
I should think so. So there we are.
And then Jam's been doing. He's done a lot of big music videos, primarily, right, Jam?
Oh yeah,
a lot of big German artists. Who you work with? Share it with the people.
Oh yeah, it's very exciting to do music videos because you always have a nice people, always music, happy, and in Germany I've done a bunch like you have here American Idol.
Yeah,
we have in Germany German Idol. And the winner of German Idol, the last two music
videos. How did
they
come up with a name like that?
Yeah. So it's very exciting. So the point is, I can put my editing skills and camera skills of the music videos, all kind of music videos, into the film. Because now, if you see all the fighting scenes in all these crazy movement, Jason Statham or whatever what you see, or even Tom Cruise, are choreographed on the music is like a dance choreography. It's like a music video. All these punches is on the music edited on the soundtrack. So it's a very beneficial to have a music video background, music video production background to shoot an action comedy. So it's much more dynamic with the music and what happened in the frame.
And Jam's very humble. He's he's in the movie, obviously. He's also directed the movie. He's also shooting the movie. He's also choreographing. I mean, if you see Ninja Warrior, those who aren't aware what it is this crazy assault course. These guys are maddest athletes on the planet, and Jam won the German one. So he's, like he's saying, he's broken nearly every bone in his body. So he's working out the stunts and all the fight choreography, and it will be shot with the pacing and speed and like a dance, like Jam's just saying, like a music video.
As we're coming to the end, just to cut in for a minute, we had a great night with Stephen Green. Comedian Stephen Green that's out here in Los Angeles at the Comedy Store the other night, and then we met up again at the Improv. And your friend, maybe would you give him a plug?
Alan Liebland, who was my agent here at one time, lovely guy. He puts on a show. He represents a lot of comedy actors and stand comedians called Stronger Choices, and they put that onto a sold out show almost once a month. And they did the Hollywood Improv, and we went along and supported them. And there's some really funny people on here. It's a very, very funny night, and we saw Stephen there.
That was it. So anyway, here we are. We're at the end of our 45 minutes live tonight. We'll hope to see you next week. Next week we've back with Johnny Tate and the cast of his new Naked Truth. So we're going to be having fun with that. Once again, here we are, Toy Boy, a book. It's all written. If anybody's into publishing or wants to drop us a line with any suggestions moving forward with that, please feel free. In the meantime, Jam, thanks for making the.
Thank you very much for having me here. Pleasure for me. Yeah.
And of course, Matt, thanks for coming on here, but thank you for putting up with me for the last 10 days.
Oh,
you've run me around, spoilt me. I've got to sit below the desk. I've had too many burgers, and my singing world lady's going to be throwing me out. So as we often say at this time, we'll leave you all with one last thought. Let's hope we all live to see the end of the DFS sale. Good night.
Good night.
Good evening. It's Wednesday, and it only means one thing. As we know, it's comedy time. UK Comedy Channel, Wednesday night. Like and subscribe. That really helps us move the thing forward. But what have we got on for you tonight? Something really special, actually. Really special. Not just a good friend of mine, but a fella that's just about everything in the entertainment business there is. He's a writer. He's a promoter. He's an after-dinner speaker. He's a comedian. He's an actor. And he's here, and he's right now. Let's hear it for the one and only Johnny Tate.
Hello, Adrian. Nice to be on the show, mate.
Oh, look at that. I'm loving the T-shirt. Naked Truth. Nice. We can talk about that later, can't we?
Yeah, Naked Truth. Yeah, I'm not plugging my latest book, but it's all by wearing this T-shirt, you know what I mean? Not coming to plug. No, it's great. I haven't been on television since I was young and handsome. So a long while since I've been on television. So it's great to be on your show. It really is.
Wow, I was working it out for the other day from going from your early butlins. I mean, it must be nearly 5 decades, isn't it? You've been in the industry?
It is nearly 50 years. It's something like over 47 years ago. Someone's just put up on the screen. That was the
Who's
first
good-looking fella.
I'm the handsome fella. I'm the handsome one on the. Is it the right or the left? Well, there's a girl on one end. I'm on the end there. I'm with Roy Hudd. And that is the first ever time I was ever in the newspapers. And my mum, God rest her soul, every time I was in the newspapers, she'd go out and buy 6 copies and keep one for herself. She'd send one off to me and she'd send it to everybody. And people were forever saying to her, your Johnny's in the newspapers today. And she'd go out and buy 6 copies. And then after a while, someone would go, your Johnny's in the newspaper today. She'd go, he's always in the fucking newspaper.
And we had Vicky Bailey on here last week, and of course she was Butlins, and I said to her that it's one of the things that I'm sort of jealous of. I said to her that I feel like I missed the beat. The nearest I got was going on holiday and being
entertained by you guys, and what great memories you give young people.
Yeah, well, in my day as a redcoat, we had a theatre called the Gaiety Theatre. I was at Bognor Regis, and it held 1,652 people. And they boasted that the actual stage was bigger than the stage at the London Palladium. Now, I wanted to picture this. I blagged my way into the job. I'd had no stage training at all. And on my very first week, they've got me on stage doing this solo performance with just a sheet-wrapped mammy. It was a spoof of Shakespeare. They called it the Brutus sketch, and I was Brutus. And I was stood in the wings, and the girl Reds did this dance that worked in with the theme of what I was then going to do. And then the cabs in front of them closed, and I walked along the front of the stage in front. The follow spot picked me up. I got to the centre of the mic, and I cocked it right up. I got all my lines wrong and everything. And the audience were roaring with laughter. The audience found it very, very funny, the way I did this. The first joke I ever told on stage was probably the most unfunniest joke ever. The joke was in the sketch. I'm going, hark, I hear footsteps approaching on a bicycle. That's not the first joke ever. But because I got the audience laughing so much, that launched my career as a comedian. And the people that produced the show, Paddy and Iris Jesson, they were redcoats with Jimmy Cricket and Dave Allen in Mosney in Ireland. There used to be a Butlins on in Ireland. And they told me that that was the first thing that Dave Allen ever did on stage as well. And I was thrilled to bits because to me, Dave Allen is a god amongst comedians.
Absolutely, yeah. We were talking about him a couple of weeks ago. I mean, mind you, it sounds like mine was a similar style. I don't know how old I was. I must have only been about 10, and I was the tree. So all I had to do was wave my arms. I had like corrugated paper around me, and all I had to do when Greensleeve played or something was wave my hands. But I was so busy waving to me mum that when it was time to wave my hands, I forgot. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. But
it's up there with the magic trick where you snap the matchstick and then you put it all back together. And the one that was supposed to be suddenly produced as it snapped and now it's all right, dropped out the handkerchief and went through the floorboards. What now? Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go on, carry on.
No, I mean, I've got to talk about this side because everybody thinks our job's very glamorous, right? And there are times when it is. You get to meet some fantastic people. We'll talk about big names that we worked with in a moment, right? But let's talk about the night the comedians died. The year was 2007, and England were playing in the Rugby World Cup final against South Africa. My namesake Tate scored what looked like a winning try. The place was going wild and it got disallowed. Now, the match finished at about 9:45 and all the comedians are on stage at 10 o'clock. Where I was working had two venues. I was playing the main room and there was a duo was supposed to be playing in like the lounge area, the lounge bar room. I'm going to call it a lounge bar room, sort of gastropub thing. Well, immediately England got beat in the Rugby World Cup final. They done a runner. They were on their toes. Bang, they were off. The entertainment manager was fuming. Now, I would have done a runner, but I was skinned. I needed the money. Knowing full well I was going to die a death, I went on stage. And my goodness me, you could have heard a pin drop. The place was just silent. Everyone was on the floor. And I come off and the compere went, oh, that was really good. I think, no, it weren't. I just died. He said, at least you've got to clap in the chair more than anyone else ever gets at this place. I'll go in the dressing room, I'll get changed. I'll come out and one of the resident entertainers, one of the girls said to me, nice one. I said, it wasn't. I just stood there and struggled for 45 minutes. She said, yeah, but you did 45 minutes. Comedians normally only do about 20 minutes when they're here. And if you remember that night, as you were driving home, your phone was ringing all night. All the comedians were ringing each other up. Every single one died a death. Terry Gauchi was the loveliest one. He phoned me up and went, all right, Terry, how'd you get on? He went, I was right on me ringer. That that was Terry's expression for dying. And I wrote an article for Cabaret UK about it. I entitled it "The Night the Comedians Died." Remember that?
I'm trying to think, what year was that?
2007. You would have remembered it because you would have died of death.
Remembered it. Yeah, I remember. The one I remember was when I think one of the football was in Essex, and we got. I think we didn't lose, but we tied with some bizarre country. I can't even think what it was, but no one had. I think they only started playing football a year before. Do you know what I mean? And that was like that. But I don't remember the 2007 one. That's funny, isn't it? I can't remember that. But anyway, that's not the point. Yeah. So here we are. But of course, X Factor 25. That was that was a big part. You know, I know. Oh, there we are. Look.
Factor 2025. There's a review that was in the newspapers. Factor 2025 was a satire on modern day TV talent shows. There's, believe it or not, those of you that are watching, Adrian Doughty is the one in the dress waving the mop about. Adrian played a great character in that, based on Mrs. Doughty.
There you go, dear. Once the father of my children passed away, that was it, dear. Total celebrity.
The other guy, we wrote the funniest lines for him, and he used to steal the show every time, was our late friend Marcus.
He's not dead.
No, he's not dead. He's just always late.
He'll kill me for that one, but it's true.
It's all right. You don't know my address. So, Marcus, love you, brother. We'll have to put this show together again and get the old cast back together. But what happened? We had this show in the West End of London. That review there was from a performance. That wasn't a performance in the West End of London. I'm not sure where that performance was.
That was in the theatre near you, I think. That was in the theatre near you.
Bellingham City, the Hall.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Right. So, when we went to the West End of London, we were all excited, and on the day of the show, you phoned me up, Adrian, bless your heart.
I did.
And you went, "I ain't gonna make it. There's an ambulance on its way," and I'm like, "Are you all right?"
I think it was more. I think I'm having a stroke.
You had a stroke, right? Yeah, at the same time, I was getting text messages off another cast member who I had to say, "Look, just go away." I'm not going to badmouth anyone, so I'm not going to say who it was. And so I've now 2 cast members down on a show that was well rehearsed and had already played quite a few venues. And now we're at the big one. We're at the West End of London. So I travelled into London on the train, rewriting the script. I had to rewrite the script on the way there and walk into the theatre and say to the cast, there's the script for it. And this is my point about the business not being as glamorous as people think it is. It can be really stressful. Yeah. I'd like to give a
no, isn't it? Because only next year it is 2025. And
yeah, that's right. I wrote that in I think it was 2009. I wrote it. The book sold thousands of copies. The book did very, very well, and as you know, so did the play because you was in it.
Yeah.
And we keep talking about reviving it. And I think maybe we should bring it out next year because it was the year that it was supposed to be set in. But I noticed
to do the Leicester Square Theatre, then it'd be like a deja vu moment when I go in the shower and make myself a cup of tea. Hopefully, I'll be able to put my socks on and actually get there this time.
Yeah, yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, we could get that back. I mean, we had a great cast. Jasmine Alice has gone on to do some wonderful things since.
I see her this morning. Yeah.
Some brilliant things like the really.
You've got your T-shirt on. Are you going to tell us about that?
Naked Truth. Naked Truth is a satire on the false celebrity culture. Oh, there's the book. Bless his art producers just put the book up on the screen.
Good old
the book's got a Nielsen's ISBN. You can Google Waterstones or any of the big bookstores and you can buy it from them. It's silly real. The play Naked Truth. We're in the Quarry Theatre in Bedford with it on July the 22nd and 23rd. We're also up to the Sir Ian McKellen Theatre, which is at St Stephen's Centre, on August the 4th to the 11th. Naked Truth's already played the West End of London. I opened it up in the West End of London, then I put it to bed until the book came out, and now it's back out. I've got a superb cast. I had a situation where I needed someone last minute. And one of my best pals in the world was a top boxer in his day. He's now a top trainer. His name's Gary Nichols. I think you might have a picture of Gary Nichols somewhere if we can see it. And Gary Nichols stepped in and played this major role. There's Gary there in Naked Truth. And he played this fantastic part, and he was absolutely marvellous at it. And then all the cast took the curtain call, and I then stepped forward. I wanted to talk to the audience about what we were doing, and all of a sudden I heard this amazing crash, bang, and Gary has smashed this big pot plant. There's china all over the floor. The audience are in hysterics, like, you know. So I waited till the laughter died down. I started talking again, and all of a sudden this big laughter goes up again, and I look round, and Gary's on the stage sweeping up with a broom. You know, great guy. Love you, Gary. He's now training top boxers as well. He's a top man in his sport. Really good man in his field. We've got an excellent cast for that.
And that book, is that book on Amazon? Is it the book?
Yes, you can get it on Amazon as well. Yes,
yeah.
I prefer if you got it from Waterstones, because I'd like to Waterstones bestseller of the month.
Oh, that's all right.
That'd be nice. We got an international cast in Naked Truth. We got Zuza Tahunu. I bet I pronounced her name wrong. Zuza Tahunu is playing the part of the assassin. She's quite leggy, and she plays the part really well. Now, that part was actually originally written for a man. And it was Ian Blocks Robertson who played the part in the West End. Ian Blocks, when I contacted him to play it again, his wife's not well, bless her, she's been treated for cancer. So Zuza came along to audition for another part. And I liked her so much, I said, look, you've got to be the assassin. Have we got a photograph of Zuza as the assassin? And I'd like the audience to see that, because Zuza really is a great girl, and she's contributing a hell of a lot to this show.
And maybe we're going live from Hollywood next week, Beverly Hills. So
Yeah.
but maybe the week after we could maybe look at perhaps getting them on, and we can all have a bit of a chat with them, and you know, maybe
that would be lovely. You've got some great characters. I'd like to mention a few of them. Jessica Ivy. I need to mention you. If we got a photograph of Jessica and I in Forbidden Fruit, right? I was talking about how I mucked up the first time I went on a stage, and we got to take. There you go. There's Jessica Ivy, and there's myself. I shaved my head for the part. I even put on a bit of weight for the part as well. As you can see.
You're good. You're good. You are a true professional. What a commitment to the task.
I had to eat a lot of pies to get like that. So we decided that there's this fantastic drama festival in Welling called the Welling Drama Festival, and it's held in a theatre called the Barn. So we decided to air Forbidden Fruit for the very first time, and this was only 3 weeks ago. Now, I had somebody else cast for the part, and at the last minute he said he couldn't do it. Now, given the fact I wrote Forbidden Fruit 7 years ago, so I knew what it was about, but I couldn't remember what it was. So I, in a space of less than 2 weeks, attempted to learn the script. And I cocked up big style. Probably the worst performance I've ever done in my life. But Jessica Ivy, the girl you saw with me, because of her true professionalism, she pulled it off. She actually made up for the fact that I was on stage not knowing what I was doing. And Jess is playing a major part in Naked Truth as well. And there's a part in Naked Truth, and if we can get the photograph of Jessica Ivy when she's on her knees in Naked Truth, I'll tell you the story behind it, because there's a lovely story behind that scene. That's me and Frank Bruno. Right, okay, I'll tell you about Frank. I love Frank. Some good stories about my career is I get the opportunity to work alongside the big names in show business and in the sport. And there's Frank Bruno and I on stage together, and I was interviewing him. And the question that everybody wants to ask Frank, I asked. I said, Frank, when you fought Mike Tyson, you hit him and you really caught him with one, and his knees went. What was the thought that went through your head at that point? And Frank just said to me, I thought, oh shit, now I've upset him. Anybody watching who doesn't know what I'm talking about will know Mike Tyson is probably one of the most feared men in boxing ever, you know. And Frank was the world champion at the time, wasn't he? Bless him, heavyweight world champion. And by the way, my good friend Gary Nichols comes out of the same stable as Frank Bruno as well.
He's amazing. I've only interviewed him a few times, but I've enjoyed it each time. Absolutely, you know. And talking about big names is hang on, we're back over there, are we? Right, that's is that Jessica in? Is that Naked Truth?
Jessica in Naked Truth. I don't like that picture though. Can we take that one off? There's a lovely. Oh, now this is it. This scene is when the assassin is forcing Jessica to actually confess, to tell the story that she's got the skeleton in her cupboard. Now, this is the genre of the play, which some people don't get. There's a lot of comedy in this play. Very, very funny. We get the audience laughing very, very loudly. But at this point, shivers go down your spine. Jessica and Zuza, in a heartbeat, turn the audience from laughing into crying and shivering. And what's actually happened is she's forced to undress. She's kept herself covered up. There's no naughty bits being shown whatsoever. And then she's forced to tell the story of the skeleton in the cupboard. And Jessica can actually, such a great actress, all of a sudden she's just pouring with tears down her throat. You know, that's a very important thing in Naked Truth.
I think that hopefully by the time we get the girls on and everything, and this goes out and all the work that you're doing, let's hope hope the theatre's full. But you were saying just now you was working with international stars and celebrities, and of course one we've both also got in common, of course, is the late great Joe Longthorne.
Joe, what a lovely guy. Yeah, I was doing a show. Mal Ford and Gene Parks were putting on a show to raise funds for the Parkinson's Society. As you know, Gene's got Parkinson's, you know, and I was booked to do Compare and Spot. And there was full of celebrities in the audience. And I got Joe Longthorne on stage with me. I got Bobby Ball on stage with me, all these big names from show business. And Joe offered me his tour. And I had 3 years touring as the support act to the great Joe Longthorne. Picture that just come up there. Oh, sorry, you've took it off now. If you'd like to put the picture back up, because there is somebody we would like to talk about.
Of course.
This was Joe's 60th birthday party. And Adrian, I believe that you were sat on the end.
Oh, I took the picture.
You're just out of the shot here, you know.
I took the picture.
Oh, did you? Oh, did you take it?
Johnny Casson took the picture. I apologise. Johnny Casson, yeah.
Well, on my right is the great Kenny Lynch. What a lovely man Kenny was. Great entertainer. And sadly, he's passed away. And on the far right is Rosemary. Rosemary sold millions and millions of records. And at the moment, the showbiz world is grieving because we lost Rosemary just 3 days ago. Rosemary passed away.
Yeah.
But that was the night the stars came out, and I wrote an article for UK Cabaret about what happened at Joe Longthorne's 60th birthday, and they headlined it the night the stars came out to play.
And something, I don't know if I told you this, but not his 60th birthday, but when he first came back from being ill, I think the second time, and I supported him at the Palladium. We've been trying to get hold of the content from that night, and it looks like I will actually have a bit of actual content of me actually stepping out on the London Palladium for the first time. So it's actually quite a big one for me, that one.
If we can get that out there, that'd be great. That was a big day for us all.
Yeah, that was great.
I mean, yeah, I've never seen so many big names from the world of show business in one place. So in my life, that was a great night, you know. Yeah, very good.
And okay. Of course, down to earth, you do your you're quite good with your charity work. You came along and done my auction at our ladies' night to raise money for fire engine to 2 fire engines, which we did get that are one either side of London that actually go up, I believe, about 36 floors, where they only ever had a fire engine that went up about 14 floors. So, so I know you do a lot of charity, and of course you do local charity as well, like your football club. You're the fundraiser for that, aren't you? Is that about right? Cody Cott, is it?
Football Club, yeah. Now, Codicott Football Club playing the South Midlands Spartan League. There's a picture of Tony Cotty, who stood in the middle there. He is an absolute legend amongst the West Ham supporters. All the West Ham supporters absolutely idolise him. And he came and done a fundraising event with us And on the other side, I'm on one side, is the chairman, and he's a legend in the area. Everybody knows him in grassroots football. It's a guy called Jim Bundy. Now, we've had Tony Cottee, Frank Bruno, Paul Merson, Ray Parler, Chopper Harris, all the big stars from sport come and do fundraising events. And we're actually looking for sponsors. So if anybody would like to sponsor a football club, please get in touch with me. You see my name, I'll put you onto Jim Bundy. He's the chairman. He's an absolute legend. He works hard for the club and for the local community. So please do come on board. Come and join us at Connecticut Football Club. You'll have a ball.
Talking about Joe Longthorne just now, of course, you also toured with Freddie Starr for a few years, I think. When
Freddie, what a lovely man. I had a great time touring with Freddie. He was barking mad, by the way, but barking mad in the nice way.
I don't think anybody would disagree with that. Oh, there he is. Bless him.
There's Freddie there. Now, if Freddie was still alive and he heard me say that, he wouldn't mind. There's Freddie and I on stage together. A lovely man. I turned up at a venue one day. I went, all right, Freddie, nice to see you. He said, good show last night. I said, cheers. He said, we'll do a double act tonight. Just said that to me. And no script, no nothing. And there we are bouncing off of each other on stage. Lovely, lovely man. He loved playing tricks on people. He was working with Shirley Bassey. And Shirley used to like to have lots and lots of flowers in her dressing room. And before the show, Shirley Bassey was out front sand checking, and Freddie went in her dressing room, nicked all the flowers and put them on these, and she banged him on the top. One time, whatever time you got to a venue, Freddie was always already there. Freddie used to get to his gigs really, really early. And I've turned up at a theatre one time, and instead of, for some reason, I didn't go in through the stage door, I came in through the back door. And I walked through the auditorium, and as I was walking through, Freddie had this Tupperware container, and he sort of wrapped it like that. And all the theatre staff are going, like, you know. And as I walked up, Freddie's gone, want some maggots, Johnny? I went, oh, yeah, cheers, Freddie. I put my hand in, grabbed an handful, put them in my mouth, carried on eating, and just carried on walking to the station. To which the theatre staff were now gagging, but it wasn't maggots. It was some kind of dried fruit. Some dried sweet sort of thing that looked like.
Well, and he looked like maggot.
He did something when he was on television.
Yeah, he done it to Vanessa Feltz, wasn't it? No, was it?
Yeah,
Vanessa
he started chucking them in the audience, didn't he?
Yeah.
And she got the needle because she thought she had maggots down her top, but it wasn't. It was this sort of like dried sweets, but it did look like maggots, like, you know.
And Gary Bushell with the knife throwing on there. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Gary Bushell. I haven't seen Gary Bushell for a long time, actually. He used to be popping up all the time, didn't he?
Well, I saw him last May. I've done the laughter classes for Jim Davison, and he's one of the judges.
Yeah.
So that was good fun. And
good.
Going back to quite interested, isn't it? A bit like a lot of the sort of Bobby Darrow and Brian Connolly and that, and what a fabulous voice that Freddie Starr had.
Amazing. He was an amazing singer. I don't think people, because he was such a good comedian, he was such a funny man, people sort of forgot how good he can sing, you know. But a lovely story about Bobby Darrow, and this is true, right? Bobby phones me up one day. Here's my phone there, and I've had a look, and Bobby Darrow's name comes up. I went, hello, Bobby, how you doing, mate? He said, is that Johnny Tate? I went, yeah. I'm really flattered because Bobby Darrow's phone. He went, sorry, I've got the wrong number.
The one he does to me, he's rung me to do his variety show in Woking that he does for the local hospice.
Yeah.
So, but when he rung and I answered the phone, he went, Adrian! He's doing the old Sylvester Stallone, you know, Rocky, like, you know.
Yeah.
That was quite funny in that. And then I was at another event, and he rang the persons who he was going to be working for that night, and they went, it's Bobby, you answer it. So I answered it as Mrs. Doubtfire, and that really threw him. He couldn't get his head around that one, you know. But lovely, Bobby, yeah. So but going back to Freddie Starr, one of the lines I used to love that when he used to say to a woman in the front row, and he'd go, "You're wearing those hairy knickers tonight." That's But he used to love that one, didn't he? I used to love that one, and I'm going to work for a girl in in Spain in October with the boys, with Russell Hall and Danny Blue, and she used to tour with him. You probably know her, actually. Do you? Thinking about it, Sienna something or the other. Sienna, can't remember anyway. Anyway,
I'm really bad with names.
Yeah, she anyway, girl, yeah. So she was with him for a little one, you know.
Yeah.
So, what? Any other highlights you could tell us about any of the greats that you've worked with?
Well, Paul Gascoigne. Now, what a great character he is to work with. Now, Paul Gascoigne was the most naturally talented, gifted footballer going. And I've had the pleasure of working with Paul lots of times. Another great footballer who I've met is Glenn Hoddle. Now, there's myself from Gaza there on the screen. And if you follow football, a lot of people, regardless of what football team they support, would say that Glenn Hoddle was probably the best passer of the ball going and the best reader of the game. You know, you could kick the ball up the field and drop it on a sixpence. So Paul Gascoigne telling me this story. He said when Glenn Hoddle was manager of England, and he got all religious at one point, and he went up to Gascoigne and he said, "I found Jesus," and Gazza said, "Blimey hell, boss, that must have been one hell of a pass." Loved working with Gazza. I like it when he talks slow though, because when he talks really fast, I've got to interview him on stage. And I have a job understanding what he's saying. I'm slow down, guys. I'm not getting what you're saying. Another one is Bradley Wiggins. He's a character. I did a mini tour with Bradley Wiggins. And I've never seen that. Bradley Wiggins, by the way, if you don't know who Bradley Wiggins is, he's won something like 5 Olympic gold medals, top cyclist. And I've never seen anyone eat as much as Bradley Wiggins does. He can really eat. I mean, I look like someone can eat. In fact, a good friend of mine, a guy called Tony Lutkin, is always telling people that I've had a lot on my plate. But I'm not kidding you. What Bradley ate in one day would feed me for a week. And yet he's as fit as a butcher's dog, Bradley is. Very fit man, you know.
He did win a few medals, though, didn't he? Goodness me. He was
I think it was 5 Olympic golds. I hope I'm talking off the top of my head now. I hope I've got it right. It was... but yeah, he was also the first Brit to win the Tour de France.
I haven't followed them.
And he got knighted.
That's true. Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Well, see, one night we was on the Isle of Wight. We played the Shanklin Theatre on the Isle of Wight. And what we'd done is we travelled from the ferry port in my car to the hotel, and we got a taxi from the hotel to the venue. Because the idea was we was all going to go out for a curry and a drink afterwards. So we're in this curry house, we're really drunk, and Bradley and Ben, who's the tour manager, the tour promoter, decided we're going to walk back to the hotel. Have you ever been? Well, you have been to the Isle of Wight. We've been on the Isle of Wight together, right?
Yeah, I was coming to that. You weren't getting away with it.
It's all Lils, isn't it, right? So I ain't going to walk. I'm not having none of this. So I go up to the restaurant manager. I said, "You see that man?" He went, "Yeah." I said, "He is a sir. He's been knighted. Sir Bradley Wiggins." And I Googled his name and I went, "Look, there he is there." He's blimey. He's really excited. "I've got a famous person in my restaurant." He said, "And who are you?" I said, "I'm Johnny Tate." And so he's Googled my name and he's seen some stuff come up about me. And he now thinks I'm famous. I'm not famous. Anybody looking in? I've just worked in showbiz for a long time. So he's going, "Oh, I've got these famous people." So he said, "Can I take a photograph of you? And I want to frame it and put it, the three of you up on my wall." I said, "Only if you give us a lift back to the hotel." And so Bradley Wiggins and Ben, the tour manager, thought I was being really cheeky. I said, "Well, I'm not walking up that hill, right? It's all Lils, this place." So he did it, and I managed to blag a lift back to the hotel on the back of Sir Bradley Wiggins, you know what I mean? So if ever you're sort of going anywhere and you need to get home, take Bradley with you, you'll get a free lift.
The Isle of Wight, what is it about the Isle of Wight? It's just cozy, isn't it? I always feel it's cozy. I mean, I know you're only going a little bit across that Solent, but it's just cozy, isn't it? And of course, when you come back, there's always all the other comedians are on the boat. Everybody's been and done their gigs, and everybody, you know, it's quite a little meeting place, really, isn't it, on the quiet?
Fantastic. Yeah. I mean, and I know if you're coming back the night of the gig, there's one thing. I don't know if it's still like this because I haven't done the Isle of Wight for a couple of years now, but if you miss the 11 o'clock at night ferry, you then got to wait till 1 o'clock in the morning.
Right, yeah.
And many times I've been hacking along trying to get 7 o'clock, and I've just missed it. And you sit there, and it's just full of entertainers, absolutely full of them, all thoroughly teased off because they missed the 11 o'clock ferry and go on that wait till 1 in the morning. You know.
But I mean, we had. I mean, you had a great little 3 on the trot, didn't you? When we bumped into each other on the island. You know.
Yeah, it was a little mini tour. You were there at taking a holiday with your ex-girlfriend, weren't you?
Yeah. That it was. And I'll tell you what it was. It was the Isle of Wight festival. So cool. You'd had the jobs come in and that, and obviously the two things hadn't really crossed in your mind. And then we had a 6-berth caravan with the 2 of us in, and that's where we all ended up having a few days. We had some lovely dinners, didn't we? And walks and drinks and giggles and late night natters, and I thought it was great.
Yeah, that's right. I couldn't get no accommodation because the festival being on everywhere was full. I forgot all about that.
Mind you, be fair, you were competing with the Jackson 5, so credit where it's due.
I think there was more people at my gig though.
No names, no pack drill of the holiday camps that you were on, but I couldn't believe what they'd done to some of the function rooms, putting like a glass wall. How the people were supposed to hear you when they're sitting the other side of a glass wall and things like that. I mean, these people that do the design, they just need shooting, don't they? One or two of them.
I think the idea of the glass wall is so that you're not getting the noise from the bar, though. You know,
okay.
That can be a nightmare for a comedian if you've got noise from a bar.
Yeah,
but the venues I worked actually, I love working the Isle of Wight. Please, if any of you bookers are looking in, book me for the Isle of Wight. I love it. It's a great.
Love the Isle of Wight. That little holiday camp that we was on, the little caravan park, that's all shut down now. It's just they've opened it up as a kind of one of these expensive park homes. You know what I mean? They're probably £250,000 each now instead of we was paying about 30 quid a night, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, a residential home.
Yeah, it's all done like that, you know.
Yeah, we're losing a lot of holiday parks to that because they're realising that the land's worth a lot of money, and so they're putting posh houses on them. Yeah, that's happening a lot, you know.
And of course, we had a great time last Christmas, didn't we, doing the panto?
Yeah, I mean, are you going to talk about the oddballs?
Of course, I can talk about the oddballs. I can tell. I'll tell what I could declare, couldn't I? That Johnny says to me, "Listen," he went, "Do us a favour." He said, "Can you help the stagehands turn the, can you help the stagehands put the backdrop up?" I went, "Yeah, no problem. I haven't done it before." He went, "No, it's easy." He said, "Just hook it up. It's not a problem."
Yeah.
So out we go, 100 mile an hour in the interval. I never thought no more about it until the end of the second half, and all the audience was saying, "Why is that backdrop upside down? We had a castle upside down."
Can we talk about Danny Blue's shoes?
I think we should definitely talk about Danny Blue's shoes.
Danny Blue, I've got to tell you,
there's Brian Connolly. Brian Connolly.
Can we please point out to the audience that it was an adult-only panto, by the way?
Yes. An adult-only panto, yeah.
It was an adult-only panto. And anyway, so the oddballs come along, and I tell my friend Jim, who was working the bar, look, give these lads anything they want to drink. You had a Coca-Cola. Russ had 1 bottle of beer. And Danny Blue drank half a litre of whiskey, didn't he? Right? Now, I turned up to the theatre in the most tattiest pair of shoes going. In fact, only a week before I was going to throw them out. I thought, they're handy. Wear them to a venue, take them off. So everybody's gone. I was the last one in the dressing room. And when I've gone in the dressing room to get changed, my shoes are gone, and there was a brand new pair of shoes, exactly the same size as mine. So that half a litre of whiskey that Danny Blue drank cost him a brand new pair of shoes. Thanks for the shoes, Danny. I don't know how long you were wearing mine for.
He has never mentioned them shoes to this day. So if he watches this, I might even get him to watch it just for a giggle. Yeah.
I've been dying to think of the right moment to mention the shoes to him. It's the time coming up, you know.
And one of your you do the audience with Frank Bruno, but you do the footballers. You just have done Gascoigne, and of course, one of your all-time heroes was
Ron Chopper Harris.
Correct.
Ron Harris. I loved him. Now, what you've got to remember is, I first went to Chelsea because I used to be a He's a supporter. There's Chopper there. He's a gent. He's a lovely man. I used to first went to Chelsea when I was 8 years old. My father came from Battersea. That's how I got to be a Chelsea supporter. I was brought up around the Vauxhall Oval area of London, so it wasn't that far from where I lived. And when I was 11 years old, if you remember, if you're going back to when I was 11, which was 55 years ago, you let your kids go places on their own. And I used to go to Chelsea with my mates regular. My mate Steve Walder used to come all the time. We used to go together. He was older than me. He looked after me a bit. And Ron was my hero. And I remember the first time I got to work with him, I was actually shaking because I've met my boyhood hero. So anyway, we've worked together quite a few times. And I remember thinking, if someone said to me when I was a kid, one day you're going to be working with Ron Chopper Harris, I would have thought, no, leave it out. That ain't going to happen to me. But the loveliest thing that happened one morning, I get a phone call and it was Ron Harris. And I opened it. I said, hello, Ron, how you doing, mate? He went, hello, Johnny. I hope you don't mind me phoning you this early. Mate, you're my boyhood hero. You can call me in the middle of the night. You can call me anytime. You can come and bang on my door at 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't care. But that is how these people are. You know, you find people like Ron Harris. If anybody don't know who Ron Harris is, he actually played more games for Chelsea than any other footballer ever has. He's the first man to captain the Chelsea side that won the FA Cup. He's the first man to captain the Chelsea side that won in Europe. So he's had one hell of a career, Chopper has, and you know he's a great man. And then we talked about Frank Bruno, who was the heavyweight world champion boxer. Paul Gascoigne, who's probably the most talented, naturally talented footballer that has ever happened. He's got this natural flair. These guys are very modest about what they do, you know. And yet we see these things on television and it's called celebrity this, celebrity that. And you look at it, you think, well, who is this person?
I know, I'm like that. I sit there saying to my sister, I'll go, who's that? Who's that?
Yeah, that's right. And this is what Naked Truth's about. Naked Truth is a satire on the false celebrity culture. Now, I played a part of Jimmy Slade, who's a fat, over-the-hill, has-been comedian, right? It's not difficult for me to play that part because basically that's what I am. I'm a fat, over-the-hill, has-been comedian. Right? We've got Sophie Paul. We've got a diverse cast, by the way. We've got all these different nationalities. One I've not mentioned is Sapphire Sofapur. I'll probably got her name wrong. She's actually Persian, and she plays Posh Elizabeth, who calls herself a lifestyle guru. And we've just had come on board a lovely guy. He's a top actor. He literally just come to this country from Dublin by the name of Carl Noble, and he's playing the part of Trevor the Traffic Warden, which is the funniest character in the whole play. It's the part my mate Gary Nichols stepped in for me for when I was in trouble. And this traffic warden fixes a celebrity. And so you've got these 5 people that think they're celebrities, but they're only in the household because they've all got something in their cupboards. They've all got a skeleton in their cupboards. And that's what the book and the play Naked Truth's all about. And we're at the Quarry Theatre.
Running along the bottom. We've got it running along the bottom, and maybe we can get Nigel to put all the links to the theatres and make sure that's all there. And you call yourself the fat over-the-top comedian, which you're not. So you were talking to me about the way that you, especially on the holiday camps, approach your comedy, and explaining that you sort of portray yourself as a sort of trod down husband, and still we're having challenges. And we were talking, weren't we, about the age group of the bar style. Yeah, I'll let you take up on that. Okay,
we've only got a few minutes left. I'm looking at the clock. So I would open up with saying to the audience, on Monday, it was my 40th wedding anniversary, and that would always get a big round of applause. And I'll say, and I forgot. And all the women in the audience would go, oh. So I say, no. So what I did, ladies, I said, I haven't forgot, darling. I'll take you to the jeweller's shop. You can buy any piece of jewellery you want, and I'll buy it for you because it's our 40th wedding anniversary. So we get in the jeweller's shop, and a man comes in wearing a mask. Now, people don't take too much notice of that these days. So he pulled out a gun, put the cashier, and said, "Guess all the diamonds." And we went, and the mask fell off and hit the floor. He put it back on, and he looked at this man. He said, "Did you see my face?" And the man said, "Yeah." And he went, bang. and he shot him. And he looked at this other man. He said, "Did you see my face?" And the man said, "Yeah." And he went bang, and he shot him. Then he looks at me. He said, "Did you see my face?" I said, "No, but my wife did." Any mature person would say that's a perfectly inoffensive gag. But a member of bar staff at one venue I played wrote a complaint letter to the head office saying he said something sexist towards women. Now, I don't know how saying that you forgot your wedding anniversary is sexist, but that was that. And he was making fun of gun crime. Now, the thing about that, now, we've not told any jokes throughout this whole show. That's the only joke we've told, is me telling that one, right? If we can't tell a gag like that, what can we tell?
Exactly, yeah. That's
because I don't see anything offensive in that gag whatsoever.
No, nor do I. That's why I asked you to tell it, because I thought, and I was listening to Chubby Brown today. He's absolutely devastated because they're cancelling him in so many theatres and sold out theatres. And you know, these are council-owned theatres that are charging people extra tax and cutting down on facilities when they could be taking money over the till, you know, making a profit and so on and so on and so on. It's crazy, isn't it? You know.
But if people want, I mean, Chubby Brown's not my favourite comedian, you know.
No.
By no means. I mean, his humour doesn't appeal to me, to be honest with you, right? But he has made a good living from delivering what he does.
Yeah.
Because there's a market for what he does. And if people want to go and see him, why shouldn't they?
Exactly, yeah.
I don't see that he's doing any harm. Has anyone died or suffered any illness as a result of Chubby Brown? Of course they haven't.
No.
Yeah.
So we're getting near the end. So what would you say has been the highlight of your career today? Any as a last word before we go?
I would say it was the few years that I toured with Joe Longthorne, because I got to play the best venues in the world. I really did. I played the most fantastic venues. And Joe's audience were also a great audience. And also going into a bookshop and seeing my books that I wrote on the shelves, that's also a great thing to see.
And I think that not only thanking you for coming on here tonight, but thanking you for all of the work that you've given all of the people, whether it's Naked Truth, Factor 25, the Christmas Panto, and all the enjoyment you've given everyone in the village. So I think that on that note, we'll raise a toast to you, Johnny Tate, and wish you well in moving forward.
Thank you very much.
Come back on with all the girls, and we'll have a little chat about them when I get back from Hollywood.
Yeah, nice one. Yeah, it'd be great to get the cast of Naked Truth on.
Yeah. There we are. Good evening. Wednesday night, it's comedy night, and hope you're all enjoying a nice summer's evening. It's roasting in the studio here. I'm melting, but anyway, here we are. What can I say? We've got a great night for you tonight. We've got a smashing fella. We've had to kidnap him between boat trips, theatres, audience whibs, after dinners, but we have got him here tonight. He doesn't need any more introduction. Let's hear it for the one and only comedian Simon Sands, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is. Look at that. Hey, hello.
Nice to see you.
Half the man you were when I see you about a year ago. Is that
I'm
right?
racing away to an elephant.
Well, thanks for coming on.
It's a pleasure.
I've enjoyed so much talking to you, but you know, my dad had just been, you know, said he didn't have long to live, and it was a funny old gig I'd done about 6 months earlier, and it was all a bit full on, so we didn't really get to talk properly. But here we are. We're here. It's all ours.
Good to see you.
You know, a few thousand people watching, of course, but thank you for coming on. And of course, you're not that far away, are you? Are you Worthing, is it?
Oh, I'm an hour from you.
Right.
In fact, if they turn the sound off, I can still hear you.
There are a few people that agree with that.
So what you been up to?
Well, I'm sort of, I'm in that. What's the right way of putting it? Every time, the last few weeks we've been doing this, everybody's been a red coat, and I sort of open up with a similar thing. I'm so bloody jealous because I'd love to have been a red coat, but I'll probably be saying that now. But so yeah. But anyway, what have I been doing? No, I'm all right. I've been to Los Angeles to see my daughter a couple of weeks ago. That was good. Broadcast from there. We got an award a few weeks back. We got 50,000 views, and
fabulous.
We're about 250 subscribers, and it's really starting to motor now. Unfortunately, it's like anything in life. You've got to take a sort of steady jog at it. We've had to learn all the technology, which is not easy, but you know, we've been blessed by loads of people like yourself that have been supportive. And as you know, it's all changing the way that we used to just have the phone ringing relentlessly with all sorts of things. It's all sort of changed now. So these sort of mediums, I think, will be something that we can use to promote ourselves, or you know, most
forward.
As I know, I'm sure you're the same. You know, we're always doing some charity gig for somebody, helping somebody out. So it's a good little tool to use for you guys. You know, if you, for example, to come back and go, "Oh, do us a favour. I'm only down the road doing something, you know, some little girl that needs a wheelchair or something," which we do all the time. People don't know how much we do, but we do a lot. And so it's not just apart from us having a chance to sort of catch up and use the new modern technology and be a little bit better at it. It's actually, I think, something that will become an actual good tool for helping me and mine, as we would, as we like to say. So, you know.
We used to send out date sheets as well. Do you remember those? Paper?
Yeah. I've never had enough. I've never had enough to fill the date sheet in.
I've never had enough paper.
I just wonder now. There are a couple of acts out there. I know that on the circuit that you know, I'm booking 2026. You know, and I go, I'm sure they are.
It's the way it all evolves, changes all the time. It's changing now still as we're talking. The whole thing, you know, like because we're using the internet and people we know, like Gary Roundtree will drop your name here and there, and it's lovely, you know. And if we can all do the same, it helps.
I mean, he's so generous of heart, isn't he? With it, you know what I mean? I know
absolutely
down there for something that, last night and that, but you know, he sent me out to Lanzarote last June. Yeah, done a little wedding out there. Went on about 10. Went on about 10. That was fun. Anyway, I diversified. So where did you start then? I see you got your red. You do the red coat thing, isn't it?
I'll tell. That's Pathelli, Butlins, Pathelli. That I was. I went to work for Butlins on the bar at Christmas, and I saw I didn't know what a red coat was, and I saw these red coats. Thought, I think I can do that. So applied, got the job.
Wow.
Summer season at Pathelli, and I sort of working and meeting people like names that you probably won't even remember, like Stan Stennett.
Yeah, no, I remember Stan. Yeah, he's funny. I met him. Yeah, I met him.
You know, some amazing ventriloquist acts like, oh my God, I've forgotten his blooming name. He was brilliant. Ray, not Ray Allen.
Ray Allen.
No, it's gone. But you see people like that, proper old school, like John Bouchier, if you remember John Bouchier, were just magical ventriloquists, old school professionals. And I'll tell you a quick John Bouchier thing, where you might find this funny. We were in the dressing room one night, and we were talking about other ventriloquists, Savine and so. And so in the middle of his act, the doll, Charlie, started doing impressions of all the other ventriloquists that we've been talking about. So the audience have fallen about laughing, the doll improvising. You know, it's insane. It was just so funny. It was brilliant.
I'm quite close to Steve Hewlett's down here. We've known each other since about 97. Not in each other's pockets, but you know what I mean, obviously in that.
Yeah, I do.
Things.
So I started with Butlins at Pathelli.
Yeah.
And I came home that winter after the season. I had an amazing time meeting all these people and working with all these people, learning to dance. And it's a ballroom dance. And I got offered a job with the hotels division. So I ended up down there in Brighton at the hotels in Saltine, and I'll tell you a bit about that in a minute. And I ended up staying with them for altogether 13 years, and I ended up as entertainment executive as well. So
Wow.
I trained people as well. And in that picture there, you've got the fellow with the white face is a guy called Billy Hunter.
I know Billy.
Yeah, well, Billy was one of my Reds.
No.
Yeah. And
he
that's,
beat me. I'd done the National Comedy Awards, and obviously, needless to say, he come out with a coffin, and that was me pinned.
that there is the first time that the coffin appeared.
Oh, is that the coffin there?
That is the coffin the first time, because we were doing the
I
Old Time Musical, and backstage I got an old coffin, and he had this idea, and he didn't tell me what it was. I said, just do it. If it's funny, it's funny.
Yeah.
So at the end of the show, they carried him in this, and then of course his head pops up, which became the actors, you know.
Yeah.
And the funny thing with Billy, he would always listen, you know, like when we were talking and doing comedy sketches together. You know, that timing, sometimes he'd be too quick, and so he started sort of adhering to me, pulling his jacket, as if to say, now, do the line now. And he learned and learned and learned, and he didn't need any help in the end. He was brilliant.
Yeah.
And went on to be, as you know, very funny. And who was he managed by? One of the Grumblewees. Tony Joe. Tony Joe was managing him. Yeah, bless him. And in there as well is a lad called Gary Walker on the right as you look at it. And Gary, again, one of my gang, he went off to be cruise director with Holland America. And he ended up as head of entertainments for Holland America in Miami. Wow. And he now runs, if you look up Gaylord Entertainments in Texas, he is in charge of this whole thing, working with the likes of Barry Manilow and so on and so forth. Really? So Gary's done really well. Load of the old team have done great. So proud, so chuffed.
Well, my first 30 years was in the meat industry, so
meat.
I'm a newbie, really.
You're a meat dealer.
I was originally.
Any particular market?
No, my grandfather had a little butcher shop in Wimbledon.
Did he?
And then he needed to retire, and I was too young to take the shop on. So in those days, for those people that don't know what I'm talking about, there was a thing called the Yellow Pages.
Yeah.
And, you'd have a little flick through and go to the jobs where there might be a butcher's job, and I think I rung a company called Caters that doesn't exist anymore, and they didn't answer the phone. The next one I rung was Sainsbury's, and they did answer the phone. So I ended up there for many years. But of course, what you don't realise is that you're actually behind a counter. So it's the beginning, innit, of learning your craft, you know, and talking to people and timing and everything else.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not that you realise that at the time. And then I went on to Eastbourne Pier and had a shop there, and I was selling stuffed animals in balloons, like the shipping bottle thing. So that again was another little step closer. And then after that was when I sort of showbiz came.
My dear old dad could butcher as well.
Could he?
He could do it. That's why I kept moving, you know, just in case I fell in the wrong place, end up on the slab.
I was going to say who you work with, but the one that I noticed that did catch my eye, who I'm a bit sort of sad I never worked with, was is Bob Monkhouse.
Monkhouse. Do you know the great thing about Monkhouse? Like a lot of them, like Sin Eddie or loads of the old school pros. And Tony Joe did it as well. They would, and what's his name from the Grumbleweeds? They would watch you doing your set, and then when they'd done the show and they'd sit and have a drink and have a chat and say, a couple of pointers for you. And Monkhouse would rewrite your act for you.
Really?
He'd go through your stuff and he'd say, you know that routine there? Too many words or whatever. Or you're not using the right words. And so you learn all these. Eddie Large was great at doing that as well.
Yeah.
So many.
People don't realise, do they, that I'll say good comics. I don't know what the right word is, but a lot of comics will actually take words in and put words out, or lengthen it deliberately because you're going through the material a bit quick, or the type of audience. They just no idea that you know what I mean. Yeah. And I always find that's funny where you've got something that's well worked, and somebody sort of looks at it and goes, "Oh, I'll do that." But they haven't realised that you only done it that way that night, and you may not do it that way now for another 5 years.
And of course they go and do it, and it doesn't happen.
Do you know what? You're absolutely spot on. I started taking my phone on and set it on record, and then record. I've got God knows how many shows recorded, and then afterwards think I did that with that tonight, didn't I? And I go through it, find what the word was or how I set it up, and I could use it the same way next time. So it was you're spot on. You do things sometimes, but it's good to refer back to it to look at what you actually did.
Yeah.
So I concur. That's a big word for a Wednesday night.
Big word for a Wednesday night.
Big word.
So who else? Oh, that's Bob Monkhouse. Who else you work with?
Let me think. Oh, we'll come on to that in a minute.
Go on then. Who's that funny looking fella on the screen?
Those were the days. 28 stone. Oh, and who else was the crikey? Bonnie Tyler.
Oh wow, amazing!
Bonnie Tyler, the Welsh girl. Bonnie Tyler. Yeah. Mac Boyce, who's on the picture on my ID at the minute. Sid and Eddie. There's so many. I should have written this down, shouldn't I?
No, it's all right.
Doesn't
matter. It's all right.
Like all the 60s groups they used to tour in the 90s and noughties, like the Tremolos, worked with all those many times. Freddie and the Dreamers, Jerry and the Pacemakers. There's squillions, which is great. You know, it's just great to the people that you hear on
Honeycombs. Did you work with them?
The Honeycombs, the girl drummer.
Well, I think she weren't a girl drummer when I was working with her, or if she was, she looked good for someone.
I've seen the video.
The operation was a complete success if she was.
This is
the reason I mentioned that is a friend of mine's birthday, and they said, look, you're gonna the year before you're gonna come to my birthday. You come in my birthday. I went, no, I said, I've got to go work next day. I can't, And then the next year, and they went, oh, you didn't come last year. I said, please come. I said, all right, then I'll come then. And so off we go in this limousine up London. And of course, you're trapped, aren't you? You can't get out. You're in the car. You can't go early. You're in the car. So it must have been 4 or 5 in the morning when I got back. Then it carried on after that. Next thing you know, sun's coming up. And I literally, Sonny and I just thought, this is crazy. I was in Eltham, and I've got to be on stage, and you've probably done it. It was the Land Rover venue.
Yeah.
Not Northampton way somewhere, fabulous, huge function room. And so the Honeycombs are on for an hour, I'm on for an hour, and they're on for an hour. And I went out there, and I promise you, I don't know where I was. I actually had an out of body experience. I was talking, and my body almost came out, was up there somewhere going, now you're in trouble, aren't you? And I was there like that. And honestly, I was just thinking, please will this end, And it wasn't so much, I wasn't sort of struggling too much with the audience like that. It was just the fact that I just burnt out both ends. Never again. And the reason I mentioned the Honeycombs, because there I am sort of like dying, like going, please, God, please let it go. And then all of a sudden I heard this little ching, ching, ching noise, and it was the drummer getting back behind the drums, and he just hit the cymbals. And I can remember just like a Rocky movie, sort of turning around in slow motion and seeing him behind there and seeing the Ents manager literally kind of coming along with his bingo thing or whatever it was. And I just thought, get me out of here, for God's sake. But yeah, that was the Honeycombs, yeah. Anyway, there we are. So tell us about this picture then. You're sitting on the grass.
That was I did numerous bits of telly, did EastEnders and all sorts of I probably bought everything you could buy in EastEnders, and loads of other stuff. And that was 1 foot in the grave. Oh. That was 1 foot in the grave, and it's this. I have got the video. I couldn't find it to give to Nigel today.
Yeah.
But it's basically
our producer that's doing all this magical stuff in the background.
Yeah, he does some great stuff, Nigel. And Victor's out for the day, and he's doing what he does, and he's staring at me. So I'm a big fat guy, sit down, and I start getting out a burger, throwing my litter everywhere. Got ketchup bottles, squeeze in the ketchup over it, throw it away, and he keeps cutting back and cutting round. And then I fall asleep, and there's a guy coming round with a spear, litter guy, stabbing all the litter. Then there's a cutaway, and it looks like he's hitting me in the groin area, shall we say? And of course, the ketchup bottle spurts everywhere. So that was the sketch, but that was before, and then you got the picture of Victor staring at me. There you go. Oh no, he's asleep there, but he was staring at me.
I don't believe it.
I don't believe it. Yes, it was the day out. I think it was series 3. I can't remember exactly, but stuff like that was great fun to do.
Well, that's just, and it's nice to look back at that sort of stuff, isn't it?
Bits of telly here, there, and everywhere. And
so tell me about cruises, because I've not done any cruises. I've been invited by a very good one of the chaps.
Yeah.
But my mum is a bit poorly, so I do look after her.
Yeah, you've got to do that. Do the right thing.
And without upsetting the world of what they say, the Tates would say, the Matrix. I wasn't too keen on having that vaccine, given that I'd had a stroke and about blood clots. I thought, I think I'll swerve that for the moment. So they're the two sort of key reasons. Whether I'm a little bit strong as well to go on them, I don't know. But anyway, over to you. Tell me all about it.
Well, I started in the 90s. First ship I won on was the old QE2, and then I did air tours. It's a complete change. And Saga.
Is that the flybacks? Flybacks? Does that mean the flybacks?
No. Air tour. We used to fly out to join the ship. Oh, I used to do air tours where you go to Spain, they give you a car for 2 weeks, and you drive to all these venues.
Really?
All over, go all over the country, and you'd do your gig. Some were great, some were just the room. You know what it's like when the room is wrong.
Yeah,
you go, oh god, this is tough. There's a brick wall in front of you. You got people there and there, and so you'd be all over the country doing stuff like that. I got robbed in Spain, one of the airports. Got in, went get my car, put my stuff in it, put my shoulder bag in with all my passport and everything. And this guy he had the same T-shirt on as the people working at the car place. And he's got me on the back of the car, on the floor, looking underneath the car. I thought, what's he doing? I looked up, and he's gone 20 yards away, nicked my shoulder bag, all my money, my passport, everything gone, all my flight tickets for flying all over that neck of the woods.
What an absolute!
And I literally went, good job, because he'd set it up beautifully. You know, he set up a gag. So I went in to the desk. I said to the lady what was going on. I've been robbed, blah blah. She said, no worries, I can redo your tickets. She said, right, thank you. So I'm waiting, and there's a guy behind me listening, businessman suit, all of it. He said, I've been listening to your story. He said, I don't think you're a rip-off guy. He said, look, here's €100. Here's my card. Send it me when you get back.
Good Lord.
There are good people out there.
That is just absolutely.
Obviously, I sent him more because I had to spare 50p. But it was.
Oh, you were going to tell me that was Mickey Rooney had given you €100.
Mickey Rooney. Yeah, you know what day it was, bless his cotton. So
really?
The Mickey Rooney thing. You want to move on to that?
We'll come back to it, but
okay.
We'll come back to you. We'll come back to the ships in a minute, but anyway.
We'll come back, take 2. So yes, so we're driving all over, doing the cruises. I've been now over 90 countries in the world, and there's only about 180. I think Jeff, you know, the global gangster.
Yes.
I think Jeff's done about 130, 140, because he's all over the shop as well. So
I don't know. You know what? I would not have a Scooby-Doo where I was supposed to be. I would be a bag of nerves worrying about the plane cancelling, and I'm not going to get to the ship. I don't know how he does it. I've said this to him. I'm not, I've talked to him about this. I just absolutely, you got to admire the man. I mean, it's just, wow.
But it was like before doing that, and I was doing flybacks as well, Mallorca, and then from Mallorca to Menorca, then fly over to Mallorca, and then have a week in Mallorca, driving all over there, then back, and then get home for a day, and then fly down to Cyprus, for one night there, fly back, get on a ship, or fly somewhere to get on a ship, fly to Australia via Los Angeles.
Oh my God!
Jump on a ship, And it was like that for a long time, and it gets to a point where you think,
it's enough. It's enough.
But it's good fun. I mean, you work with some fabulous people, and the
Yeah.
great thing about when you're doing stuff like that is you work with loads of people you'll know, and it's nice. I used to call it doing crossovers,
Right.
when you'll be with somebody and they say, you fancy doing something? So you'd be with like Paul Hazel, who was a fabulous vocalist, swing singer, done loads of West End. Paul, he's fabulous. He was the first Sammy Davis in the Rat Pack in the West End.
Right.
I don't think you mind me telling you a story. He was he mentioned this on one of the shows, that he was the first Sammy Davis in the Rat Pack in the West End. And I was with him afterwards, and the lady said, "Oh, you've done lots of stuff. You were in The Lion King, and you were in this." I mean, he's done everything. He's a fantastic performer. And she said, "You were in the Rat Pack." She said, "Which one were you?" And Paul's got a fabulous sense of humor. He bit his lip, and he said, I was Sammy Davis." "Oh, really?" You do little things like we did some sketches with him, a violinist. Oh my God, there's so many people. They're just great fun to do crossovers with.
And how do you get on? Do you think? I mean, is it more? Well, did they have all these sort of reporting procedures back then, or has it not really changed much? I mean, when they all write down, you know, Simon was great last night. Simon said something that, you know,
what you're up against with all
Junior, he was racist, for example. I mean, like, do you know what I mean? How does that work?
It's the same in that respect, but the trouble is, if you've got 1,000 possible report cards and you get 450 back, so you've got 550 that have not said anything, but they'll take that, if you can understand this, that 450 as being 100%. So
Right.
if somebody didn't like something and it came out low on that score, what about the other 450, 550 that didn't bother? So they must have had a good time. And when I was with Butlins, do you remember Chubby Oates?
Yes.
Chubby. Worked a lot with Chubby in Panto and everything. But before that, we used to work at Butlins. And when I was NCEXEC, the managing director phoned me. He said, "I've just seen the reports. How's Chubby Oates doing?" I said, "Great, they love him." He said, "He's getting terrible scores." I said, how many have you had in? And he told me, and I said, "But what about the rest?" And he said, "That's a good point." So we changed the way we looked at what came in, so that it was more real and more factual than taking 300 people saying, of which 20 might have said they didn't like him or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
So it became more understandable, as it were.
Yeah.
But Chubby was great. They loved him.
I met him through Nobby Clark. Do you remember Nobby Clark?
I remember Nobby Clark. Where do I know Nobby? I know Nobby Clark from somewhere.
Yeah, Nobby Clark. He done London's Burning on with his television bits.
Yeah.
He used to live in Epsom.
Was that the
He's
Fire
down in
Brigade?
St Ives now.
Was that the Fire Brigade thing, London's Burning?
Yeah, yeah.
I was
he was
in
on
that.
he was on that. Yeah, yeah.
I think I started the fire.
It's a standing joke between me and him. He went through a few challenges. Won't say too much. It suffices to say he could do the few quid, and he had all these things on the table, like, you know, letters to be looked at and everything else. So we worked our way through them, and by the time we'd finished, the amount of money that had come, checks that had come from the London's Burning as they sent it off around the world.
Yeah.
He had enough money to sort. He was all brand new by the time the end of the day came.
Brilliant. That's brilliant. It sounds like Benny Hill, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The old Benny Hill story, all these checks behind the clock, and he never cashed them.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness me. Yeah, so back to cruising again. Yeah. It's great. You get looked after well. The people are generally lovely. Obviously, I mean, you usually get full houses, but occasions like we went through COVID and there was probably 40 people on board in the audience.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was, and of course they're all masked. It looked like you were doing a gynecologist convention. It was crazy, but it was funny. It was interesting.
I can remember they told us to. You either had the cashback thing, didn't you, or the when you couldn't work at all, and they went on the universal credit, and I
I can't. I had to laugh when the fella said to me, he said, "You've got to get a job." I said, "What are you talking about?" I said, the Right Honourable MP for Hillingdon, I said, otherwise known as the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson's instructed me that it's illegal for me to go to work. I said, and he's instructed me to instruct you to sort me out. So why don't we start there about I've got to get a job? What are you talking about? Believe it.
Did you ever get it? The COVID?
Yeah, but I mean, I only had it about a fortnight. They were on the phone moaning at me, getting a job and doing this, that, and the other, and everything else. Unbelievable. Yeah, I sorted it out, but yeah,
I was lucky because I was getting all set to go on during a shift the same day. Did my tests.
Right.
I did one and it came up positive. I thought, what? I felt 100%. Did 4 tests, all negative, and so I couldn't go. But I didn't even feel ill. Didn't feel ill. I was really. I mean, I like yourself, lost friends. Of course, Eddie Large, and so many other friends through that. But jeepers creepers.
Illustrious producers asking us to talk about the Mickey Rooney again. So let's go back to Mickey Rooney.
Yeah. Well, a friend of mine, Martin Gold, was doing his last tour, Mickey Rooney's last tour, and he said, "I might be a few dates I can't do." He said, "Are you up for it?" I said, "Yeah, I'll be fine," because he knows me, knows I'm safe. So I did, and it was interesting. I mean, they loved him. The place was full of people who adored him. He talked about his life, all of his wives, the alimony.
His wives. How many did he have?
Pardon?
How many did he have? Any idea?
It was like 7 or 8. Might have been more.
Good Lord.
He collected them. He did, yeah. And he talked about all that. And his lady wife there, she sang. He came back, did a bit more. But it was funny before the show because he was walking around. Bless him. He was very senior. And he's walking around going, "I want to get ready. I want to get ready." And his manager said, "Mickey, you can't get ready. You're not on until 8:45. But I want to get ready." So he disappears. And the next thing, he's walking around in his, it's a story, Mickey. And he's walking around in his vest and his white underpants, his stage shoes with his white socks with clasps on. "I want to get ready." So they moved him backstage. So there was a loo there because he just wanted to use the loo. But there was this Hollywood icon, if you will, walking around in his underwear.
Really?
Honestly.
Hope it was clean.
Yeah. But he was fine. His wife was a lovely lady too. It was nice.
That Jan, wasn't it? Jan.
Sorry?
Jan, her name, was it?
Jan? I think it was, yeah. Well done. Yeah. You're good.
No.
You're good. Oh, Mickey Rooney, yeah. Who else? It's funny because it's all in your head, and unless you think about it, write it all down or whatever, you forget.
Now you're doing all right, and we're thoroughly enjoying ourselves. Look at that special fella there.
Eddie.
Does he?
Oh man, he was great. I did a bunch of tours with him and Sid, and did the CSEs as well, and that was in the Falklands, that one, and we never stopped laughing for 2 weeks. Never stopped.
Really? How
He
wonderful.
was just, and I could play a bit of piano, and I wrote this song about something or other, and he thought it was hysterical. Oh, it was Liam Gallagher, this thing, and he just loved it. So that we're in the officers' mess there. We're on this. They called it a mountain, but it was probably about 150 feet high,
right?
Covered in snow. Couldn't get out. They couldn't get the stuff in to get us out. So they said, "Well, you're gonna have to stay tonight. We can't get you back." So we did a dinner and everything, and I got hold of a guitar, and Liam was in his Oasis mode, and so I started playing Wonderwall, and so that's Eddie doing his Oasis thing, giving it welly. He loved it. He was so fun. Last time I saw him, bless him, he was I was doing a golf club near where he lives over in the West Country, somewhere south of Bristol, and I didn't know he was going to be there, and there's a few hundred people, and I heard this voice going, "Simon Sands, Simon Sands, Simon Sands." I looked over my shoulder, and it was Eddie Large.
Oh, I say.
So it was a delight to see him. It was after he'd had his heart transplant as well.
Wow.
And when we were out there, he wasn't supposed to be drinking, but bladdered is a word that comes to mind. And the first thing he said to me don't tell Patsy, his wife, don't tell her about the Falklands. And they were sat at the table behind me and Jill, my wife. And all the time, every time I got a big laugh, you could hear Eddie going, I told him that one. I told him that one. Another big laugh. I told him that one as well. And he just went on for the hour he was on. He was great.
So people watching this that don't know who that man is on that picture on the left-hand side, obviously that's Simon on the right with a fringe. They were huge, weren't they?
They were huge.
70s, 50 million audience on a Saturday night.
Every Saturday night, they had 28 million watchers.
28 million.
Days of 3 channels, of course.
Yeah.
3 TV channels. But they had 28 million viewers Saturday nights. And they trusted each other. You know, they were like that. They fell out over a little niggle about a book. I know that. And they got over it. But yeah, they trusted each other. Did you do
summer season with them one year as well? You did?
Yeah, where did we? Do you know? I can't remember where we did.
There it is.
That was the CSC. That was the Falklands,
right.
I think.
Oh, that's the Falklands, right?
That's the Falklands. Yeah, we did a few here and there. We did. One of the Tremolos gigs was with Sid and Eddie as well in Bristol way.
Right.
Yeah, I've forgotten that. Over Bristol with that one.
Yarmouth, wasn't it? You done Yarmouth?
We did Yarmouth. The Yarmouth was with the Bachelors.
Yeah.
Who got a standing ovation every night.
Really?
Who else was there? Oh, I said the Grumbleweed.
London doing a gig, and I worked with one of their daughters. I can't remember her name now. Fabulous. One of the Bachelors' daughters.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to think of her name now, but anyway, sorry. Go on. I'm putting you on.
Yeah, they were great, lovely blokes. And the guitarist, of course, used to be with the Cold Emma Trio.
Right.
Does that mean anything to you? No.
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 The Tremolos did.
They had the original hit record, "Whim Away." Whim Away.
Oh, right. Yeah, Whim Away, yeah.
And Kevin was an amazing guitarist, and he was. They used to do radio shows with the Beatles on BBC.
Right.
Yeah. So he had all these tapes, secret tapes, and he used to have copies.
Secret tapes.
Secret recordings of the BBC, which all in time got released anyway.
So you got Little and Large. You've done the Bob Monkhouse. So have you got a favourite comedian? I mean, Chubby Oates obviously is up there. He was a guy, wasn't he?
I mean, I saw Morecambe and Wise when I was a kid.
Yeah,
and they were phenomenal. But I think I'm a comedy geek, so I love old school stuff. You know, Will Hayen going back over the years. Who else? Rob Wilson. The day war broke out. Stuff like that. And in the 60s, 70s, 80s. I mean, today, Simon Evans. I like Simon Evans. He's great. He's a Brighton comic.
Right.
By golly, Tim Vine. I love one-line comics.
Right.
Tim Vine, Stuart Francis, Canadian, sorry. Apologies, Stuart. People like that. Who's your favourite?
Well, I think I was going to say to you that sometimes when people ask you, they're going to assume that you're going to say some great performer. But because we tend to kind of, like you spent time with Little and Large and they helped you and gave you those little tidbits, you tend to fall in love with them for that reason, you know. So one of mine was Tony Gerard. Do you remember Tony Gerard?
Yeah, I do. Work with him.
Yeah. And I had a holiday with him, and then of course sadly passed away. But so definitely Nobby Clark taught me a lot of a lot of basic sort, like you talking about rooms that are not made, don't go and stand where you believe you should stand. Don't just because some silly sods put the stage over there. Don't just do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If there's any comedians watching this, these are good little tips. Just because some entertainment's manager or somebody 100 years ago stuck a stage in the left-hand corner of a room, and it is the most ridiculous place for it to be when, as you touched on, there's pillars in front of you or something. Then Nobby taught me to move, and then on my early days on the stag circuit, make sure your car's facing out. I always remember, I don't know if you've ever seen it, was oh dear who's
the brain goes as you get older, you know that, don't you?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of his name now. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh. Who's that does the car program with the bird driving in with the car? He's up north. No. Anyway, in his book, it'll come to me in a minute.
Yeah.
He's in a gig and he there was no back door. It was a Christmas gig and he's sort of like the classic free bar scenario. Everybody's 100 miles an hour. No one's really and he thought, I've got to get out of it. So he went, ladies and gentlemen, he said, I'm going to say something now. So I'm going to ask you to help me with something. He said, you've probably never seen before. He said, and you'll probably never ever see it again. He said, to help me do it, he said, I'd like you to start counting from 10 backwards. And they all start going 10, 9, 8, like that. And he went, diddly bomb, diddly bomb, diddly bomb, across the top of the tables, out the door in his car on a bike.
That was brilliant.
Why can't I think who it is? He does arenas.
Brilliant.
Me. Well, no. That's the car program, the car sharing program. What? Just completely.
Oh, Tony K.
Peter K. Yeah. So I love Peter K. I love the way Peter K. When you on Parky and play like that, and just come along and just start dismantling the.
Brilliant!
Beautiful, just gold, isn't it? All that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? And I thought Barrymore was good. We're hoping to get him on here at some point. Well, I mean, what a talent! Just watching him, just standing there with a kid talking and just
brilliant
like that. It's just phenomenal,
He was brilliant. I was with. Who was I with? What the Jethro.
Yes.
Remember Jethro?
Yes.
Right. I was doing Warner's in Bottle Within Castle, where I am in a week or two, I think, and he was doing Llandudno theatre, and he booked in to stay at Warner's because he could get cheap rates there. Bless his cotton socks, got a sensible deal. So him and his party, about 3 of them, were staying. So I'd done my show, and then this guy came backstage. He said Jethro came back to watch. He'd like to join him for a drink. So, that's very nice. Just give me 10 minutes. I'll go and get my muftis on. So I went up to the top bar and went in. He was lovely, sat having a chat. And he said, this is referring to your question about one of your favorite comedy acts. He said, who is your favorite comedy act? And I said, Dave and Amos. And I don't know whether you will ever remember them. They were around forever. They were a prose act, and anybody listening will know exactly what I'm saying. The audience don't always get it, but my God, were they funny. So he said, oh, mine too. So he said, want a drink? So we sat there in the bar, gets a bag out from under the table, puts it on the table, opens it up. There's a bottle of gin, bottle of whiskey, bottle of vodka, some mixers. So he's got his own drink. And he starts pouring all these things out. So you're sitting having a few snifters, chatting away again for a while about what he'd been up to and what I was doing. He'd telling me this and that about his life. This went on for a good half an hour. He said, bit peckish, you hungry? I went, yeah. Gets another bag from under the table, bread, butter, ham, pork, you name it, So one of his gang said, made us all a bunch of butties. What he asked me to do his television series after that as well.
He was one of those. There was just no warning, was there? There didn't seem to be no warning. There really didn't. And while I'm actually talking, I'm going to shout out to a special friend of mine. She's in Canterbury Hospital, had a knee operation, so we're sending love to her. Hopefully that she'll be on the mend shortly as we're getting towards the end now. So what are you? Did you enjoy the stand-up circuit now, or you sort of?
I enjoy nice stuff, just coming back to your friend, I've had both my
there you are. There you are.
And this is after I've had my knees done.
Right.
I've had both done. If you're watching, friend of Adrian's, push yourself through it, you'll be fine.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know where that is. That's maybe Warner's. But the Warner's have been great for years. They're nice venues, 99% of the time, nice people. They come away to be entertained, to have a nice day. And there's about 15 venues now. Have you done any?
No, not done any yet. I've done a lot of the park resorts.
Yeah, I've done those.
Yeah.
The old park resorts and all those other ones.
Yeah, I think I was thinking the other day, and where we've had the lockdown, and then I lost my father last year, and then I've been looking after my mum. I think a lot of some of my agents either have passed away or they retired, or do you know what I mean? Or some of the businesses moved on to different things, and I've got to sort of sit back down again. I've got a new website coming out in about the next sort of week or so.
Yeah.
I've managed to get hold of myself Sunday night at the London Palladium, a nice bit of footage of me on there introducing, doing stuff. So I can put that on there and do all that, and then it's a nice little package to send off. I took all the lads' nights of all. I used to do a couple of those a week. Oh, we got an instant joke from the viewer.
Instant joke.
Is that you, is it?
What, do you want a daft one? Or
no, go on in, do a daft one.
Stupid one-liner?
Go on in.
Stupid one-liner. Kid's walking around the house. His granddad's having some trouble. He goes in the kitchen. He said, "What's the matter, Granddad?" He said, "I'm having trouble with this 2,000-piece jigsaw puzzle with a chicken." He said, "Granddad, it's a box of cornflakes." I'm not getting paid. I'm not getting paid.
You're not even getting paid. No, it's funny.
Your turn.
My turn.
Yeah.
I love that old one. I love that old one where they're in the classroom, and he said, he's in the classroom, and little Tommy was there, and the teacher said, "Today, so we're going to do a little bit of lesson on morals." He said, "And I want you all to give me a little story on morals." And little Tommy put his hand up, and he went, "Yes, Tommy, what's your story about morals?" He said, "Well," he said, "back in the war," he said, "my granddad," he said, "he was in the trenches." He said, "And all his mates got shot." He said, "And he was there on his own, and he drunk his whiskey. He fixed his bayonet, and he charged at all the Germans and killed them all." And he said, "Oh," he said, "well, that's a wonderful story, little Tommy." He said, "But," he said, "tell me," he said, "what's the moral to that story?" He said, "Don't have a go at my granddad when he's pissed."
It's silly.
So what are you doing now then? What's next? What's next now? You've lost all this weight. You're looking like a hunky monkey. What are you going to do next?
I don't know. It's ridiculous.
Got your number running off the bottom there, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want to get hold of Simon.
Oh, that's me, is it? Oh, yeah.
2 minutes left.
I'm doing the odd cruise.
Is that you? www.standupcomedyuk.com. Is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Well, there are, ladies and gentlemen. There's the great Simon Sands. You can get hold of him on there. And
as you know, I'm a clean comic, cheeky, naughty.
Yeah.
I'm not. I tried doing all of that, what you do, and it didn't suit me because I'm too daft.
Yeah.
It just didn't suit me.
Well,
I've done.
I was up against it on that fateful event we met, in the sense that I'd obviously only done it recently. And I knew because I'd done it recently, I knew what I was dealing with.
Yeah.
As you know, it was a bit of a low ceiling.
Yeah.
Sound and two audiences, really, wasn't it?
There was.
Yeah.
There was.
Believe it or not, and I don't get these all the time. In fact, I can't think I've had one since, but I actually got a standing ovation at the end of that, believe it or not.
Yay. Good.
I don't know how. I think it's Alice at the end that done it.
Yeah. Did you get it on film?
No, God. Do you ever?
I had one on Saga. Would you believe Saga?
Wow.
And I can't remember which ship it was, about 10 years ago. And the audience was just amazing. And it was the new ones, like a theatre room on the two new ships, which are lovely. But you have to remember that everybody is a little bit senior.
Right.
So it's to come all the way down, all that. But I just couldn't believe it. Because comics very rarely.
No, you don't get. There's a few online that seem to
get
them
a few people.
Listen, I think standing ovation is a good place to end. Believe it or not, that was a quick 45 minutes, wasn't it? We've had a lot. Please come back. Please come back. I don't feel like we've scratched the surface. Or next time I'm coming along the A27, I'll treat you to a cup of coffee. That might be an idea on a Friday.
Nice cup of coffee, treacle.
Nice cup of coffee.
Nice cup of
there you
coffee.
go, ladies and gentlemen. Simon Sands.
Hey, thank you.
Simon.
Thank you for inviting me.
No, it's been great. It really has. And
thanks, Nigel, the unsung hero.
Please come back. Thank you. Good night. God bless.
Good evening. Wednesday night, here we are. If you're here watching us, thank you very much, because you could easily be sitting in the garden or in a beer garden having a beer, I guess. But we're here, and it's an exciting one tonight. It's something a little bit different we haven't done before. We've broadcast from Los Angeles to England, but we've never actually had a guest from Los Angeles coming through to us in England, and that's what we've got tonight. So without further ado, please, let's give a warm welcome to Stephen Allen Green, ladies and gentlemen, live from Hollywood. Here he is.
Hello, everyone. Hi.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, mate. How are you? No, I miss all that. Yeah, I'm fine. It's a busy podcast day. After this one, I've got my own comedy dish one. And
I know, and you were such lovely. It was lovely to be a guest on yours earlier in the year.
We definitely want to have you back.
Yeah, no, I thoroughly enjoyed it. You know,
yeah, no, I'm all right. You know, I got a lot on, which is a good thing.
That's good.
And I've had a really great blessing in recently, which I will talk about later on.
That's it. And of course, for those that don't know, me and Stephen met 2019, and I was visiting Los Angeles to do the Los Angeles Comedy Festival, and I landed and went straight to the radio station that I unfortunately can't remember the name of now, and we
KLOS.
Yes, weren't we on there? What was it?
KLOS.
KLOS.
Correct. Yes.
Correct. Yes, and that's where we met on the studio floor, in fact, didn't we? And had a little bit of a chat, and then and that's it. And we've been sort of talking and communicating on Facebook and meeting up for coffees and stuff, and here we are. You've been kind enough to come along and tell everybody. And that what's great about this is that a lot of the well, I should explain that Stephen's what we call, I say old Hollywood, in the sense that he's grown up in Hollywood. And whilst I was over there earlier in the month, was kind enough to show me around and explain where all the old studios were. There's some of them now, they've built a lot of it, but it was really, really good. And I think that what a lot of people get out of tonight is actually hearing, you know, about the real Hollywood and the real journey. Not necessarily what we all just get a little snap on the news or the Oscars or something like that. So, you know, once again,
I've been to the Oscars. I forgot to include that in the list of questions.
Well, you can tell us about it now if you want. We don't care.
That's a good story.
So tell us, how did you used your British accent to get a place to sleep, I understand, when you came over here? Because you did work over here, didn't you, for what, 7 years, 8 years?
No, I totaled it up, and it's nearly 20 that I worked and lived in the UK.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. I first came to London in December of '82 and worked at the old Comedy Store on Dean Street. And then I went back in '92. So basically, I had the Comedy Store in LA I was focused on for 10 years, and road work and writing and acting. And then it was when I was living in New York at the Chelsea Hotel. I started going to London in '95, like a week, and then 3 weeks, and then 2 months and 4 months, and then finally I settled there, bought a flat. I still came back to New York and LA, but I as far as I was concerned, I switched identities to being a Brit. I still feel like a Brit now, just temporarily visiting Hollywood.
Well, I remember looking at something online on one of the YouTubes of you in one of the London comedy clubs, and I loved it. I loved the way you worked. Brilliant.
Thank you very much. Well, yeah. I mean, you know, I've added to my style. I think the big, you know, kind of like, in a way, I'm not comparing myself to the Beatles, but they're always a good thing to look at in terms of creative flow and metamorphosis, is that when I did my one-man show, when John Dowie helped me write the show about me and Jerry Lewis at the London Palladium, it was the first time ever that I talked to the audience as telling them a story, as making a point, as taking them through something. Because I used to be, you know, it was all about, you know, quick hitting. Here's a laugh, here's a joke, here's a funny song, here's an impression, here's some crowd work. Thank you, good night. And, you know, then that was tied in with my Pharaoh performance that I added in October of '86. But yeah, so I forgot the question.
You were talking about your accent and you pretending to be a British butler. That's where you were going with it, I think.
Yeah. So what happened was I broke up with a girlfriend, and living at her place, of course, like an LA comic should be, you know, broke and living with your girlfriend. Not your girlfriend, but one's girlfriend. And God, you know, I just went on this couch surfing escapade. Sometimes I had money for a hotel. Sometimes I rented an apartment for a month. But a lot of it was just, you know, my credit had just been destroyed, and my income was gone. And none of my income from the UK mattered here in terms of resume. So it was a tough time. And I had to couch surf. I felt it was interesting was I learned, you know what the number one thing I think that got me invitations to stay in someone's apartment for a night or for 2 weeks? Do you?
Go on.
It was to be interesting. Yeah. I mean, I was always helpful. You know, so here's the story. So I was living in constant panic, and it was really hard, and I couldn't concentrate on anything creatively, and I felt a lot of my mates just, I wouldn't say abandoned me. I said they were just busy with their own lives and troubles and stuff. But at the time, I felt helpless, and then anybody, you know, could just help me get a gig.
So it doesn't sound like you've done too bad, because you bumped into Quentin Quarantino in the middle of all that. Am I right?
Well, yeah. Well, I've turned it all around. I don't want to take it down I don't want to circle the drain just yet. So anyway, I found myself in like about 8 years of couch surfing and different itinerant places to live. But I mean, I also didn't have the responsibility, so I'd go on the road and visit people, and I do gigs, and so it was kind of a freedom. It's a whole book about that. And people hired me to write books for them, and that's where I made most of my money, was writing. And anyway, so it was one night. I had no place to stay and no money. I was staying in Korean spas. I found a place where I could pay $20 a night. I sleep in a big room on mats with dozens of Korean men, and then, but you have the sauna, the spa. I mean, it's great. I mean, for $20, $600 a month. Anyway, there was that. One night I had no money, and I just felt so sorry for myself and so done by the LA comedy scene or the world or God or whoever was out to get me. But of course, it ended up being me. I was about to sleep in my car, and I couldn't. It was too small a car, so I parked behind the Improv on Melrose, and I had like $5, and I thought, I'll go buy myself a Diet Coke and just sort of chill out here, you know. So I'm at the Improv at the Annex, which is called the Lab, which is a smaller little performance space, lovely space. I've worked there.
That's where we was there, weren't we?
Yeah, that's where I was at. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, cool, yeah.
And so on the telly is a documentary about comedy in LA, and they were focusing on the time that the Improv caught on fire and some Comedy Store comics were blamed. And this was before my time by about 3 years, but it was a really serious bone of contention, which is why I got into trouble at the Improv when I wanted to abandon ship at the Comedy Store, and you know, they hated me walking in. So anyway, so I go there, and there's this guy standing there, young guy, and he's talking out loud. He must be a little bit inebriated. And he's talking about, it was the Comedy Store comics that burned down the Improv, and I let him go on. And then, because I didn't want to cause any trouble, I said to him, kind of out loud, I said, "Excuse me, are you referring to the Comedy Store in Leicester Square? Because I don't see it. I mean, that's 6,000 miles away. I don't really see how that could have a problem here." And he went, he came to me, and we started talking about comedy. And, he was fascinated. I was from London, and he would, so who's your favorite comedian? And he would say, George Carlin. And I went, George who? I just was, are you getting this, Adrian?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, someone tell Adrian to laugh. There's already been 2-3 opportunities he's missed.
Oh, no. I was wondering.
Just to give him the electric shock to his bullets to start laughing, please.
was
Very
wondering-
hot out here.
I was
You should
wondering
call
if
the
that was-
show
I thought you were
Make
gonna say
Adrian Laugh. That's what the
I
show.
thought you was going to say that was Claude Van Damme that you were talking to. That's what I was waiting for, the punchline. I was on that one. I wasn't on the gag one.
All right. So here's what happened. All right, here's what happened. Just the punchline of the story is at closing time, 2 a.m., he invited me back to his flat, which was nearby. He was having drinks with mates who were coming over. I stayed in character the entire time. I'd say things like, I'm waiting for my chauffeur to pick me up, take me to the airport. I'm heading back to London. But it's getting a bit late. But maybe if I could stay here overnight on your couch, it would be all right. I could take a morning flight. And he went, yeah, sure. So, I woke up the next day, and he was still sleeping in his room. I was sleeping on the couch. And I went to see if I could make coffee, but the kitchen was a mess. So I cleaned up the kitchen, and then I saw some eggs and some bread, and I brought breakfast to him, knocked on his door, and excuse me, John, I took the liberty of making breakfast, and thank you. So I ended up being like this. I stayed in character. I think it was 3 weeks, and I'd get confused sometimes. Someone would call me, and I'd answer my mobile. I go, yeah, hello. Hello. And so one time, so after I couldn't take it anymore, and I was just holding this ruse, playing this role, and I felt, I was deceiving this very generous man who was letting me stay in his place, although I was cleaning up and shopping and, paying my way in a sense. And I finally said, John, I have to talk to you. Please sit down. I'm not who you really think I am. And I explained to him, I'm really Stephen Allegrini, comedian from the Comedy Store. And he laughed, and I stayed there another month. We stayed friends for a long time. Can you hear me, Adrian?
I can. I'm listening to every word.
Don't listen to every word. You're not getting... Okay. Okay, that story's over now.
So that was your... So you're saying to me that was your Van Damme. Is that what you're saying?
My bandana?
Jean-Claude Van Damme, the actor. That's who you were staying in his house. Is that right?
No, that's a totally separate incident.
Oh,
No.
right, okay. I'm looking
Oh, no. I said John, not Jean.
Oh, that's right. I thought there was a...
No, this was a comic. This was just an LA comic.
It's an LA comic.
I apologize for the confusion.
No, that's all right. That's all right. Right, tell us about Jean Van Damme then. Now now I've bored you senseless with his man's name.
All right, Jean-Claude Van Damme. So many years ago, I belonged to a very expensive gym in LA. I joined because I liked racquetball, and it was near the house, and I could afford it. But my knee was hurting, and so I wanted to lose weight. So I couldn't really felt like I could run, but I did the bicycle, and I got there one Saturday, and it was really just too busy. But I found an empty bike, and I'm pedaling, and suddenly some dude taps me on the shoulder, and I turn around. Can I help you? And he goes, yeah, you mind not using that bike? And I said, I looked around, and why? And then there was an empty seat to my right, and I thought, well, maybe he wants to sit there and work out with his friend who was pedaling. And I said, sure. So I just went to another bike, didn't want to deal with it. And he comes over halfway around the gym and taps on my shoulder again. We just want to thank you. No, that's okay. Work out. We just want to thank you. Go, look, I just want to work out. You got the seat. Enjoy. He went away. And then I look over to where I had moved from, and the guy who I had moved from was coming into focus, and I realized it was Jean-Claude Van Damme. So I'm producing the big show at the Palladium. I thought, hey, give him a couple of jokes to read and put him on the poster. What the fuck? It's LA. But I was respectful. I didn't want to approach him, so I approached the guy who was now talking to the floor manager. And I waved him over, and he came up the stairs, and I was about to say, hey, I put my hand out to say, hey, I'm Stephen Allegrini, I'm a producer. And instead, he just points at me and says, you're a bad guy. I don't like your vibe. And I went, what? And then no! he shouted out, pointing to me, this guy's causing trouble. What? And then
oh my God.
Yeah, out of the blue, nuts. And so then I walked past Jean-Claude Van Damme to get my towel and other things from my bike. And he turns around as he's pedaling and he goes, "You're probably jealous of me because of my money." And I go, "What the fuck is wrong with these people?"
Oh my God.
So now I go down to the floor to talk to the manager because I don't want to get kicked out of the gym and something I didn't do. And so
oh my God.
so now the guy is shouting at me down, and the manager's keeping us apart, even though I'm not aggressing. And in the background, Jean-Claude Van Damme is now down on the floor because it was a loft where he was, and he's stretching his legs and he's doing like,
my God.
You know, I'm thinking he's getting ready to kick my ass. So I figured, you know, in this town, your credentials, your fame are going to trump anything. You know, I've seen it over and over and over again. I mean, OJ got away with murder because he was famous, right? So,
yeah.
You know, anyway, so this was getting more and more embarrassing, and 300 people in the gym are watching this drama that I don't want to be. It just happened because I was being nice, and that's the crime in LA. I was being nice, and I didn't know what to do, so I thought I would double blind him, which is what I fucking did, didn't I, mate? And this is what I did. I realized that, like a lot of expensive places and gyms, I'm going to get in trouble for this, in LA with taste and in Hollywood executives, you're going to see a lot of fellow Jewish people working there. You're not going to know if they're Jewish. You might, they wear a yarmulke, but you might not, but you can assume, especially in that particular area. God, I'm getting in trouble. But anyway, so I just, with all my acting might, I shouted and pointed, and I said, "You can't call me a insert N-word for Jews.
Yeah.
You can't call me a insert N-word for Jews. I'm a member of this gym. That's a terrible thing to say." And now the guy aggressing, he didn't say anything. You know, he's backing down, backpedaling as quick as he could. And then I pointed to Jean-Claude Van Damme, and I'm so proud of this. And I shouted so 300, 400 people could hear me say, "And you're a crap actor." And
oh my God. Well,
the place applauded. The manager consoled me.
Oh my God.
I mean, this was an interesting psychological trick because he never called me anything. He was just aggressing towards me. But I realized in that moment that it would be impossible for me to explain myself out of that situation. So the only thing
you handled it really well, and I must apologize because while you were talking in the beginning of that, I was thinking to myself, how did you stay in character for like nearly 2 weeks as a butler?
You mean the previous story?
Yeah, that was brilliant. But I'm just saying, I love the Trino, but I do apologize. I didn't really. I was unaware I was. I must.
Nah, it's okay. I'm probably
here. I think.
No, it's all right.
Anyway, there we are.
It's all good.
So I think we had a photo of. Did we have a photo of Quentin Tarantino? Didn't we? I think.
Yeah. So I got a story there. There's a photo.
Yeah.
I met Quentin last year at the Comedy Store. Let me explain that when you get the photo. There we go.
Oh, there you are.
So here we are. Now this is what they call sacred grounds, which is the private area behind the Comedy Store where comics can go smoke whatever they like.
Right.
And you have to be a paid regular, which I am, name on the wall, etc. to do that. This is where Joe Rogan was hanging out before he moved to Austin, and it's just a nice place to, you know, to sit down. And I do smoke tobacco and other things, and so I just, you know, I've met comics out there. It's a good place to meet people.
Yeah.
So I go out there, and there's Quentin Tarantino. I never met him, never was in a room with him, and
great picture, by the way.
Yeah, it's a good picture. It is. And he was holding court, but not really in a royal way. Everyone was telling him, for some reason, really gross stories. Some comic was telling a story. I think it was Delmar Randy who took the picture, was telling the story of a comedian who tried to do an act with dynamite and blew off a finger or something. And Quentin slapping his leg and laughing. Oh, that's a great story. So I told Quentin part of my Jerry Lewis story because I knew that Quentin knew Jerry. That was intriguing to everybody. That caught everybody's attention. I told another story, I can't remember it. But then when the theme turned to gross out stories, I told the story of Freddie Prinze, who was a great comedian who committed suicide in his 20s at the height of fame, and he blew his brains out. And a friend of mine, great comedy writer and comedian, the late Biff Maynard, knew Freddie and was at his bedside and leaned down to him and said, Freddie, you needed this like a hole in the head. I don't know if you have that expression in the UK, but
It's one of my favourite expressions. It's up there with my mother's favourite, which is the difference between scratching your ass and tearing it. I think that's a brilliant one as well.
So that's the story. You know, that's a very funny thing, right? So
you touched when you was talking to Quentin Tarantino, and you talked about the Palladium. Of course, obviously, that's our sort of godly church over here, as you well know.
Yeah.
So, and I know when we had lunch, you mentioned that you've done quite a massive.
Well, before we get to that, let me just finish this story.
Yes, of course.
So I tell the story, and nobody's laughing because it's a very funny line. Everyone's sort of staring at me. I don't know if they didn't understand the expression because it's a generation ago, maybe. But even Quentin should have understood that expression. And I went, what? And then Quentin says, you told that story too violently. There's too much blood in it. And I didn't embellish on the blood, but I did, talk about the bandage and everything. And it's a sad thing, but it was certainly a funny line. And us comedians, especially Comedy Store LA comics, Comedy Store comics, are really, really expert at going to a really dark place and finding comedy, which is why we had Sam Kinison.
I did notice that while I was there last month.
Yeah. So anyway, so then I said, "Oh, great! Now the great Quentin Tarantino is directing me on my joke being too violent." And everyone laughed at that, and then we talked more. But it was just one of those things where you're reminded, and this is a good thing, really good thing, I think. You're reminded. I met a lot of celebrities in my day, and some of them come with an entourage. You can't get near them. There's a funny Eddie Murphy story I have about that. And some of them are just regular people like Robin Williams was, and Quentin seems to be. And I mean, everyone can, they have their protections. I mean, I don't have his phone number, but it was just what it does most importantly for me, and I think for the other comics, is that you stop this unfair measuring you do about yourself compared to in the industry. I'm not famous. I'm not rich. I don't get what I want. Now you're making what essentially is a movie star director laugh and having a conversation, a respectful conversation.
It's nice, but it's nice though, isn't it?
It's heartening. Yes.
Is it?
Your turn. You're the host.
No, I'm just saying. I'm looking forward to the Palladium. I've just managed to get hold of some footage of my good self there. First time for about 18 years. So.
You played the Palladium too.
I did. Yes.
Did it cost you £500,000?
It could have done. It was it was a very close run thing, but I won't bore you with that. I'll save it for when I'm on your show.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
But no, I will share it with you without a doubt, and then you can play the footage there. Mind you, I look about 12 in 2006. I will say that. Yeah. So what year did you do that then? That must have been.
That was September 8th, 2002.
Righto.
And the short version is that this was the third in a series of comedy benefits for Turning Point Scotland. I did the previous two, the first two in Edinburgh at the Queen's Hall, 900 seats, and then the Edinburgh Playhouse, 3,300 seats. And then I just kept wanting to up the ante each year, and I was bringing over American comics. And my goal was to get an international deal, an annual deal, a deal. I was the producer; I wasn't running the charity. And anyway, so through I was trying to get. I was talking to Mike Myers because I was trying to reunite Mike Myers and Neil Malarkey, who I knew, who was on the First Time Laughter, and Roseanne was.
Miles, who's that? Excuse me.
So Mike Myers, when he lived in England, was a comedy duo, double act,
right,
with a gentleman, very brilliant improviser at the Comedy Store, London, Neil Malarkey. They were Malarkey and Myers. Oh, and I knew Neil and had Neil on the First Time Laughter in Edinburgh.
Right. Okay.
And he was great. So I was, and I had met Mike a few times in LA, and actually he used to hang out at the coffee house I used to go to when I was working on a early screenplay. I'd run into him a lot, actually. Also, this Greek cafe in Hollywood in the 80s. Anyway, so Roseanne wanted to do it, but she kept changing her mind. And I actually met Spinal Tap and was talking to their manager and them. and I needed a star, and it's and finally, here's what perpetuated the whole thing is that when I came back to LA from London, I come back for a month, 6 weeks, maybe 2 months. I go to the Improv or the Comedy Store, another comedy club. Word got out I was producing this big show in London that was going to be done on television, and so comics would come up to me and they go, "Hey, man," and I'd talk to them and I'd say, "Yeah, well, send your tape to," and I'd give them the address, or I would just collect them at this is pre-links.
Yeah, of course.
And send them to my producer in London, and I'd do the best we can to get them on the show. And I tried to produce a show. I think I succeeded with a perfect combination of creative unknowns, relative unknowns, including some mates of mine who had done HBO specials, but now had fallen between the cracks of old age. And so make the show interesting, and some names that could draw in and put bums on seats. So there was a comedian who was desperate to get on my show and kept confronting me at comedy clubs. "Hey, man, what about that show?" And I go, "Well, I sent your tape to my producer." And then finally he comes up to me and he's all sweaty and he's like a zombie. And he goes, "Did I ever tell you that I'm friends with Jerry Lewis? I can get your Jerry Lewis on your show." And I had no idea that Jerry Lewis had a reputation. I had no clue. And the next thing I knew, I was down in his yacht, and he was, like my new best friend, but also, and he telling me about his life and really interesting stories, and about Marilyn Monroe and Peter Lawford and JFK and, and Dean Martin, of course. And so
for the audience at home, let's just, because some people might not know who Jerry Lewis is. I do know who Jerry Lewis is, but he was at the height around the time of the Rat Pack. Am I right? Is that right?
Yes, and ironically, the Rat Pack purposefully banned him, excluded him.
Right.
In fact, when the Rat Pack, which was Frank Sinatra, Joey Bishop, Sammy Davis Jr., Peter Lawford, and one more or two more guys, I'll look it up. When they visited JFK at the, huh?
Dean Martin, did you say Dean Martin?
Yeah, Dean Martin, Jerry's ex-partner.
Right.
Yes, of course. When the Rat Pack were visiting JFK at the White House, and this is according to the great Sean Levy, the writer, Jerry snuck into the White House somehow and was in the next room listening in and all that. So, I mean, I started to deal with this very insecure but demanding personality, and he demanded a 36-piece orchestra, 8 people in his entourage, 5-star Dorchester hotel.
Oh my God.
It went on and on and on.
Oh
and
my
on
God.
and on. And I negotiate, I'm like on the phone with Peter Graham in London, whose father still alive, still playing, played percussion in the Benny Hill Orchestra, and Peter had always had some, great jazz stuff done at downstairs at the King's Head, my home club. And so anyway, turns out I didn't need a 36-piece orchestra. I needed an 18-piece. Secondly, I didn't have to fly Jerry Lewis's conductor over. Each person cost around $17,000, and this is 22 years ago. So that was airfare and hotel, and maybe, I don't think I did stipends, but maybe transportation for some people. I found a Gareth Valentine, who was the orchestra leader when Jerry did Damn Yankees in the West End. I got him for $1,000. I don't want to, sorry, Gareth, but I mean, a reasonable price. One night, go down to the West End, pick up the stick, and move it around a bit, mate. Click your $1,000 and get the fuck off. Fuck off. That was $1,000. So great guy, really nice guy. But there were conditions. Jerry was going to do press conferences. He backed out. He pulled out of the show several times. I had to threaten him with a fake press conference in London that I was going to go on, and the world was paying attention. The entertainment world was.
Oh my God! What a living
anyway,
nightmare.
Well,
there you go, folks. You see, show business is
Listen,
It's spiteful, isn't it, in some places?
listen, Adrian. Listen. It's taken me a long time, a lot of therapy, a lot of crying, and a lot of laughing to realize that I stepped into this whole thing consciously. I wasn't a victim. A bit of a victim of a con in a way, maybe, but I don't think he knew what he was doing. And it was kind of, you know what it is? You remember the movie The Exorcist?
Yeah.
There's one very, very short, it's not even a scene. It's a flash, maybe two or three frames, maybe one frame, when Father Karras, who's not the Exorcist, but the younger guy, played by Jason Thingy, great actor, is in the room looking at Reagan, the girl who's possessed, and it flashes, and she's like ugly and possessed, and then for a second, his mother, his own dead mother, is there instead.
Yeah,
and that is to fuck with his head. The devil was fucking with his head. That's what I dealt with Jerry. Was that is that he would cry. He was 76.
So tell us, did he come? Did he turn up? Did the show?
Yes
happen?
and no. He shows up. Didn't bring his orchestra music, sheet music.
No.
That orchestra for rehearsal and performance shows up. Cost me £25,000 in 2002. Yells at me when I ask him for the music, and he goes, "I'll give you a show." Locks himself in the dressing room with my wife, who was co-producing, and telling her what about your husband has a lot of aggression. They go, what are you talking about? Only when I'm being pushed, I have aggression to defend my world. Yes. And then when he, and there's so many other permutations. Daniel Kitson, brilliant, famous line, comes out and he says, "It's always been a dream of mine to play a third full Palladium to people who are here to see a dying man." Did you hear that, Adrian? You look like you're asleep.
I am. I'm just.
You are asleep.
I'm not. I'm just speaking to the producer and asking him to delete something on the top, as he can probably hear me now anyway. So that'll save me texting it. So that's fine. Yes.
Anyway, so the punchline is, I finally get word that Jerry won't come out of the dressing room until I leave the theater. So I hide in the wings. He comes out, sees himself on this big giant video screen of him, young and famous, looks out at the half full audience and collapses and falls right over. So I had to go out on stage, and it made international news and announced that Jerry was taken to hospital.
Oh, he was taken to hospital for real?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ. So there we go. So that's mad. I thought I had a challenge with my one. It was I was standing having arguments between Sir Andrew Lloyd Webber's management and the artist that I was working with's management. One wanted to take the money for the merchandise, and the other one saying they can't have it for a month, and so on and so on.
Well, it's always
tell us about the boat and the Houses of Parliament. That sounded like a bit of fun in the games. I was
that was a good one. So let me just make a little comment about what you just said, if I might. So I think one of the things I learned this was trial by fire. I had never dealt with anything like this, and what I learned was that if you're producing a show that's, let's say, 6 months out or 3 months out or even 2 months out, as the producer, you have control over the talent, no matter who they are, no matter how big they are, because you can always replace them. And you may have to print. This happened in Edinburgh one time with a LA comic. You can replace them. You have to print the poster again. You have to change the PR, but you can replace them. There's always replacements. But when you have a big star, the bigger the star, the closer you are, that's a good one. The bigger the star and the closer you are to the show, they have you by the fucking bollocks.
Correct.
That's really what it is.
Yeah. That's
and so I think being a smart producer, which maybe I am now compared to then.
Yeah.
That's what I've learned. So, all right. So let's Houses of Parliament. So it was 1995. I was doing a bunch of gigs in London, visiting from New York, and I wanted an interesting place to stay. So I found in Loot magazine, 150 quid a week, a cabin and a houseboat at Cheney Walk in Chelsea at the Battersea Bridge. It was really fun, great
Wow.
summer. It was as
Wow.
hot as it is now.
Wow.
When you're on, yeah, I know. But when you're
That's
on the water, you
mad.
know, it's like 15
Yeah.
degrees cooler.
That's
And
not-
there was parties and fun. And basically what happened was I had fallen in the water in a kayak and nearly drowned. In the sense that my body was quickly being forced under a rubbish barge. I swam back. And then that night, my boatmates challenged me to go on a midnight run on a motorized dinghy, that rubber raft that somebody had, like from a Bond movie. One day, this boat comes right up to our barge, and the guy ties it off and runs away and disappears and leaves the boat. It was like what the fuck. So one of the boatmates was going up and down the river. So, come on, American, you're not afraid. You know, you went in the water already. He went, yeah, well, all right, fine. Do we have enough petrol? You Americans worry about everything. So we get in this boat. We're heading towards Parliament from Chelsea. It's like 4 of us. And then all of a sudden, this giant party barge, disco, like the Marchioness, I think, was what that toppled over.
I've done a few gigs on them, yeah. That's it.
Right. Coming right towards us. We run out of petrol.
No.
Remember I just said, do you have enough petrol? And they,
yeah.
American, what are you worried about? and so the only oar was broken in half.
Oh my God.
And so luckily the tide was out. We dog paddled our way to the embankment. There's a stone old staircase.
Yeah.
We climbed upstairs, went over the precipice, and we're now in the backyards of the House of Commons. Now this is pre 9/11, so it took 10-15 minutes for anybody to show up, and it wasn't helicopters and
you'd have been shot now, wouldn't you? It'd have been like a film set.
Oh yeah, definitely would have been dead. No, it was like some overweight Bobby from Yellow Submarine. What you all? Come on.
We're talking about film set. We've actually got an award-winning film that you produced coming up, I believe. So
yeah. So that's the story. They let it.
Background. We always like to give him a little shout out. He works hard setting all this up. So let's have a look at you in action. If
the whole film.
Well, I think he's going to put a little.
No,
bit
just the trailer. I think
just the trailer. I think that'll be good. I think he's gone to sleep. No, he hasn't. Here it is. Brilliant.
Oh no! This is the film. This is the Joe Bohr. Me as an Uber driver. Okay, 90 seconds. The whole film. Joe Bohr. Here we go. Get the sound up. Can't hear it.
Can't hear it.
No, can't hear it. Can you?
No, can't hear it. Nigel Mill, mate.
He's gone.
The heat. He's going to put it. He's probably going to go again. Don't worry. But I think the heat. The Gremlins is
That's all right.
The Gremlins. The Gremlins are taking over.
Mistakes. Look, this is the way I look at it as an artist, and I really mean this. Mistakes and things that happen are really the gold dust on our artwork. It really is. It gives us a chance to retake, to remaneuver, to rethink. You know, I used to be I grew up in a family of hotheads, and I was a hothead myself, and I would, lose my shit if there was a mistake, like everything depended on it. And I've learned to relish the moment, bet more and more and more. That's really the key to my survival, is just relish the moment. If I'm going to be homeless, then I'm going to pretend to be a British guy because I miss England so much. My heart breaks every day. So I can pretend to be British.
Yeah.
That's really what that was about, by the way. So when I had a lot of dosh coming in for 25, 30 years, and suddenly I'm being, no, I'm not looking for sympathy. Listen to me. I don't want sympathy. I don't even want empathy. I want hatred. I want people to dislike me. No, they already do. Mission accomplished. No, I'm just saying that I had a bicycle instead of a car. Right. So I would now drive along on a bicycle. I'd get into shape, and I'd notice the little restaurant I never saw because I was driving by too quickly.
That's true. Yeah.
So it's that kind of thing. I'll get another example is when I used to and have the money and would dine at very expensive restaurants 3 or 5 times a week in Los Angeles, Hollywood. All right, here it is. Let's hear the sound.
There we go again. Have we got the sound?
Yeah, and he's got to back it up too because that's not the beginning of it.
No.
No sound, Nigel.
Still no sound. Never mind. Let's go to Robin Williams then. Let's have a little.
Yeah, okay, I'll tell you that story.
Let's go to Robin Williams.
Robin Williams.
Well, I've got a good excuse to get you back now before Christmas.
I was playing Vince Giraldi. Here we go.
Ah, there he is, Robin Williams.
There you go.
Dog panic, dear.
This is at the Throckmorton. This is at the Throckmorton Theater backstage up in Mill Valley, which is the Bay Area, San Francisco area. It's a great theater, and that man sat down has passed on. It's the great Mort Saul. It was the great original political comedian. There's Mark Twain, and then there's Mort Saul. Right. Although some might say Lenny Bruce, but Mort Saul was really a political comic. And Robin, who I knew but didn't really know. I mean, I had his phone number. We hung out a little bit when I was hanging out with the comics, hanging out with him. And I brought him on stage several times and whatever. And my friend Rick Wright, who I co-host my Comedy Dish with, as you know, was in from London playing the Throckmorton. So I visited him, and Robin was there because he would play regularly. Great guy. I made him laugh. Told him the Eric Douglas story at Jongleurs. He fell over. And Robin would always remember people. He remembered me when he'd come into the Comedy Store, and see me, and he'd go, "Hey, how you doing?" It's like, wow. And that really, again, it's like that thing I talked about with Quentin, where when you're insecure in this business, which we almost always are on some level, and you have, it's like when I hung out several times with Eddie Izzard, or, had drinks with Ricky Gervais at the Hen and Chickens in Islington, because Ricky and Stephen Merchant were in the audience of the London Palladium. I mean, if I see Eddie, he knows. If I come to see him at a show, usually I can get backstage. He knows me. We've hung out. We've had drinks. And I think that's not that I'm not trying to say that I'm so much more recognized over there. I just think it's the nature of the social beast in England.
Absolutely, 100%.
Right? Am I right about that?
2 minutes left.
Yeah. Right.
So, is there anything you'd like to tell us about? I mean, you're talking about coming back over. Are we working on that? Do you think?
Yeah. Well, it keeps getting pushed back. So, I think where it's going to happen is, I mean, Edinburgh's starting this week, right? This weekend. I totally miss Edinburgh, and of course, like every experienced Edinburgh festival performer, I don't miss Edinburgh, but I do miss Edinburgh. I got to get the knee surgery, so I would say because it's hard for me to do too much walking.
Right.
So I would suppose I'd be physically ready in the spring, perhaps financially ready in the spring for a short visit. But if not, my goal would be to do Edinburgh next year.
Nigel apologizes for the mess up with the.
That's all right.
His film, but
It's been a lot of fun, and I'm really.
We'll put a link at the bottom, ladies and gentlemen. So if you want to look at it after the show, you can click on it, and hopefully it will play with the sound. I'm going to say, Stephen, thank you so much for coming on. I know you're busy. I thoroughly enjoyed it. We haven't even gone through half the stuff we want to. So
no, and listen, next time, can I make a request? Well, first of all, let me thank you, but let me just say, I really enjoyed hanging out with you. You're such a gentleman, and you're so wise, and fun to be with. And when we had that lunch in Beverly Hills, I mean, that's where I really value people, and just the time you spend with them. That's all that we have ultimately, and that's one of the reasons I love being an Uber driver. I get to meet people, never see them again. So when I'm going to come to London if I can for a visit as soon as I can. Thank you very much, and thank you, Nigel.
Thank you very much. Good night. God bless, Stephen. Enjoy.
Good
the
night.
rest of the
Good night. Thank you.
Good evening, good evening. It's Wednesday night. And what is it? It's a comedy night. Well, it's comedy night, but I don't know what's going on out there in the world of comedians and the funny heaven above. But as you may recall, some of our regulars, that only a couple of weeks ago, we had the great Johnny Tate on with us. And sadly, I can report that he was caught in a car accident on his way back from a gig in Hastings about 10 days ago. And although he made it to the hospital, sadly, he passed away in the early hours of, I believe it was a Tuesday morning before an operation. So we're dedicating our lovely evening tonight to our Johnny and some of the funny stories that I've had, and our guest that's been working with him for some time now. So we can have a bit of fun. We can have a bit of fun, and he wouldn't want us to be sad, but we do need to acknowledge the great man that he was, and the great, well, what can I say? He was there doing it, as we said. And I know that literally the highest viewings we've had was with Johnny Tate. So, but now we're going to go on to a lady that's up and coming. Johnny spoke very highly of her to me on numerous occasions. So when this, originally they were planning to come on and talk about the play Naked Truth, so that you guys could hear all about it and, you know, talk about booking your tickets and going and seeing it. But of course, alas, that wasn't to be. But as they say in show business, the show goes on. So we did speak to his family and friends, and our next guest now that's coming up, whether she'd like to come on and do the program anyway and talk about her own career and what she's going to be doing moving forward. So without further ado, and if I can pronounce this correctly, please let's welcome the wonderful actress that is Zula Tanahu. She might have put me right when we come on. Let's have a look.
Hello. Oh, you got it wrong.
Here we go. Do it properly now. Pronounce it properly.
Zuza Tejano.
Zuza Tejano.
Zuza. Yes, it comes from Zuzana. So that's probably easier to imagine. That's a short name from Zuzana. Yes.
This is what we get when you're dealing with a dyslexic comedian, you see. That's the problem.
Oh, don't worry about it. You know, like everyone's getting it wrong the first time anyway, so it's fine.
What a great place to start. And I did say to you just now, and we haven't really spoke, but honestly, Johnny was talking about you so many times. And obviously you came to mind that he wanted to come back and do just with the Naked Truth. And he was telling me about you then. So, you know, he's real professional soft spot for you, you know.
Oh, that's so nice to hear.
One of his managers, Keith Hall, and he spoke to the family, and so, you know, we said we're going to talk a little about it today, and they were happy with that because I didn't know, you know, it's a sensitive time for everybody.
It is.
Me, I was talking to him on the, I believe it was a Saturday night after I'd come back from Los Angeles, and yeah, and we were talking about this, and he was really excited about it, and he was excited about what he'd done already, and he really liked it, and he was enthused that he believed that it was a good thing, and he was looking forward to using it as a platform, and now we're using that platform for you to talk about your great journey, where you're going, and please, you know, don't be shy. If there's anything you want to promote, whether it's a charity or whether it's, you know, the new things that you're doing. Feel free. You know, that's what it's all about at the end of the day. People need to know what's going on, and we like to share it with them. So there we are. So what was you obviously worked with Johnny Tate. I mean, I've not actually seen that play, so maybe you could tell us a bit about it.
Oh, definitely. So yeah, this was all a big shock for all of us, for the cast and for all the people who are connected to Johnny in any way. As you know, he was such a big personality, and for me, he was so passionate, you know, and about everything he was doing. But at this time, it was this show, Naked Truth, and we had so many plans. And actually, my last conversation with him, that was a few days before it all happened, was about Edinburgh Fringe that we were supposed to take the show to, and we were joking that maybe it's going to be picked up by Netflix. That would make a great Netflix show. And you know, like it was so much alive, and he has so much life in himself, and that was all cut short. But you know, I thought that it would be great if his work would be still alive and people would know about it. So the play Naked Truth was based on his book Naked Truth, which was much more extended by the play, because the play was just an hour, but we had to shorten it for Edinburgh Fringe mainly. But his book is like, there's a lot of more characters and it's much longer, and it was very I would say harsh. It was difficult in a way how he showed all the characters. It wasn't nice, it wasn't kind, but I loved it because it was he was criticizing celebrity culture, our society. He was just this voice of truth, that I really loved. The book is even more like that. I think play was a little bit tamed down, but it was the characters, how they were and what they did. It was horrible, but in a way, for actors and to watch it, it was great. That's why it was a lot of going on in that play, and we started working on this since March, I think, and we had one performance in Welvin Civic Centre. It was, I think, greatly received. We had a nice review. We had it was sold out almost, with like a big crowd. So, Johnny could really pull the people in, and he put so much work in advertising that show and letting people know. We had a poster, we had everything. And we were very, very much enthusiastic, where it could go. It was supposed to go to Bedford Fringe as well, and then Edinburgh Fringe, and then maybe West End. And we had a lot of plans. And as I said, it was cut short, and we were in shock, and we were processing that for quite a while. We still are.
I was talking to one of his agents, Keith.
Yes, I've spoken to him as well.
And I was saying to Keith that this is really dark, but it's sort of, I think it touches on what you're sort of alluding to a little bit, because I had a stroke a few years ago when we were due up the West End.
I see.
And obviously I was only doing something for about 4 minutes that I love. I do a character, Mrs. Doubtfire, oh, there you go, dear, right. So, but he'd obviously kind of took that concept and put it into his Factor 25 and tried to sort of, put a spin on that.
Yeah.
So what I was going to do was just great fun. What could be better on a Saturday afternoon than the Leicester Square Theatre, doing something with no stress. You're not, there's no loads of dialogue for me or anything like that. And unfortunately, I had a cup of tea, I had a shower, and then I just suddenly got a bit giddy. And I thought, I'll sit down, because I was going to put a sock on. And when I went to pick the sock up, my hand just went and sort of was out of control. And I realised then that I was having a stroke. So I called out for my father, and an ambulance was called. And whilst the ambulance was on its way, obviously I rang and explained to Johnny that I don't think I'm going to make it. Like this. And we often laugh about this. And what was sort of, it probably won't sound funny, but I can. To me now, if we ever meet again, I just know we're going to crack up over this point, because there he is, trapped in a car. Right, now imagine 2 hours to cut him out. He's obviously in terrible pain. It killed him. Do you understand? So he's in a terrible place, but he was worried about you and me. So he said, he managed to get a number, because I believe he'd left his phone behind. And he managed to get, the whole thing was to get a message to me to say that I don't think I'm going to be able to do the podcast. And somewhere in there is a deep sort of, I just imagine if I went, what are you doing? Trapped in the car worrying about that. But that's the man, as you said,
that's who he was, and that was his life, I think, performing on stage. That was his life, and he was just fully in it. And when we were talking about preparation for the show, he always told us, I'm getting up at 6 a.m, and then I am, working on this till the evening, and I'm just like, my whole heart is in this. So
it's true. I mean, he rang me quite late. He did. And I think that where you're talking about the passion, I think also that the passion was that he really loved to give up and coming talent, actresses, actors, comedians, a stage to work from. And of course, these days, it's quite well known that obviously, in some ways, there's a lot more things you could go and do.
Yeah.
And in other ways, there isn't. You know, I mean, as in a quality theatre production of the depth of where you can really dig in your talents, as you're referring to. They're not. I don't think that they're there. There's lots of little things you could go and do a spoof in somebody's YouTube thing or something like that. Do you know what I mean? But a real something you could put on your CV that you are in the Leicester Square Theatre in the West End in a lead role with the whole reviews to go with it afterwards.
Yeah,
it's got value. I mean, there are some acts that don't necessarily probably wouldn't agree because they probably become, well, where's me £1,000 a night or something, you know.
But you know, it's theatre. It doesn't always make money, and you don't always do it for money. It's just the passion, you know. And I think he was really like a people's person, so he was very giving, and he really, as you said, he really wanted to, you know, get people who are not well known and just give them a, you know, opportunity. And also his casting process wasn't also like, he would put something on Monday, but mostly I found him on Facebook and I just responded to his post on Facebook, and we started talking on the phone. And just first I was supposed to be in his other show, then he changed because the Factor 2025, that was the other show he was supposed to do, it was like too big for Edinburgh, so he swapped it for Naked Truth. And then we spoke, you know, and then it was just like he liked probably my energy and my enthusiasm. And the
fact you tracked him down and found him,
I did as well.
It's the hunger. And he would pick up on that in a nanosecond as a phenomenal positive, and it's a credit to your drive in the industry that you're having this conversation. You know.
Yeah, you know, I'm like this. Like I am an immigrant. I came here like with $50 in my pocket. I didn't know anyone, anything. I didn't have anything. So what I had to do is I had to just grab those opportunities and like shout in people's faces that I'm here and I want to do those things. You know. So when I found Johnny and then didn't happen. So then I found him again and I reminded him and I called him, you know, and this is so finally he was like, okay, you're in the show. And I did the same with you. Like we started talking and I said, you know, I'm doing that because otherwise I will be just waiting for things to, you know, happen. They will never happen. So I think he got it because he saw me and he really appreciated my, you know, my passion as well and opportunity. Maybe because he was like that as well. Like he was a doer, you know, he was doing a lot of things and calling people and being very proactive.
Show me, and he was definitely a show me, and I think obviously, even though I've probably known him, I think we worked it out at about 17 years, I think, something like that. We met on the comedy circuit originally.
Yeah,
I just thought it would be nice. I'd only do a couple because we don't want to make it too heavy, and then we move on. But this was, I think, this capsulated. This was a friend of his called Jo Marie, and she'd done a little write up. She says, such sad news, you passing. We first met in '81 at South Downs Holiday Hotel, where we were the entertainment. I remember when you broke your leg in the middle of our comedy sketch. Also, we worked together at the Ideal Home exhibition where we sold Hoover attachments. Our sales pitch was to do a twist on dog hairs. In the 90s, we were entertainment managers at sister parks in South Wales. In later years, you were visiting cabaret at the parks where you worked. You were such a gentleman, a good friend. Yeah. So, yes, sad, isn't it? So,
it is sad.
And do anything for anyone. You were greatly missed. Rest in peace, Johnny. I thought that was just something I think we should write, because I think that's from day one. You know, it's now 2024, and he still was creative and driven as he was. So there we are. So
long time.
So I'm going to have a little toast to our man.
Me too.
So that was that. So anyway, so moving back to you. I want to. He's been famous enough tonight. It's your turn. So tell us all about it. So what have you done before the? Oh, hello. What's that come up here? Here we go again. What's that?
We go again. So that's the drama that I just wrapped. So we just finished filming. The leading lady of that film. It's my first film as a leading lady. So there was a lot of weight on me and a lot of responsibility. And it's a drama. It's a feature film that is about this female couple that they have like a long-term relationship that it's falling apart, and we are at the end in this moment that's very fragile. They almost split up, but not yet, and they struggling. And it's mostly from my point of view, but there's also a character of my partner and other people around us. And yeah, there's not much action. There's a lot of like reflection there. There's a lot of emotions, very emotional. It was very, very draining to film all that, but it was also very rewarding. I think it has a lot of depth, that film, and I think it can go places because I put all my heart in this and all my soul. And the same, it's directed by Oliver Jolliffe and written by Tom Jolliffe, so Jolliffe Productions. And they're doing a post production now.
It's interesting.
Say again.
It's interesting that you allude to that small amount of characters and it's very focused characters where the focus is on the literal detail of almost every eyebrow raise, or you know what I mean, every mouth movement. And there's a movie I recommend to you. I was and this is the lovely thing about Johnny and where we're going with this. Do you know what I mean? Because obviously my daughter and my son-in-law live in Los Angeles, in Beverly Hills. So it's nice that hopefully from this, although we're just having a chat and going over stuff, but it's interesting how it could branch out and get you some more little foots in the door. You understand what I'm saying?
That would be amazing.
To demonstrate that, I was invited to the BAFTA screening of the new film Daddy-O, starring oh my god, the girl that played the lead role in 50 Shades of Grey.
And Dakota Johnson.
I can't even.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill myself if I don't know what the. I'll have to Google it while I'm talking to you. But
okay.
But I honestly think the whole movie is filmed in a taxi. The whole thing.
I've seen a trailer for this. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So anyway, so obviously I was blessed to see it, and
I thought actually it's interesting that it's all like going to be hair in a taxi almost. I mean, I was like, wow, that's going to be a lot on face.
Well,
so it's like,
you can see now where you were just explaining what you were going to do. And why I sort of thought you'd. They must give me the.
I think it's Dakota Johnson, isn't it? That's her name.
He's
or
a
maybe I'm wrong.
Controversial actor. He's a very controversial actor, but I honestly think I can. Sean Penn.
Oh, you mean the actor? Yeah, I thought the actress.
So
yeah.
Out of the 50s, right?
Yeah.
Dakota Johnson. Sorry, you're right. So Dakota Johnson,
so the actress.
Yeah, those two.
Yeah,
they're the two main, and
he's the taxi driver. Yeah, I remember.
And there's a kind of third person, but you never see them, obviously, and that is she's obviously having an affair with somebody, and so they're texting.
And they are talking about him. Yes, I've seen it in the trailer.
I loved it myself.
I need to watch it then.
It was very. I don't know if it's the right way to explain it, but sometimes in a relationship you might go and a partner, and they might have everything on the tin to look at, and then you're sitting having a deep, in-depth conversation, and you just think, oh god, there's nothing in there, is there? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then there's other relationships where there's this sort of spark where you've got this sort of deep. There's a mental connection of whether that be the flirting, whether that be intelligence and that. And I think that film has got it in bags. And if you like that, then there you go,
I think it's a lot about also the chemistry with the other actor, because in this film we had actually cast my partner Charlotte and the actress Charlotte Chu. We cast her a few days before starting the first days of filming because we had like a problem with the other actress, so she jumped in literally last minute. And we didn't have much time to prepare, so we just had a conversation on the phone before that. We didn't even try any scenes or anything. But when we went on set, we had such a good chemistry and understanding that I think we pulled out, 10
Nice.
years relationship
Wow.
with each other. And, the interesting thing about this film is also that both characters are neurodivergent. So they both have ADHD. So it's like it's triggered. It's a lot on edge, because of that. And so, there's a lot going on in terms of emotionality in this film. And
emotionality. That's the word I was trying to think of to try to explain this. It's that emotionality between the two. I mean, it's, and then obviously they're in the taxi, and the shots. I mean, they go to the mirror, and then the girl's face, and then his face. It just oh my! Honestly, if that doesn't get incredible, So there it is on there. Reassurance. That's the one you just sang about, wasn't it? That's come up there.
So that was We Go Again, and this is a different film. This is short film I did a few years ago, but it was on festivals in 2023. It's called Inertia. It should be a title, but it's not. So I'm there in a corner, like the small couple at the back, with my acting partner Ray. And that film was, again, very emotional, but also kind of dark about violence against women. So I think very important subject. And that film had a Audience Choice Award on this New Renaissance Film Festival last year. So I think it was appreciated. It is kind of, dark and maybe gloomy a bit, but the whole nature and the whole subject of the film is like that. It's about it's mainly about women coming back home in the evening, and meeting a lot of guys on the way and how they feel. And that film really makes you feel on edge only, by watching like what's going on. So I think it's a very important film to watch to kind of understand how women feel, come back at night home.
Sure. During my journey, I owned a homeless unit, and there was I had a protective wing for mums, that had escaped, if you like.
Yeah.
And and it's tough because they've made that break. They're there in a safe environment.
Yeah.
And then one of the things that always used to like drive me mad was there'd always be a well-meaning relative that the husband or partner would go, "Oh, please, you know me, and I would never do that, and I won't do that again, and I love her and I miss her, and I just need to see her, purely." And they go through, say, 6 relatives, and one of them will go, "Well, I shouldn't really," and then the next thing, we got dramas outside the door. Do you know what I mean? And it's all kicking off. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
You are right. It's a very, I mean, the one that sticks in my mind, I can picture her now. And I got a guy around, he's a friend of mine, but he has to duck to go through a door. Do you know what I mean? He's got hands like an arm, right? But obviously, you're trying to diffuse something. So I didn't have him on the show because it wasn't about that. But I sort of knocked on the door, and he'd actually got in, this guy, and she was pregnant with twins, and she had 2 girls. And this guy was just like,
Yeah.
And I went, excuse me. I said, "Does anyone want a cup of tea?" Like that. And his bloke, he had hold of this baby. And I swear, if he hadn't had hold of that baby, he would have just run across and started punching me. Do you understand what I'm saying? He was I just can't envisage what that must have been like to have that kind of person. All I've done is say, "Would you like a cup of tea?" Even if he went, "No, mate, I don't want a cup of tea, sling your hook," or something like that. But no, he went straight into like violent mode over, "Would you like a cup of tea?" Obviously, it would have been all right because, like I said, I had the cavalry behind, but that was only there for a rainy day. It wasn't there to try to,
Yeah.
So I basically, the best I could do, I said, "Look, let me take the children, and you guys chat about what you got to chat about, and then we'll see it." And that's all I could do on that. But so I feel you. I feel what you're trying to do is what I'm trying to say.
I'm really passionate about like speaking out about it, because I think like as artists, as people who are on stage or screen, that's the only thing we can do. Like I wouldn't know what to do maybe in real situation, like that. That's for people who are trained for this. But what I can do, I can talk about it, and I can make a film and just shout about it, and get to festivals. So it's just a bit more eye-opening, and I love when filmmakers do it. That film was made by Blue Sarah Films, and Sheridan Serafin was the director. So yeah, really well done for him for choosing that subject, because it's not easy. Yeah. So
It's like suicide's a similar sort of dark subject.
Yeah. Trigger warning. We should say.
What's it called? What's the right word?
We should say trigger warning before we talk about it. Yeah.
Trigger warning. Okay.
Just in case someone is there. And
good point. Thank you. You've educated me.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, I've learned that myself.
My son-in-law made a movie for the short films. It was nominated in the Cannes Film Festival, and it was 45 seconds after somebody's done something to themselves, and what sort of things go through your mind in that 45 seconds. You know.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So as you
That's
say,
tough.
powerful stuff, isn't it? You know.
Yeah. Yeah. But I love this kind of art that we're not backing off from difficult subjects, and we talk about it. I think it's all about. I mean, it's also entertainment, and everyone needs sometimes, to relax and watch something a bit lighter. And comedy is amazing for that as well, to kind of have your head somewhere else.
How can how sometimes you could sit somebody down and talk to them about something, and if they're not in the right mind to listen and get the wisdom, then sadly the worst can happen. If they're sitting and they're watching something that they want to watch and they pick up the message, I think you're saving, 1,000 people in one go, if you like, So
that's true. That's true. And I think Johnny's plays were actually like that. There's more work, like if people are interested. Oh, this is the picture from We Go Again. That's me and Charlotte. So Johnny's plays and his books. So he written, I don't know how many, a few, like 5 or 6. This is from Naked Truth. I was playing assassin, so So he would put a lot of comedy and a lot of comedic moments there, but in a sense, like a core of it, they were dark, and they were talking about dark subjects, just in a kind of funny way. That's why I think they were very, very precious, and I really wish someone would pick up his plays or his books and make something out of them, because they have so much in them. And they are so precious.
Maybe that's something we can all work towards for him moving forward.
Yeah.
I think
that would
the
be
dark
amazing.
bit, you're probably aware of this anyway, but it's quite well documented, certainly in the UK, that a lot of our top comedians, some of the most famous, some of the most household names, all suffer with certain elements of depression or bipolar, as it probably be described as in today's world.
Yeah.
And like all of us, we're all some creatures of habit. And I used to think to myself, Johnny's a bit quiet. And then I'd sort of just check in with him. And, sure enough, he'd been a little bit sad or whatever it was, And that's true to a hell of a lot of household names over the years. Some of the top, very top, struggle with that. Well, Robin Williams obviously comes to mind, doesn't it? You know what I mean?
Of course, yeah.
Anyway, there we go. Oh, there's your Naked Truth flyer.
Yeah, that's our poster. Oh, well. Hope it lives somewhere online and in the hearts of people who saw the play as well. Yeah. Right. So,
Right. What else we got on there? That's it. We've got a wonderful producer. We should do a shout out to our Nigel Cross. Is
he's there behind the scenes.
He does all the magic.
Yeah.
While he's doing that. I see in the news today they're bringing back the Aero chocolate strawberry flavour. Are you a chocolate girl? Do you like your chocolate?
Oh yeah. I love chocolate. That's amazing.
It makes me laugh how people. I have certain friends of mine, and you can see like a half bar of chocolate on the side of their coffee table or something, and I think, wow, how do you actually do that? Open a bar of chocolate and not eat the whole?
I don't know.
Not me. I'm not there. It's like Haagen-Dazs ice cream. That's the
exactly. I have to have it all if I buy it.
Have you thought of doing stand-up comedy?
You know what? I thought about it, but I don't know if I don't know. Because I can make jokes in a moment, but to write it and then just make I think I'm funny sometimes. I can be funny, but then to write it and then to say it later and make people laugh. I don't know if I could do it. Maybe I never tried. I'm joking on parties with my friends, but
lots of people. It's funny, isn't it? I was as a comedian myself. It's every comedian has this experience, and that is there's always like you say, the guy that has his little joke that he tells at the bar, where when he turns up holiday resort or whatever, and he goes, I'll let you use this one.
Oh yeah, there you go.
But you always sometimes you sort of stop and you're sort of listening, but in your head you're thinking, I'm in North Wales. I need to go back to Brighton, please. Let me get in the car.
Yeah, I know.
But
Yeah.
yeah, so
Wow. So how long have you been doing comedy shows and being a comedian?
well, I like I said, I had the homeless unit, and in the same way that we've had the lockdown, in the same way that people now interest rates have gone up, but in the period that I'm talking about, they went up to about 16%.
Mm-hmm.
So my borrowing was well into £650,000 at that point. So when every time it went up, it was like another £1,000 a month kind of to find, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, throw a break and a marriage breakup in with that as well, and I was up against it. And the period of time I'm talking about was when the Full Monty movie came out. So I ended up doing that for a little while, but I was 37 then, and I thought my days of Adonis are pretty like numbered, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's when I saw the comedians and the drag acts, and I just thought, wow, they're getting double the money that I'm getting.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the way to go, and that's how it kind of began. And
Wow.
the next thing I know, I was on stage Sunday night at the London Palladium. So it was a joke.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great.
So, like you said, it's not a get rich quick scheme. It's a lifestyle and it's a passion. And every single place you go is different, and people are different, and it's I love it. You know? Yeah.
Great.
Where's
Yeah, I
our
never
life?
tried it, but maybe one day.
We've done all the pictures. Yeah.
Pictures are gone, but I can tell you about the show. I just got cast in today. So yes, I got cast in a show called The World of Yesterday, and it's a play about I'm playing a young woman, and there's like a lot of themes around just before Second World War, separation and stuff. But the director told me that she feels that it's a lot about our times, although we kind of speak with the language of 1930s maybe. But it's kind of dark as well, and it's a lot about it's quite political. So we again not running away from difficult subjects, but it's mostly about division and separation. So it's coming to Camden Fringe. We're going to perform it on between 20th and 25th of August in the Courtyard Theatre. And yeah, I just found out today that I'm in it. So we're starting rehearsals soon, and I'm very thank you so much. But you know,
have to get, Nigel to put the link to the ticket office and everything there.
Oh yeah, that'll be great. That'll be great. Yeah, I don't even have it yet, but I'm sure I can. I can do it pretty soon.
We've kidnapped you now. We've got to take responsibility for him.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, we'll be very grateful.
About my Tanusa.
Yeah. I mean, we probably need all the publicity we can get, because it's also quite a last minute, and the show is on in a month, so we don't have much time at all. Yeah. Oh, that's it. So this is one of my first, if not this is my first TV appearance, and I think one of the first acting jobs I've done. Off, I think Monday, or like a casting site like this. It's called Inside Buckingham Palace. It's a documentary about royal family, and I played Wallace Simpson. You can see me on the right side.
Wow.
So I played the divorcee, the evil woman who,
now king away.
Yeah, so I was there to snatch the prince, and yeah, well, it was mostly visual, but I think it was beautifully done. And at the time, I didn't know that's gonna go places, but it ended up on I think Channel 5 and all around Europe in TV. So yeah, it did quite well. But it was my first job, one of the first jobs years ago.
Because where the little bits and pieces that I've done television wise, sometimes some of these, and I'm talking before Netflix and some of these smaller channels, you do it and everything, but what tends to happen is that the smaller channels will replay the product many times, whereas someone like the BBC, for example, have got such a busy rota that they'll play it once and that's it. If nobody caught it, that was it. And I've had people come back to me and say, "Oh, I saw you in that," and you think, "Wow, they're still playing that, all that."
Yeah.
So it's quite,
it's circulating somewhere there. That's nice, isn't it? I like to watch some stuff which is a bit older. I love, those crime TV series, for example, even from 90s, 80s or 90s, that are sometimes still you can catch on BBC. So
And
they're great.
having played that part, I mean, you know, you made reference, the evil woman and everything else. I mean, do you think she was it, or do you think it was just they fell in love? Do you think it was as black and white, or do you think it was more?
You know what? I think they fell in love because it wasn't a short romance. It lasted for quite a long time, and they stick together. So I think that there must have been some feelings for each other. I mean, of course, it was a great opportunity for her, you know, to step in and be the royal. But she also got quite a lot of, you know, bad publicity, and you know, she was quite rejected by everyone. So it was too
Can you
hard.
imagine if it was in today's world?
I don't know. I couldn't even imagine that. But
what
yeah.
There, what's that on there? That doesn't.
So these are the pictures from Dark Soul Dance Theatre. So that's a theatre group I started in 2010, so quite a while ago. Because I'm initially a dancer. I come from a dance background, and when I came to London, I wanted to dance. I didn't even know I wanted to act, you know. I thought acting is a bit, you know, boring and stuff. So I mainly did dancing and dance training, and I started a dance company, and we did those kind of shows were quite weird and abstract, and I mostly played some monsters or like that, you know. So it wasn't nothing to do with what I'm doing now.
I did enjoy that when I was looking into your work, the aspect of that element that you're just referring to.
Yeah, so it was quite wild, and you know, that's all coming from my imagination. So this is basically in my head, you know, like I think this like visual dark monsters, that's me. So it's funny how I discovered acting, actually, because after directing and creating around 20 or 21 shows with like lots of different people and different artists, and I combined dance, music, you know, visuals, costume, body painting and everything. I then decided to make a film, actually a feature film, out of one of the theatre shows. And when I was supposed to be a director only, I thought I wanted to be behind camera. But then one of the actresses didn't turn up, as they do, because it was all amateur and like friends. So she just didn't come to the filming day. So I had to step in, and I had to play this part. And I realized acting is actually quite fun, and I like it. And it's like, because I thought it's boring just to say normal things like, oh, hello, you know, like I thought it's boring. But then I started doing that, and I was like, wow, I actually like it. So then I went into like short films and, you know, independent stuff. And then I only went to acting school and became an actress before I just wanted to be a dancer. So yeah, these are the works from a few years back. Yeah, we've done quite good works on different stages in London, in Rich Mix and Hoxton Hall. Like I had quite a lot of shows all around those good stages. So yeah, it was fun.
What's that, North London? Is that where you are, North London?
Yeah, I am in East London. So yeah, both Rich Mix and Hoxton Hall are in East London, like around Hackney. So yeah, over there. And some festivals as well. So yeah, that was a good time. And I still had a show in 2020. That was my last show. I had a break, and then I decided I'll do one more show. And we had a good venue in Barge House in Oxford Tower. So there was a big event, and I had my show then, and my second immersive show, and it was cut short by pandemic. So I performed. We performed once, and the second time, literally, we had to close. One actor got ill. Like everyone was getting ill. You know, everything was shutting down, and I had all the reviewers and everyone coming, and we had to cancel the second show. I was just like, oh my god! And then that was, you know, like
the world is just like mad.
Yeah, it's cruel, isn't it? It's cruel.
Like now,
And
I was saying to you earlier, and everyone's going, "Oh my god, the 5% interest rate." And I'm going 5%. Like, wait, you know, I battled for about 7 years on sort of like 10, 15, 10, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what it is, you know, with the theatre and events and all that. You know, we all felt it very much during pandemic, and after that, it's just, you know, so dependent on people and how people feel, and if we are ill, also we can't do anything. So I really felt that in those, you know, years after. So yeah, that was the last show, and we even got a mention in Forbes magazine, you know. So it was kind of yeah, a lot of potential there. And that show never, I never reworked it. I never worked on it again. I had to leave it all behind me. And then I just decided, no, I'm just going to be an actress and work with other people, because it's just.
I'll have to find out where it is for you. So pester me.
Mm-hmm.
I got invited to a dinner, and then I realised afterwards it was a place near the old Smithfield Market,
Mm-hmm.
and it's called the Piano Bar.
I heard about it.
And
Piano Bar, yeah.
There's all sorts of movers and shakers hang out in there.
Mm-hmm.
And, I didn't know. I just went because I was going to dinner. I didn't know it was all obviously part of a bit of a ruse to get me there. When I think about it, but I didn't know that anyway. So I get there, and anyway, these people start. The guy introduces. He's quite high up in Disney, and he started putting people up there. And the first girl that got up there was a bit like yourself. She'd come from, I think it was Lithuania, landed and literally went straight into lockdown. So that was her dream. Yeah, that was that one. The next one, a girl, once again, real mover and a shaker. And I think she does she runs a, like you got the comedy festival, which she does like the film festival. I know she does it in Brighton. I think she does London. And I think her name's Drama, I think, or whatever. I'll send you her Facebook link.
Okay.
And she got up, and she was, once again, was married to a smashing guy who actually started this film premiere, sort of for small films to get them shown and get the big investors in. And he died, not nothing to do with the COVID, just natural. Well, not natural, but like as a young guy,
Yeah.
And so anyway, so as I was sitting listening to this, I just felt so sort of sorry for him, but like and then a couple of other people went up, and then the guy running the thing, he said, "Does anyone else here that can come up and give these guys any advice?" Sort of thing. And I just felt, although the acting's not my thing, in the sense that like we were saying earlier, trying to meet and learn lines and everything, it's like it's hard for me. So I'm not naturally drawn to it in the same way that you weren't naturally drawn to the comedy, So I jumped up and I told a story where sometimes when you get your little moment in time to shine, it is that moment in time. And if that camera's rolling, whether it's exactly what they wanted in that take, or whether your little input in, because you can never unfilm it, if you get what I mean. They can cut it and throw it away, obviously, but if it's good, And I was asked, could I play the part of a what was it? A corrupt politician in a massage parlor, right? So I'm sitting there. There's a guy to my left who's quite a big Hollywood act. It was being filmed in Hollywood. Another actor and another actor. He was having a massage. He was kind of off shot, and then they sort of moved the cameras around and stuff. But anyway, I looked on the table, and there was this massive cigar and a 1960s lighter. And the old 1960s lighters, I don't know if you know what I mean. They got like
yeah.
And paraffin and
yeah.
And so I thought I only had to say yes, right, or no. But anyway, it was yes. I had to say. So I thought, so what can I do here? And so I picked the cigar up, but I've never smoked. Maybe 6 cigarettes when I was 9 or something.
Okay.
So I've got this cigar and I'm trying to light it. So they do the first take, and then of course they've got to do a second take. And what I didn't realise was that because I was trying to light the cigar for so long, the lighter was red hot.
Oh yeah.
So when I come to do, say, take 3, and they went, okay, bump, bump, bump. And the whole essence of the moment was that they're discussing their sort of skullduggery. And then the main guy sort of turns to me and goes, what do you think? So rather than just go, yeah, So I've got this cigar and I sort of took time to put it in and light it and then have a think about it. Yeah. Right. But what I didn't know was this lighter was red hot. So as I went like, my little finger went.
Oh God!
But anyway, the point of the getting up and just saying these things, and I've done a couple of others which I won't bore you with, was to try and get these people to sort of nick the moment.
Yeah.
See a moment, then go for it.
because I don't know. Did Clint Eastwood say "Make My Day"? Do you know what I mean, or did he just?
You
throw
never
that
know. They might love it. They might give you a big part.
Might say, "You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off." Do you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
They're moments that have lived in cinematic history right up to this day.
Yeah, that's true. And if they don't like it, they can always cut it out. But maybe they'll love it. You never know.
We're kind of at the end. So, is there anything else you'd like to say? Do you want to promote anything quickly before we go?
Yeah, maybe I'll just talk quickly about my band. My band, Yavaneria Amok. I had some pictures of it, but I don't know if you have it. You can find them online, and we released 2 singles, and we will play a gig very soon. Oh, that's our band. Yeah, we play like a gothic rock, and it's all my original music. And I'm a singer and guitarist, and I play with 2 lovely guys, Tom and Jan. And we keep gigging, and we're gonna release a 3rd song very soon, and an EP hopefully after a while, because it takes ages to release a song. But yeah, we keep working on it, and I'm quite proud of our band. We've been playing with each other for quite a few years now, so yeah. That's another creative thing I'm doing.
Thank you for coming on tonight.
Oh, thank you so much for inviting me.
And please keep in contact. Pester me for some of them names. I'll send you.
Okay, I will.
And we won't forget you. I do get asked.
Thank you so much.
Ring and ask me, believe it or not, for stuff. I don't know why they ask me. I'm not, I'm not Laurence Olivier or anything, but I do.
Oh, maybe you are. Who knows?
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Thank you very much for staying with us tonight. And once again, can I just say to you, help us keep this thing moving. If you can like and subscribe, it'd be greatly appreciated. So from us, good night. God bless. Have a great
Thank you.
Next week.
Bye. Good night. Bye, everyone.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to the Hello, it's me. Don't know where that week went. Anyway, there you go. Welcome to UK Comedy Channel and UK comedian Adrian Doughty. And today we have a guest, a bag of energy, an absolute bag of energy. Someone I've had the pleasure of knowing for the best part of 25 years and had loads of fun and games with him. Without further ado, let me please introduce you, the one and only Marcus G. Give him a round of applause.
Hello, Adrian. How are you? I thought
I'm better for looking at you.
I thought we were going to be all official here. My name's at the bottom of the page, Marcus Hamilton Gibson.
I don't think I've ever called you that.
Well, there you are. If you don't start calling me it, I'm going to have to sue you.
Dear. Listen, thanks for joining us on our first little live. I know you're there doing your charity work at a homeless unit. So if you get a natural interruption, we'll all be fine. We're in the warm, in the dry. So you feel free to go and deal with whatever it is. Everyone will understand. So that's great.
No problem.
So it's all happening for you right now. I understand you've wrote a new book.
Yes. I spent about last year or so writing a book about my life in football, show business, charity work, and celebrity encounters.
Oh, there it is. Look at that with the technology. Buzzing with the bees.
Fantastic. Yes, that's it. Yes, it seems so funny to see the cover because I haven't shown it to that many people yet. But, hopefully we will be ready to go soon.
Does that mean we got an exclusive?
It looks like you're the first people to actually have it. So the Comedy Channel will be well ahead of the game on this one.
Well, I'm not a, dyslexic comedian. I'm not going to say that reading, writing, and arithmetic is one of my strong points. But having read a chapter on that, I thought it came across absolutely fantastic. Did you know you had such talents?
Well, I tell you, when I discovered that I had some talent, I went back to school to study performing arts full time for a couple of years, and I graduated with a cap and gown, which I'd always sworn I'd do when I was younger. And while we were there, we had several writing tasks to do, and especially nowadays with the technology and spell check and all that kind of thing, if you've got a good imagination and you're comfortable with words, you know, it's obvious that you're going to be able to write. So the more I did of it, it seemed that I could do it. So I thought, I'm going to write a book about my life story. And here we are.
Well, Marcus Hamilton Gibson with your little hat and your university. Woo, woo, woo.
That's it. That's it.
Brentford to Hollywood. I mean, university, that's some good stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very good stuff. Been a bit of a challenge. What I've done, I've written 42,000 words, and I'm collaborating with a dear friend of mine who lives in LA, Sandro Minetti, and he has just won a national award for journalism in Los Angeles, and he is the presenter for the BBC and CNN on Oscars night when they go live to the theatre there in Hollywood. He's the one that's sort of talking to you and telling you what's happening and who's winning what.
I was actually at the Hollywood breakfast networking morning, and one of my favourite breakfast wrap that they do in an amazing restaurant, which name just escapes me right now.
Something like, it begins with a C. I could never pronounce it. Is it Gioni's?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful place, isn't it?
Oh dear. Came back there a few pounds heavier, I don't mind telling you. But so you got the right guy behind you, and you're going out to see your agent, aren't you? Your acting agent. Did I pick up on the?
Yes, I'm going to see Roger Rose, who is one of the directors of American Models and Actors in Newport Beach, and he acts as my agent out there. So you know, hopefully we'll be putting a few things together, and I'll talk to Sandra about his involvement and how exactly we're going to be working together.
And of course, we went out the other night to the Soho Film Awards. That was that
was fantastic, wasn't it? We went to
there.
The Soho London Independent Film something. They call it LIFE, LIFE, but I can't remember what it's called. But it's the Soho Independent Film Awards, and it was put together by a dear friend of mine, an actress, and obviously she's the director of the festival. Give me one moment.
And why Marcus goes to, as I say, he's got a great heart. He's there. He does one night a week at this homeless hostel, making sure that, especially this time of the year when it's wet and rainy and out there. And so, yeah, but what was interesting at the film awards was, of course, the some comedy movies did get put forward, and a film about a bipolar actually got an award as well. So yeah, it was good to see that organised. It was great to see some of you. I was invited down to the Blind Beggar on Saturday to entertain and do the auction.
I was so sad. I was so sad that I missed that.
No, we were just filling in. I was only talking about you. Don't worry about it. Anyway, well.
No, I was sad that I missed the event on Saturday.
Oh, that one, right? Yeah. So yes, the Blind Beggar. Yeah, it was a good turnout. There were several hundred there.
Okay.
Interesting faces, and of course the great Flanagan, who she's just got the MBE for her work for charity for Macmillan nurses. So
fabulous.
It was great to catch up with her. She was the first page 3 girl. She
okay.
She was with Dave Courtney in the Royal Box when I done Sunday Night London Played In with Joe Longthorne, of course. So,
Okay, yeah, that's one of the highlights.
yeah. So that was quite interesting. So
yeah, so going back to the Soho Film Festival,
yeah,
a dear friend of mine, Liz Fahadi, has put it all together, and it was absolutely fantastic, And the irony was that I knew I might bump into Michelle Collins there, who used to play. She used to act on EastEnders. I'm trying to think what her character was. Cindy Beale. She was married to Ian Beale. She played Cindy Beale for many years. She's a national treasure as far as I'm concerned, Michelle Collins. So the last time I bumped into her was I was working at one of the best events I ever worked at. We were at Wembley Stadium. The Rolling Stones were doing their Voodoo Lounge World Tour. And of course, at their VIP after party in Wembley Stadium, they set up a huge Voodoo Lounge. And there was only one person who could be the devil in the Voodoo Lounge, and it was, welcome to the Voodoo Lounge.
Talking about your characters, you...
But hold on, let me finish that story. Can I finish that story? Yeah. So, at the Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge World Tour, they did 3 nights. And on the very final night, I remember talking to Michelle Collins, and we started mimicking accents. And she and I were both doing Liverpool accents, who are absolutely brilliant. So when I bumped into her and reminded her, she said, "Oh, yeah, I remember that." And I've written in the book that I met the Australian singer. What's her name?
Kylie Minogue.
Kylie Minogue. And she said, "Yeah, I remember chatting to Kylie backstage as well." So it was good after all these many years that we both got similar memories.
And of course, I was talking to you about her, and you went, "Yeah, she's behind you."
Yes, of course. Yeah. It was funny, wasn't it?
So I know you were pushed for time because you're, you're so busy. So let's move on to the Leicester Square Theatre, which I think was a highlight that I missed, of course. But I'll let you share that little information. I was otherwise busy, just sort of trying to stay alive, of course. But you enjoyed that, didn't you? With what do you call your German character? That adds me an absolute fit.
General Wolfgang von Schwarz. Yeah, good evening and welcome to the show. My name is Wolfgang von Schwarz. I am the #1 comedian in all of Click Germany. And it's funny, where I am, the people outside are probably wondering what's going on.
We've got comedy within comedy here, haven't we? For those that don't realise, Marcus is about, 6'4"? Something like that?
6'3".
6'4", with a blonde German wig on. And a German army officer, boots to boot, and your funny little joke, which I've heard 1,000 times, and I'm expecting everyone else has it, but nobody tells it like you do. So can we have that one? I bet you know what I'm going to say.
How I open it up. Yeah, good evening, welcome to the show. My name is Wolfgang von Schwarz. I am the #1 comedian in Click Germany. And then when we did it at Leicester Square Theatre, they were crying. I had to stop. You weren't there.
No.
And then I'll go, when I was younger, I was in the Deutsches Bundesheer. That, for you Dummkopf Englanders, is the German army. One day, the commandant said, Wolfgang, did you see me? Sorry, Wolfgang, I did not see you at camouflage trainings this morning. The commandant, I said to him, thank you very much, sir. Did I make that up a bit?
I did put you on the spot.
The other line is,
you on the spot.
The commandant said, Wolfgang, you are an enigma. I said to the commandant, there is no need to be racist, sir. So it's all that sort of thing.
Yeah, so there we are. So for the people listening, I was due to be there. It was actually Johnny Tate's Factor 25, which was depicting something like the Britain's Got Talent in what was, well, it's probably 8 years ago. So it's sort of like what it was going to be like in 12 years later. So
well, isn't it funny? The funny thing is that it's going to be 2025 next year. So,
I know.
Yeah, should have given us a few more years.
I was due to leave. I'd had a nice shower and a cup of tea. I went to put my socks on, and that was me, ladies and gentlemen. I had a stroke and found myself in an ambulance and hightailing it to Eastbourne General Hospital, which was as near as I got to the Leicester Square Theatre on that occasion. So who knows?
And if you'd like to know the actual details and events of that day, I've written a chapter dedicated to the Leicester Square Theatre Factor 2025. Most importantly, my dear friend and mentor, Adrian Doughty, who, of course, was we were told when we arrived at Leicester Square Theatre that you'd gone to hospital with a heart attack. So we were, everybody was heartbroken. But as the words of the song, one of my favourite songs, there's no business like show business, like no business I know. You know, the show must go on. So we had to just go on. And I realised that you were Johnny's right-hand man. And I found myself just naturally going around making sure everybody was all right, picking them up a bit, etc., and not thinking about what I had to do, because I still had 4 different characters to be. And before you knew it, the show had started. Now, what made it an absolute unique occasion for me is that I'm best friends with my ex-wife, as you know, and Eleanor Gibson, performed for the Canadian National Ballet, and she's absolutely brilliant. She was the UK and world pole dance champion as well, and she sets amazingly high standards. So I felt a little bit under pressure from that, and the fact that she had her 2-year-old daughter with her. And it was the first time she'd ever seen a performance in the theatre. And little Grace, I'm her uncle, she's the love of my life. So, but it all magically came together. And afterwards, Eleanor said to me, that's the best thing I've ever seen you do.
That's lovely.
And you know, so it all somehow, in the face of adversity, it all came together. And it was beautiful. And for your viewers, if they make a note of the name of the book, Buzzing with the Bees from Brentford to Hollywood, and it tells a story of my journey through the world of football, show business, celebrity encounters, working in charity, and working with my local club, Brentford, and ended up in Hollywood, which is where I'm off to in a couple of weeks' time. I'm going to go over for Oscars weekend. Great time to network, get a great time to meet people. In previous times I've been there, and I remember, I can't remember what year it was, but one year I was wearing a kilt inspired by Samuel L. Jackson in the 51st state. And I had a guy come up to me. I looked, you know, it's not often you see West Indian gentlemen in kilts. So I had people were coming up asking for photos, all sorts of things. And one guy, he kept coming up and he kept saying, he said, "Wow, man, you look great. I need to talk to you about a project I got coming up." And I was like, cool. So an hour later, he comes back to me. He's probably had a couple of whiskeys. Everyone's set their hair down. It was a really fabulous night. And he's really enthusiastic. "Man, I need to talk to you. You've got a great look. I'm going to come and find you in a minute. We're going to talk about the project I'm doing." And then I saw my dear friend, John Campbell, who I think you know because you're related to him. It's your nephew. Anyway, John, who had invited me over, I said to him, "John, who is this guy? Is he serious?" He said, "Yeah, listen, he's making a gangster film at the moment. Or he's trying to get the funds together to make a gangster film in London. He wants me in it, and I think he wants you in it. So when you talk to him, be proper and be be your lovely, charming self. So eventually he came over to me. I'm sure you've met him, Jules Grant.
Yes, I love Jules. Yes.
Yeah, but that was the first time I met him. This is going back 7, 8 years. So he says to me, he says, now you got to imagine when I'm very good at accents. I don't need to blow my own trumpet, but everybody, I can do a smorgasbord of accents. So when I'm in LA, I tend to become awfully well spoken, you see, because I've noticed over the years that everyone absolutely loves that accent. So I'm speaking to him like that. And he says to me, in an American accent, I'll change that. He says, hey, buddy, you don't mind if I ask you something? You won't take offense. It's about your accent. He said, can you do a Cockney gangster accent? And I said, of course I effing can. Oh, he makes the gangsters. And of course he loved all that when I went in the Cockney, you know what I mean?
Well, I played in one of these little cameo role in one of his films as
I think I remember it.
They said, could you play a corrupt politician in a massage parlour?
No acting involved.
He's the Pope of Catholic came to mind.
Yeah,
anyway, but of course, the story, the funny thing that always amazes me is, I don't smoke. I've never smoked. And I think I've done it for a week when I was about 9, I think, 5-part drive. Yeah. So but elderly people watching this, they'll know what I mean. Anyway, but anyway, when I sat down on the set and I was working out how I was going to play this part, and laying there is the biggest cigar I ever did see. And as I said, I've never smoked a cigarette, let alone a bloody cigar. So I picked hold of it, started lighting it, thinking that by the time they went, okay, action, and well, I'd have it all set. And I only had a few words to say, which was basically to decide they were planning world domination, and they were basically asking me if I was in or out. Really, that was it. So I was only had to really say yes or no. So obviously I was going to say yes, but the point was that along with this cigar was one of the 1960s lighters, and everyone has ever seen them before. That they were sort of the predecessors to the clippers, where they had a little flint in them and all the rest of it. But of course you'd light them, and unbeknown to me, they used to get really hot. And by the time I tried to light this cigar, unbeknown to me, the lighter is now like red hot. So the next thing is he goes, action, take 2, like that. So I held me cigar. They went, are you in or out? And I just got my cigarette, went like that with it. I didn't. It was really professional, and I just done it all. Took a nice little go on the cigar and blew it, and then turned around and went, yes. So there you go.
So you've done a bit in that. Not many people can say that they've done a bit in Hollywood, can they?
No, and I must tell you that Grant, Jules Grant, is a fantastic producer. I mean, how can I put it? It makes that sounds I'm being rude. I'm not being rude, but he's got that eccentricity, and he thinks outside the 9 dots. And therefore, the whole thing is, you're all alive while you're doing it. That's what I liked about it, So if he does make something, I'd go with it. You'll have great fun if nothing else. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah. Well, when I go over there, I'm hoping a few doors will open. I'm hoping the book will lead to other things. And I'm feeling very optimistic.
And you're singing, you like your singing, don't you?
Yeah. I used to sing with a band called Phony M, a cover band of Boney M many years ago. It was great gigging, obviously, with three female singers. We used to travel up and down the country and do that years ago. So I'm always open to the opportunity to sing. Sandro Manetti will be opening a play that he opened last year in Los Angeles. He did a comedy remake of Die Hard, the movie, and he's intending to do it again at Christmas this year in the West End. And hopefully I should have a role in that where I will be singing. So your viewers will get a chance to come and watch me in the West End, hopefully, this Christmas. So, yeah, there's a lot going on at the moment. As I say, I'm going to be
play over there in the States. So let's hope that's a little goer. Does he know what theatre he's using at the moment?
No, he's not 100% sure. When I go out there for Oscars weekend, Oscars always falls on a Sunday. So it'll be Sunday, March the 10th. I'm going to go on the Friday the 8th. Just going to be there for 5 days to got some business meetings. And it's always great to network. And one of the other chapters in my book is about being in LA on Oscars night. And I can't describe it to anyone. It reminds me a little bit of the Notting Hill Carnival in the sense that it's a huge, great big party. Everywhere you go in LA on Oscars night, they'll have an Oscars party. So the whole city having a great big Oscars party.
Right.
And then, obviously, if you're in the industry, there's a pecking order. And the number one place to be is at the Oscars. And next down is the Vanity Fair party, the Elton John party, or you could be in Chateau Marmont, which is the hotel, a very famous hotel in LA. And all of the Oscar nominees stay in Chateau Marmont the night before.
Right.
So on the night of the Oscars, you can imagine it's absolutely buzzing. And I'll give you an example. I've been one particular year, I think it was 2019. I've been one particular year, or 20, and I've been going to parties all week and it's been brilliant, etc. But on Oscars night, I hadn't received an invitation to anything different, decent. So it looked as if I'd be watching the Oscars on my cousin's sofa, which is not, when you're in the industry, that's not the place you want to be. I got a last-minute phone call from a friend of ours, Rolly, and he said, I've got you a ticket for the Swedish Embassy Oscars party in Beverly Hills. I thought, that sounds absolutely fantastic. So I went to Beverly Hills. I had this beautiful red velvet jacket on. And when I got in there, I bumped into Dolph Lundgren. And it's often happened to me.
Who that is, that those that don't know who that is?
Dolph Lundgren is a famous action hero, and probably his most famous role, the role that got him to fame, was he was in the Rocky film as the Russian fighter that killed his friend in the boxing ring. So his name was Ivan Drago. And he would say, I am Ivan Drago, I'm a machine. Like that. So when I get to the Beverly Hills, the Swedish Embassy Oscar party in Beverly Hills, it's happened a lot since I was a child. People often think they've seen me before, or they know me, or they've worked with me. I've had it so many times, it's unbelievable. So he looked at me in my red jacket, black bow tie, I looked like $1 million, if I say so myself. And he thought that he'd worked with me. So he was really friendly. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Long time no see. He was all over me, in fact. And he said, if there's anything I can do, if you need any drinks or whatever. I said, if you could come down to the photo board and have a photo with me in a minute, that'd be great. When I went in to see Rolly, I told him, I said, wow, have you seen who's here? He said, yes. Dolph Lundgren, and leave him alone. Don't pester him or you'll get me in trouble. And that is the irony of our business, because if I just take the photo straight away, no problem. But once your host has told you not to pester somebody, you're not going to go back there. It will be rude. So once we finish there, we all go to Chateau Marmont together. And when we get to the door, the guy says, no, you're not coming in. And one of these Swedish guys gets on the phone and he calls up, and 5 minutes later we were in. And I've never seen anything like it in my life. It's like being at a rave, but nobody's on any, it's just everybody's so fired up, so well dressed, so buzzy, and you've got to be polite to everybody you meet because you don't know who you're dealing with. So it was one of the great experiences of my life. And then, ironically, I'm sitting on a table full of Swedes, and it was a year that Leonardo DiCaprio won an Oscar for the first time. And that year, a Swedish girl called Alice Vikander won an Oscar for the Eddie Redmayne film, where Eddie Redmayne was, I'm trying to think of the name of it, it's gone from me, but Alice Vikander is a Swedish girl. She won an Oscar. And I'm sitting on this table, and the girl sitting next to me says, "I'm so excited. My friend has won an Oscar." I was like, "What?" She said, "Yeah, we are going to go to the Vanity Fair party." And I said, "I know it's a bit cheeky, but would it be possible to come up and say hello to her and get a photo with the Oscar?" And she went, "No, I don't think so. I'm sorry, she's a bit busy, maybe later." And I'm like, wow, this is how close to the action we are. And as you well know, I'm so proud of my first ever picture, which came the following year with an Oscar at an event. And, you know, if you want to find out how I got my picture with an Oscar, you'll have to buy the book. Fighting with the Bees, from Brentford to Hollywood. I'm Marcus Hamilton Gibson at your service. And it will be, I don't think we're going to release it till next year. So you've got some time to save up some money because it won't be cheap.
Marcus, thanks for your time. Congratulations on the book. I can't wait to read it. I can see the bestseller coming out now by the time we've finished, and you've been to the Oscars and all the rest of it. And so I wish you well for the rest of the evening, looking after your homeless people. And,
okay. What does that mean?
Having owned a homeless unit myself and looked after 25 homeless people, I know how, you know, it can be. You just never know what's going to happen next, of course. But anyway, we look forward to maybe getting you on again and hearing all about this year's Oscar parties.
Okay, my pleasure. Adrian, take care. Always an honour.
Thank you. Good night. God bless.
Take care. See you later.
Well, there he is, the life and soul of Hollywood, by the looks of it. Old Dundren and God dear, absolutely heart of gold. Absolute heart of gold. So there we are. Well, we're going to call it a day for tonight. Thank you for watching. As you can see across my, I always do that, get the wrong way around. There you go, UK comedy channel. Please, you know, like and subscribe. If you can share it with a few of your friends. You know, maybe you're a comedian out there, or you're trying to get on the whole comedy circuit, or you're trying to get on in your career. You know, drop a message or an email via the link at the bottom of the page, and maybe we can help you in some way. It'd be a pleasure to try and get you a bit of stage time, or, you know, just some advice. You know, that would give us great pleasure to do that. Go away.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure. See you later.
Hello, bye.
Bye.
That was funny, wasn't it? Anyway, there we go. He was only going to do 15 minutes and we've done half an hour, ladies and gentlemen, so we've done well. But yes, as I say, if you're a comedian, you know, drop us a line. You know, maybe you want to come on and tell a couple of gags. If you've got your favourite joke, anything like that, we'd love to have you on. And we do a little short with you. Obviously, you can put, you know, your telephone number if you want to do that, or your social media details. Maybe you're a writer and you want to, you know, meet up with a few comedians. You know, let's all pull together. Together we're stronger, as the saying goes. But for tonight, whether you're on Twitter, Facebook, or the UK Comedy Channel, it's been great to have you with us again tonight. So we look forward to seeing you in the future, where we will be interviewing the great Danny Blue, comedian, the gentleman that some 40 odd years ago started the Naked Balloon Dancers, the Oddballs, that travelled the world and done just about every national television channel there is. So I know that's going to be a fun time. And I spent about 20 plus years running around with him. So I know there's some funny stories there. So we look forward to seeing you. So as we like to say at this point, let's hope we all live to see the end of the DFS sale. Good night. God bless. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Well, here we are. I know it's a comedy channel and we're all supposed to be happy, but tonight's show is dedicated to who is commonly known to us within the entertainment industry and far ahead as the wonderful Stuart Masters, otherwise known as the Godfather. I can't tell you, my phone hasn't stopped all day, and the messages that that wonderful human being on there. And I can tell you the world is a sadder place without him. As we progress with this series, obviously, you know, there's funny stories and some stories about show business that are not really so funny. You know, not everybody in show business is nice. It's called show business, but not everyone is nice. That wonderful man on there was nice. He was a father figure to many, 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 many people. I dread to think how many, just by the few that, you know, I've had on the phone today, phone calls, and you know, some of the girls that he's obviously helped through difficult times, and us fellow comedians. You know, there's nothing worse than, you know, struggling on a gig, or I don't know, maybe not even getting there because of the traffic or the Dartford Bridge is closed or whatever it is, and you feel sick. But that man on there was always on the end of the phone to cheer you up and tell you that tomorrow's another day. So I really do, on behalf of all of my people in show business that have contacted me, and some that obviously hundreds, that probably thousands that Stuart's touched, that I don't know everybody, that I truly say that we dedicate tonight to him, his humour, his love, his caring, his generosity, and I could go on, you know, and who knows, maybe we could do a special show just dedicated to him when everybody's kind of feeling a little bit better. But for tonight, we dedicate it and we raise a glass to our Stewie. Great memories for me. We used to meet, which was a kind of halfway mark, in a friend of mine's hotel down in Bournemouth. And there would be a few of the agents, you know, Dave Woodbury from obviously down that end, and Red, who's mother hen to all the girls down in Bournemouth, and Maxine Cummins, obviously myself, Martin and Rosanna that own the hotel, obviously over there. Many a night spent sitting telling silly stories. If it's one thing us entertainers have all got, no matter where you are or what level you're at, you've all got a funny, silly story. And that's why this channel is having the success it is, because it's all about the stories. And so, you know, up there, laughter in the sky, is Stuart, a little angel that's going to join all the other funny men and women. So there we are. We love you, Stewie. Mwah. This is for you. And on that note, I introduce you to our illustrious Lord Christopher Bartholomew. If there's ever a colourful character in the entertainment industry, it's him. And he certainly touched my life. But let's hear it from the man himself. Hello, Chris.
How are you? Nice to see you.
Am I allowed to, can I say I don't have to do all that Lord Bartholomew all night, do I?
No, you're quite at liberty to call me whatever you want. Just Lord will do.
So there we are. Anyway, great to have you here this week. And
thank you. Sorry about last week. It was one of those weeks. Sorry, everybody. We had a dilemma in Croydon, so we'll leave it at that, shall we?
If ever there's a place, Croydon has got plenty of dilemmas. For those of you who don't know, Christopher holds the high esteem where I'm concerned, because it was his fatal words one day when Joe Longthorne was well enough. He said, I think I'm going to put Joe Longthorne on a Sunday night at the London Palladium. He said, and I'd like you to do the first half. So publicly in front of everybody, thank you for that. Very special moment. More so that I was able to get 1,700 people singing happy birthday to my mum, which was very special, even if she did scold me afterwards. And she went, that was your moment. You didn't need to do that. But I did need to do it. And it was lovely to do it. And of course, it was greater for Joe and Jamie Moran and the rest of the band. Made it an absolutely special night. And we thank you for that, Chris. So thank you for what you did.
Pleasure. Well, you deserve it. You've helped a lot of people over a lot of years, Adrian. Not a lot of people know what you do, or you're not as appreciated as you should be through the industry. And in my eyes, you're one of the real mensch. You're a real person. And I thank you. Not only you thank me, I thank you for being there with me, alongside me, time and time again, for many, many years.
Thank you. Because I've got my bog roll here, I'll be using it. And between you and Stewie, I'll be the comedy channel's going to be. But in actual fact, I mean, what a journey you've had. I mean, maybe we'll touch a little bit later on about some of your musical journey, because we're talking about a lot of the comedians that you've worked with, obviously, because you
not only the ones I've worked with, the ones that have crossed my path in other sort of areas of life, really. I never worked with Frank Carson, but Frank Carson was a big part of my life when I was in Blackpool. As you know, I lived in Blackpool when Joe was relaunched after his bone marrow transplant, and we tried to get him into a fit state, because his legs didn't work, but we got him pretty well, and we got him doing 40-50 gigs a year. But Frank was living in Blackpool along with a lot of other comics. And there's, the meeting place was always the Queen's Hotel.
Remember it well. Pat Mancini, she was at the Palladium. She was sat right in the middle. She was sat right in the middle, and Joe sung one of his special songs to her.
Yeah. Many, many nights in the Queen's Hotel, let me tell you, with Pat holding court. And Frank Carson giving it the Frank Carson Music 10. Queen's Hotel, Blackpool. Thank you very much.
I was saying last week, funny enough, that my memory of him, he seemed to be the first up in the morning and last to bed at night.
Oh, mate, it was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Frightening the life out of you. He had so much life in him. He was a complete and utter ray of light through everybody's life in Blackpool. He never let you down. He was always there for everybody. Smile, never ever saw him upset. Great man. Great loss to the industry. Great loss.
I think the thing that sticks in my mind from a comic point of view is that he's the only comedian I've actually seen that can just, in a room of, say, 1,000 people, just stand up where he is eating his dinner and go, Italian about to run about
Absolutely.
And he sits down and eats his soup.
Do you remember the Variety Club Award night?
Yes.
In Manchester. You were there.
Yes.
And Joe's Variety Club Award. But he and Chubby Brown completely stole it. Stole the stories of Joe. But that was him. Chubby, we all know Chubby's Chubby. But Frank phenomenal man, and a lovely, lovely guy with it. No side, no delusions of grandeur. He was who he was. Never pretended, never lied, never cheated. Great man.
Interestingly, I mean, perhaps you could answer a couple of things for people that are watching, that maybe some people that perhaps are a bit younger, they don't actually understand the magnitude of Joe Longthorne's fame and in his ability to fill theatres at that rate. I touched on it last week, but and then of course he was funny himself, wasn't he, Joe? Joe was a brilliant comedian.
Well, Joe's start, it really was in the big time was with Russ Abbott in the Russ Abbott Laughter Show.
Oh, Russ Abbott.
Right. I mean, he started on television, but and we're not talking about Junior Showtime back with Jess Yates. We're talking about the time that he got his big break was 87, before he actually got the Joe Longthorne show on a Saturday night. He and Russ Abbott did the Laughter Show together. And he was a funny man. Very, very funny man. Very clever timing too. His timing was unbelievable. You know that, Aid.
I always found myself sitting behind the gentleman that does the jewelry on the jewelry show. You know, on the
Oh, you mean
Ian?
Pricing
Up. Who is it? Yeah,
Ian.
That's him. Yeah, Ian. That's the one. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, he would sit there, and I've sat behind him while Joe's doing the impersonation. £1. £1.
And it isn't. It's got a crack in it. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
The vase has got a crack in it. Yeah. Wonderful. What was his name? Ian what? I can't remember his name, you know. I've got a picture of him here. Me and him somewhere.
Not Mitchell.
Here he is, look. Let me get up and get him.
Had a crack in it because it was a minge vase.
Minge vase, that's it. There's Ian.
There he is. Oh, it's a bit dark there, but yeah, we can. Oh, there he is. He's on the right hand side. Everyone will remember him now on the television. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. Ian. Yeah, maybe
I can't remember.
Look him up.
I can, but I can't. You know, sorry.
All right. We have the technology. We can do these things. Yeah.
What was his name, Ian?
Don't worry. It'll come up in a minute.
Well,
right. Yeah. From the road show, wasn't it? With the other fella with the funny tan, puts all the tan
David Dickinson.
David Dickinson.
Dickinson's real deal.
Dickinson's real deal. That's it. Dickinson's real deal. Yeah.
I know him really well. I just can't, and his husband I know really well, but I just can't, his surname's gone. Double-barreled surname.
Yeah, come up in a minute.
It'll come.
So, and then of course,
I'm 71, you know.
You're 71. Because Joe did Jersey quite a lot as well, didn't he? Like Jersey.
Well, in the early days, yes. In the early days, and that was his big break with he got into 5 hotels on Jersey, run by Jim Lamey, who was probably one of the biggest in the set of the mid to late 70s. Yeah, about 75, 76, was one of the biggest hotel owners on Jersey, and he loved Joe. But in those days, Joe used to work with props.
Yeah,
it was all props in those days. But it really didn't work for Joe with props when he got to the big time. He couldn't ad lib with props. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? He found it very difficult to actually make it spontaneous because the props held him back.
Yeah.
You know, they were there and he knew they had to come at a certain time and they had to go through, which took his spontaneity away from him, which, as you well aware, he was one of the most spontaneous comics.
Ian Towering, was that it? Ian Towering?
Ian Ian something Towning.
Towning. Ian Towning, yeah. Yeah, and I seem to recall because I was asked to do a Flanagan Allen tribute some years ago, and
I remember.
you done a lot of the charity work for the Bud Flanagan
I was
Cancer.
on the committee of the Bud Flanagan Leukemia Fund. Yeah, with lot of great people, a lot of great comics on that as well.
Tell us about that.
What was the fellow who did Clive the Cone?
The King of the One-Liners, Joe.
King of the One-Liners, Joe Goodman.
Joe Goodman, yeah.
What a comic that was! What a comedian, Clive the Cone. Remember Clive the Cone?
Yeah.
Threw me. I couldn't believe it. Unbelievable, because we've just lost Tony Robinson as well, who was chairman of the Bud Flanagan Leukemia Fund for many, many years, raised millions of pounds for the Royal.
Funny enough, that's a theatre I've never worked there, the Windsor one. I rather fancy that.
Have you never done? That's where we used to have. That's where we used to have our Royal Variety performance, which was always attended by the Duke of Edinburgh.
Right. He didn't have far to go, did he?
That was the year that Robinson stuck me on the end of the front row. Oh, is that what you're leading me into? Oh,
I wouldn't do a thing like that.
Do you remember? Oh dear.
No, I wasn't there.
So no, you weren't there.
Who was it?
I've sat on
Michael
it.
Barrymore?
Now, you normally always put me about 14 rows back.
Put your hand down. I can't see your face.
Sorry.
Yeah.
He always put me about 13, 14 rows back. And all of a sudden, I'm at the second row on the end. I thought, there's something going on here. Something's wrong here. And all of a sudden, I'm up on stage on the bloody ventriloquist knee with his hand up my back. I thought, and when we're in the lineup later, the Duke's coming down the lineup, isn't he? And he said to me, he said, absolutely wonderful, wonderful. Did you rehearse it? I said, rehearse it, sir. Ask that bastard next to me. Choo-choo train I was.
Was you?
Choo-choo train, yeah. Choo-choo.
I'd have paid good money to see that.
A lot of people did.
So
if there had been the internet at the time, it would have gone viral.
Do you think that you'll go back into that with what's the name dying? Do you think that there must be?
Well, I've been asked by somebody, but I don't know. Yeah. It's been a long time, and I'm not getting any younger either, and it's a big responsibility. Bernie Correll did a great job. Joe did a great. Tony did a great job. Joe Goodman did a great job. But filling the Nine King Suite at the Royal Lancaster with 1,000 people paying £100 a time, and then it doesn't take a lot of working out. You've taken 100 grand, and then getting 50, 60 items for auction, running the boxing twice a year, running the comedians' nights twice a year. It's not the easiest thing in the world. I'll probably get back.
Or should I say we've done it? It's probably I was going to say I've done it. We've done it.
Well, we did it for Joe Pyle, of course.
Yeah.
God rest his soul. A real man. Cometh the man, cometh the hour.
That was your line, wasn't it? I do.
The line.
You touched on Chubby Brown earlier, and he's up at Blackpool, isn't he? This summer, is he?
Well, we've got a theatre, haven't we, up in Blackpool now, everybody. So everybody, when you get to Blackpool, get to North Pier, because I need your money. Seriously, I need your money. Yeah, we've got a little. We've taken a lease on the James Moran, and Jamie Moran has taken the lease on the North Pier Theatre. It's now been renamed in Joe's honour because Joe loved that theatre. He actually moved in there one summer. Used to get the milkman down the pier, delivering milk.
I've heard that.
Seriously,
they mentioned that at his funeral. Funny enough,
seriously,
I remember them listening that he moved in. Yeah,
he moved into one of the dressing rooms. Had a bed moved in. He had the milkman coming down the pier in the milk truck. You've never seen anything like it in your life. He had television. He had you remember they were the days of the dishes. He had a bloody what do you call it dish, a satellite dish put up so he could have his television. It's phenomenal, man.
And of course, it's great that Jamie.
But it's now called the Joe Longthorne Theatre rather than the North Pier Theatre, which is a great thing. And then we've got the museum at the side of it, which is also a studio for about 120 people, where we've got people like Tommy Cannon on, Freddie Parrotface Davis, Darren Day, dear old Darren. There, God bless you, Darren. Quite a few good acts there. If you look at blackpoolpiers.com, you'll see what we've got on. Chubby Brown is doing one a month in the big theatre. I was
going to say, I was going to cut in there and just make the point.
Sorry, my apologies.
How good of you and Jamie, because obviously being a privately owned theatre, you're not subject to some of the sort of wokeness that seems to be happening.
Absolutely not at all.
The other comedians. Yeah, you know, and of course the great thing is it's sold out, isn't it? Every night's been sold out. I mean,
well,
that's the crazy thing.
Close. It's hard work to sell it out completely. Although there are no circle seats there. There are no pillars. There's the biggest proscenium arch in the north of England. For anybody that doesn't know what a proscenium arch is, it's what holds the top of the stage. It's what goes from one side of the stage to the other. So you've got no restricted view. You've got no circle. You've got no pillars. You've got 1,500 stall seats. And I mean, we opened in April on April Fool's Day this year, which was Easter Monday, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I believe it was.
I was worried for you guys because obviously you're just taking it over when the lockdown came, of course.
Yeah, it was a bit of a poke in the eye with a sharp stick.
Jesus.
And then when they let us open it, they said you had to have 2 spaces between people, so we could only open it with a 500 capacity, which meant we were losing money on a sellout. So it was we had a great time, but we've got it. You know, it's under control. It's under control now. We had 1,100 people in for Chubby to open it.
You touched on the Variety Club Award dinner, and that was the first time I met Chubby then. And of course, just for people out there, and in particular, people.
Roy, dear old Roy.
You know, I mean, there he is, the man. And, you know, I mean, obviously I've read his biography. Good friend of mine, Gary Roundtree, wonderful comedian, does a fabulous tribute to him. So if you can't get to Blackpool, check out.
Oh, he's amazing. Roundtree.
You know, and we're working with him in Northampton later in the year. No. We promoted it last week. Actually, it might come up again. But
so you're not at the main theatre. You're at one night.
No, it's kind of, I don't know what it is. I suppose it would be. It's like a cabaret venue, really. Anyway, there's loads of acts on, but that wasn't what I was going to say. What I was going to say is that, of course, what people get confused with is that when Roy goes to work to become Chubby Brown, he's an act of Chubby Brown. And I can say to you about fear of contradiction that the most gently spoken, polite. I've never heard him say bloody, let alone swear.
He doesn't swear.
You know, and I know when I read
Royston Vasey is his name.
Yeah. But when in his biography, he makes a point
I've got his bio.
Where he makes a point about the fact that he gets quite offended if people were to swear in front of him or his wife.
Absolutely,
or
he's a very, very shy, reserved man.
Yeah.
Off that stage, it's as if you turn a light off when the flying helmet comes off, and Chubby becomes Roy again.
Here's something I learned the other night. We'll have Danny Blue on here, but basically, Danny Blue was a drummer. Chubby Brown was a drummer. Jim Davis was a drummer.
And
Dave Lee was a drummer.
Who else was a drummer?
Go on.
Johnny Casson.
Johnny Casson, yeah. So there's 5. I'm the odd one out. Although I have
You're a bummer.
I've got a what's that? The old ukulele up there indoors.
Have you?
Yeah, I'll tell you, it belonged to Wayne. Do you remember Wayne? Bless him.
Yeah.
Wayne. Let's have a little drink of Wayne.
We had. Do I remember Wayne? Yeah,
oh, bless his heart. Oh, there he. Ah, look, there he is. There's Wayne for everybody. Fabulous singer. Wayne Adams, a real man's man.
A real
right there.
performer. A real man.
Absolutely amazing. He was amazing. I spoke to him on the 4th of July. He said, "I don't feel too good, Aid." He said,
and he was
anyway,
dead on the
I'm going to
5th.
go down, have a checkup. He said, "I'm going to go down, have a checkup." He said,
I
and
remember, Aid.
I'll let you know how I get on. 14 days later, he was gone. Boom.
Yeah.
Break my
Remember
heart.
when we used to go down and see him working on his boat in the boat? Yeah.
I'll tell you a funny story.
I've never met Adrian before tonight, really, but we've rehearsed this.
This is a story of an uncle of mine who was in the Navy, and he was in the Navy, and he passed away, and he wanted to be buried at sea. So it took us a while to actually get the weather right, and eventually we go out. We've got my auntie who's 90 sitting in a chair. He's there steering the boat. My cousin's laying down putting pedals in. I'm outside. I suddenly thought, blimey, I haven't said goodbye to him yet, so I'll cry my eyes out, waiting to say goodbye. And my mum handed him out of a Sainsbury's for Life carrier bag and gave him to me. She's standing there holding the bag, and as I put him into the water, bless his heart, I heard my auntie say, she went, "Lena." That's my mother's name. She went, "Lena." She said, "Don't throw that bag in. I need it." I don't know. People often ask you, where does humour and sadness start and finish? And I'll tell you what, it's a cigarette paper. That's for sure.
My phone's gone off.
Has it? Okay. Well, I can still hear you. So, yeah. So that was that. Yeah. Talking about Wayne, I was quite pleased because I obviously didn't know he was going to die, and he went behind. He come backstage with me at the Palladium and helped me and everything else. And once again, of course, there's always that situation where you want to. I don't know. Well, there's a time when you should stop. You know, sometimes you can stop, and you need to actually just take deep breath and just have something to eat and just chill out. You've done as much as you can do and get ready for the show. And that's what Wayne brought to the party for me. And he went, "Come on, AG." He said, "Let's go next door and have get a sandwich and a drink," and that's what I did. And
but that's what he did.
Yeah.
That's what he did, Wayne. He
was good like that. Yeah.
He was real. Let's put it that way. I've lost you, Adrian. Where are you?
No, I'm still here. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
I'm still here now. About it. Anyway, tell me about Keith Harris then. Where did you first meet Keith?
In the Queen's Hotel.
Oh, right.
Another one. It used to be the back room at the Queen's Hotel was comedian's room. Keith Harris was there. Roy Walker was always there. What's the fella we went to his house and who had the stroke?
Duncan Norvell.
Duncan
Norvell, yeah.
Duncan
There's
Norvell.
Roy Walker. There's Roy looking smart there.
So it's good, but it's not right. It's good, but it's not right.
Oh dear. Now Duncan, funny enough, I
put him on at that club. Do you remember? With you,
Yeah.
same night,
Yeah.
and you
Yeah.
were on with Frank Carson.
Yeah, I'd forgotten that. I'd have milked that a bit more if I'd remembered.
Oh.
All I remember is you'd put them on.
Me
I think.
pulling you off stage. Is that what?
Yeah,
you
I should think
remember?
so. It was like following the Royal Variety Show, wasn't it? I've never been so pleased. I think it's about the only time I've ever been taken off, and I was actually I couldn't. I nearly bought you a bloody pint for pulling me off. No, It was what you must have started the entertainment at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, didn't you?
Yeah, we had the best Rod Stewart impersonator on. We had Frank Carson, Duncan Norvell, somebody else, and you.
And about 9:45 at night, when they were all asleep in the front row, you put me on, you rotten bugger. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Don't let me hit you live on air. But I'll tell you something on a serious note around Keith Harris and that. It's great to watch his daughter going from strength to strength. Have you seen his daughter? Absolutely talented girl. We're going to see a lot of her. Absolutely amazing. So there we are.
Can you hear me, Aid?
Yes, I can.
I seem to have gone off screen.
No, don't worry. I'm sure there's a reason for it.
Here I am.
After last week, this is a great step forward. Don't worry about that. So talk about Bobby Ball then. Was he back at?
Well,
was he backstage?
Bobby was Bobby, wasn't he? He was. We've got Tommy Cannon on actually on the pier. He's on in the small room on the pier, the studio. But Bobby used to come round the house when we lived in Pat Mancini's house. Joe, me, Jamie, John Boy, Keith. The captain's house up on. I don't know if you ever went there, did you?
No.
But he used to come round on a regular basis with his guitar and just sit in the front room with us. And I mean, you can't make those moments. Those moments will never, those comedians will never, ever, ever, ever be made again. Les Dawson used to come round. You know, you can't make that up.
All sitting there in the front room.
All sitting in Joe's front room. I mean, you pinch yourself.
And Frank Carson going, yeah, tell you about at 4 in the morning.
Yes, I can. And then PJ Proby turns up. I mean, you know, what's it? Where Engelbert Humperdinck turns up. Can't happen. It can't. It don't happen in real life. I thought you're pinching yourself every Wednesday.
What did they have? A Wednesday club or something?
Wednesday club, yeah.
Oh, is that what they actually called it? A Wednesday?
It was Wednesday club.
Oh. What's that? Because they've all got over there. They've all got over travelling around the country.
I don't know.
Monday,
It always happened on a Wednesday. I think never a Tuesday or a Thursday. It was Wednesday. Amazing.
Going back to Duncan Norvell, I mean, wasn't that a beautiful house he had up there in the north up there?
Oh, what we couldn't believe that house. His wife threw him out though, didn't she?
I don't know how that worked.
Yeah, we don't get on anymore, so his wife did throw him out, yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. So anyway, I do get on with him very well. And I had him on.
But his wife still threw him out.
I'll do the funniest.
When you're going to change the habits of a lifetime.
When he, I had him
after
the stroke. He came to
Black Tie. I love him. Don't get me wrong. He's a great comedian.
Yeah. And then, funny enough, that was the first time I actually heard, because obviously he struggles with the walking a little bit and that, but he can stand. But nevertheless, he changed his catchphrase to chase me to push me, and I thought that was such a beautiful thing. What a beautiful, do you know what I mean? It just shows you, doesn't it? You know, that
clever man.
You know,
and a great comedian. Great comedian. And then, of course, there's all of them. Joe. What about the night Joe Longthorne did the Bruce Forsyth 70th birthday party?
You know what? I only watched that the other day.
Did you?
What a phenomenal 7 minutes that is.
Yes, 6 minutes 40 seconds it was actually.
Was it really?
Yeah. And then the other time we did Don Black's 70th birthday. For those of you who don't know, Don Black is probably one of the greatest lyricists in the same vein as Tim Rice. He's written more hits. He wrote If I Never Sing Another Song, Born Free, Ben for Michael Jackson. I mean, some amazing stuff. He's written 4 Bond themes. He's got 5 Oscars, 4 Emmys, 3 Tonys. I mean, it's just. So we're doing his 70th birthday, and Joe's closing the first half. Michael Parkinson's the host. We've got Shirley Bassey's MD, and a 48-piece orchestra. So Joe's come on sang If I Never Sing Another Song, which was actually written for Matt Monro by Don Black, but Joe made his own. And if you listen to Don Black talk about Joe, he said Joe earned that song because it was never easy for Joe in show business. I know I go on about him, but I love him and I miss him. And there you go. Sorry, everybody.
We're allowed on here. We're not.
Are we allowed?
No TV executives here. We are the TV executives. And our special shout out to Nigel Cross, the producer, that's actually making all these little bits happen.
Bless you, Nigel. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry
not easy dealing with us too. Not. Oh dear. Tell me about Christmas Day in Martinique then. I've actually stayed in Martinique in Switzerland, didn't
I was out in Martinique for a Christmas and New Year, I think. I'm trying to think. Must have been 2018. I'm on the beach in the capital. I've come down from the hotel, which was a little bit up the hill. I've come down and I'm sitting on the beach. And one of the big Royal Caribbean liners comes in. So the tender comes off and all the people who want to come ashore, don't they, for the day. So we're sitting on the beach with the people. I said, how's your cruise? Guy said, all English. He said, we're lovely. We're having a lovely time. Flew into Fort Lauderdale, out of Lauderdale. We're all round it. Oh, beautiful. St. Lucia yesterday. We're here in Martinique today. I said, what's your entertainment good? He went, oh, magnet, fabulous. I said, who's the mate? He went, Roy Walker. I thought, I'm 7,000 miles away and I can't get away from the kid. 7,000 miles and Roy Walker's out in the bloody boat. So I said,
so hang on, I'm getting confused. I'm thinking of there's a Montanique in Switzerland. You're in Montanique in
Martinique.
Oh, Martinique. All right.
Martinique,
you're in Europe.
Caribbean.
Yeah. You're in the Caribbean. Wow.
Yeah, we were in the Caribbean for Christmas and New Year. And you've done it now, Aid. What have you done? Oh, I've got it. So I said, will you tell him Chris the Greek's here? The next thing I know, the bloke, the tender's gone back. There's a private tender come over with a little Irishman going, where is he? Where is he? I went, oh dear, what are you doing to me? Roy Walker, 7,000 miles away from home. You can't make it up, can you? Can't make it up.
I know we're going a bit off topic, but I just think that I was saying last week that I watched the Queen story, which of course leads us nicely on to the
That's nice.
Live Aid, and you're you bobbing across the stage with a slightly better head of hair than you got tonight, I have to say.
Well, yeah, it was a mullet. It was a Pat Sharp mullet I had.
Oh, was that what you Pat Sharp mullet?
Do you remember that night we were all in Crazy Cox for that amazing comedian? What was his name? Russ Kane.
Oh,
what a show that was!
No, don't go on to go to bloody Live Aid. That's what I want to talk about.
Oh, well,
how did you come to put Phil Collins on the helicopter? Let's do that one. That's a good one.
Well, the story back in those days. Where are you, Ed?
You're here. You're on the screen.
All right, okay.
Instead of seeing it, you're on, and I'm not. Yeah, that's it.
Right. Okay. Back in those days, of course, we had supersonic travel, and Harvey Goldsmith, in his infinite wisdom, decided that what he was going to do was, once Phil Collins had finished his set at Wembley, he was going to get a helicopter into the car park, take him from there to Heathrow, stick him on Concorde, fly him to New York, JFK, from JFK take him by helicopter to Philadelphia, and then play him, let him play at the same time that he played on the British stage. And it happened.
That is phenomenal.
Can't happen again because there's no supersonic travel anymore. You actually used to arrive in the States before you left England.
Wow.
You actually arrived. And now, when we used to go and sign contracts for Harvey and they were important, he'd fly you out Concorde, but you came back on a bus. Yeah, you think I'm joking? No, good old days.
So, any other? I mean, obviously, without incriminating anybody, was there any? What was the atmosphere like back there? Because it must have been absolutely manic, wasn't it? Something like that.
Well, it all started about January, February, because you know that it happened on July the 13th, 1985. One of the hottest days of the year at that time. 100,000. It had never been done in the UK before. No one had ever played a stadium before that time.
Really?
No, there'd never been a stadium gig in the UK.
Oh, I see.
I mean, there's Glastonbury and things, but there's never been a stadium gig.
Right.
And Geldof came and Midge-Ure. Actually, Midge-Ure doesn't get mentioned enough in all this. Everybody remembers Bob and Gavisham money, but nobody remembers that actually Midge-Ure did more work than Bob behind the scenes. So a big shout out to Midge-Ure from Ultravox. What it really was that he got 5 or 6 promoters who'd worked for him, said, right, I want you to work for 6 months for nothing, which we did. You know about that. We did 6 weeks for nothing, you and I. We didn't have mobile phones, of course. Everything was done with a telephone or a telephone box or a fax machine. For those of you who were very young, fax machines used to paper used to come out of them and tell you what you needed to do. But and then we all had pagers. You remember pagers?
Yeah, I had a pager.
Yeah, that's all we had, and it said ring this number. But it all. Hold on, Crystal Palace have scored against Newcastle. So if everybody, Palace are 1-0 up against Newcastle. So if all of you, anyone interested? No.
Well, no. Did you do that in the middle of Live Aid, by the way? I just thought I'd ask for a friend.
Many times. Why wouldn't I? Have I ever changed? Have I ever changed?
I'm sure everybody
in 20 odd years you've known me.
There's in unison. There's probably thousands of people right now going, "Nah."
I don't think I ever needed to.
Probably long after we've left this planet, if this is still circulating around there in the outer clouds of the universe, they'll all be going, "Nah." So it was a memorable thing. Does that actually stick in your mind?
I've never made excuses for myself.
No. Does that stick in your mind as one of your greatest moments, or is there some other ones that you think?
I think Marvin Gaye was the greatest moment for me. Princess Margaret, when she called me a shyster at Frimley Green.
From a comedian's point of view, you did line yourself up there, I must confess, but we'll move on.
What do you mean I did line myself up? Oh. He fell through the curtain. He fell through the curtain.
For the people watching this, right, it's before my time, obviously, but I did go to Frimley with Chris, and as we walked in,
Bob
gentleman that
Potter,
owned it.
God rest
What was
him,
his
God
name?
bless him.
Who was it? Bob, wasn't it?
No, it
Bob?
was Bob Potter, and it was
Bob Potter.
Austin in the ticket office went, Chris, I wouldn't go in. He still remembers 1981. I went, oh, leave it out, Austin. And he came out, Bob Potter. He said, you, Princess Margaret. I went, I know what you called me, Bob. This is 37 years later.
Can you explain to the people what happened? So,
well, we didn't have mobile phones again, obviously, in 1981. I don't want to go into too much detail about his health or what he was, Marvin, because people have asked me to write books about it, and I'm not going to do that. As
no,
you know,
no, I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking you to explain.
You know that I can tell the stories about a lot of people.
Yes.
And that one of our dear friends that we won't mention here has tried to cajole me into doing a book for the last 10, 15 years, but wants me to tell the stories. And I won't tell those stories about dead people.
Yeah, no,
and that's probably why my name is still all right.
Yeah.
Because I don't like people who tell stories. And
anyway,
Marvin's late. Let's just put it that way, shall we?
That's right.
I can't find him. Cool Black, who is his dresser, is with him in a limo somewhere on the A3, maybe. We don't know.
With a full house.
And Princess Margaret and Lord Snowden. Get that one.
And you're there getting told off.
He turns up an hour and a half after he's supposed to go on, out of his box. That's all I'm going to say. Gets up on stage and fell through the curtain. Princess Margaret threw her gin and tonic up in the air. Something she did all the time anyway, normally. But I walked over and said, I'm really sorry, Mum. She went, I've come out all this way tonight. You're a shyster. The man can't even sing. Bob Potter, you know, he reminds me of it every time I walked into Brimley Green. 30 years go past, he's still reminding me of it. 40 years go past, believe me, he'll still be reminding me of it. I don't go back anymore. I've had enough Austin. And poor old Austin, he used to get it in the neck. Don't tell.
Of course, when you first started with Harvey Goldsmith, I understand you looked after Diana Ross. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm not going to go into that story either.
I'm just saying that. Did you look after her?
Yeah, you were. That's exactly what you were asking me to do. Yes, you were.
I wasn't.
Yes, you were.
Well, you could say you went shopping.
I know very well that you were.
You could say you were going to go shopping. You could say you went shopping.
I'm not going to talk about going shopping with Diana Ross. No.
All right, shoplifting.
Go on. Go on. Yes, I did look after Diana Ross. End of. She was fabulous too.
Oh dear. I remember seeing her in that. Do you remember she done Central Park right up high and the wind's blowing and the rain and then she just carried
that
on.
Hair. Oh man.
Yeah.
She looked fabulous on a pillow.
Yeah. But
not
you was only so you were only in your 20s then, am I right? Is that right?
21. 1974, Lady Sings the Blues Tour.
Would you sort of starstruck in those days with these people, or was you sort of too involved in?
To a certain extent, I suppose. I was with her. She was. I was only 21, Aid.
Yeah.
This is Diana Ross.
Yeah.
She was.
That's why I asked you.
I know. All right, go on.
Anyway, there we are. So
for those who don't know
looked
the
after
story,
Diana
it
Ross.
didn't happen.
It didn't happen. No, okay. Said the girl to the vicar.
Are you in? I said no.
So we got Diana Ross.
Are we about
Collins.
time?
Pardon?
How are we doing?
We're all right. We're just nearly going to finish up in a couple of minutes. So, is there anything you'd like to say before I get carried away?
I'd like to thank you very much for leading me in such a professional way for someone who stands in the wings normally. I've made it my life's work not to be on stage, because once that spotlight hits me, I'm buggered. I'm great off stage, but once I get on that stage, I'm a quivering wreck.
You've probably wet the whistle now with a few podcasters. The phone won't stop ringing. There she is, the lovely Diana Ross. Look. There she is. For those that don't know who Diana Ross is, I'm sure that there can't be anyone that's alive that doesn't know who Diana Ross is, but who knows? There we are. What I would say to you is, if you're watching us for the first time, thank you. You know, if you're watching us around our Stewie earlier, then don't be too sad, because he definitely wouldn't want you to be too sad. He wouldn't want us to be too sad. Definitely not. As much as a shock as that it is. But as he'll tell you himself, I think somebody actually said to me that he said, what was it? He said to one of the comics about being, he said, "Oh, I'm holding the wreck together," I think was his words, bless his heart. But yes, whether you're watching them to pay tribute to Stewie tonight, or whether you're on here for the first time, or maybe you're not watching it live, you know, please like and subscribe, and then we can really start getting some more people of the ilk of like our Lord Christopher Bartholomew there. Once again, he apologised for not quite making it last week, but there you go. You know what they say, if you want something done, ask a busy person. So there he is, a busy person. But Christopher, we thank you. I thank you for the colour that you brought to my life, and good Lord, it's a colour. And if I ever write a book, there'll certainly be some funny things in that, that's for sure. But apart from that, from the UK Comedy Channel, thank you very much for tuning in, as I used to say. And special thanks to the Haven last Friday. There was a few hundred of them in the yacht club in the Haven. If anybody hasn't been to the Havens lately, I can highly recommend them. They have been taken over by a big conglomerate, and they are spending millions of pounds. And the yacht club that I played last Friday was absolutely pristine, spotless, right on the sea front there. The staff are second to none, beautifully looked after, and of course I had a great audience. So if you're watching from there, thank you very much. But I think that just about wraps us up. That wraps us up for tonight. Absolutely great. Next week we're going to try and get Danny Blue on, who I joined as part of the Oddball Balloon Dancers, and we had 30 years of charging around the country causing mayhem and laughter and raising money for charities and just generally enjoying life, for which I'm eternally grateful. So I bid you good night. Once again, final toast to our Stewie, Stuart Masters, ladies and gentlemen. God bless him. Stewie. Good night. God bless. Fucking hell. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Here we are, another Wednesday night. Sorry if loads of people have been coming through. They're going up. It's like waiting paint dry, you lot to come on live. But we're here. This is it. And we've moved ahead a little bit. We got a load of new technical equipment and super fast internet. And we got the, what can I say? Illustrious Lord George Christopher Bartholomew on with us shortly. So that'll be entertaining. He's been, I think he's done 50 years in the industry. Went to school with Bob Monkhouse, so he's got lots to say about him when he was younger. And he's then
well, what can I say? Famously known for putting Phil Collins on the helicopter during Live Aid to go to Philadelphia, so that he finished up on there doing Philadelphia and Wembley all on the same day. For those that are old enough to remember Live Aid, for those that aren't, I suggest you Google it. Amazing show, or you might have even seen it on the as I did the other day. I saw the Queen story of the Queen story, or Freddie Mercury story. I thought it was absolutely fantastic over the weekend. So, and you can see how big that was if you're of an age that you weren't here then, because I think it was about 85, I think, something like that. Anyway, so that was that. We're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about a big gig in Northampton. We might get that up on the screen in a minute. That'll give you all the details, and we will put a link at the bottom. I'm trying to think of the date of it now. I think it's the 27th of June. Now, there it is. Sorry, 15th of June. Do apologise. League of Funny Bastards, it's called. And I think while we're here, Ricky Lane, we're sending out love to Ricky Lane. Our Ricky's been in hospital, had a bit of an operation in relation to circulation, and we wish him well. And hopefully he'll be running around the stage on the 15th. You've only got to look at the lineup up there. You've got Gary Roundtree with his fantastic Chubby Brown tribute. He's great friends with Chubby. He's got some great stories. I'm sure we'll have him on here one day. And of course, we've got Chris, who's booked Chubby 6 times at the Blackpool Pier, North Pier, the Joe Longthorne Theatre. And so I think we've got a funny squeak going on here, so I'm going to. I think that's better. If that was going through the microphone. Anyway, yes. So he's took my promotion down. I was just going through that. Anyway, so Gary Roundtree. We got Gary Kemsley, obviously one of the founder members of the Bath Boys. And as you can see, Russell Hall, he's definitely coming on here at some point with his bingo, his special bingo. Oh dear. There's yours truly there. Charlie Bailey, who I haven't had a chance to work with yet. He joins in the Bath Boys if he's down Essex End. Brought a few gigs to the table. And there he is, of course, with the General, as he's known in show business circles, our very own Jim Davison, OBE. Yeah, I think it's OBE. Yeah. Yeah, good old Jim. Does so much behind the scenes. Absolutely incredible. I went and done his laughter classes earlier in the year just for a giggle and a bit of an experience. But not every day you get to stand in front of one of your icons and try and be funny. But of course, it was television, so it wasn't quite the London Palladium with Britain's Got Talent with 2,000 people in the audience. But we had a laugh anyway. And he was there with Gary Bushell, Bushell on the Box, if you remember that. And Gary Bushell is one of the biggest sort of stalwarts of light entertainment in terms of the media and the press. He's really, really supportive of sort of light entertainment, variety, as we like to call it. And this gentleman here, Steve Waite, who's put this together in Northampton, I've got to tell you, that is a hell of a lineup, and he's really, really doing well there. So to be honest, £27.50 for all those comedians and a full night like that, six comics at least. That's going to be a bit of a night. That would be a good. That's even worth travelling down and getting a hotel and going to see that. I'm certainly looking forward to it, and not just because it's going to be a great night, but because it means that I'm going to go and visit my daughter. So I'm off to Hollywood. Got a couple of open spots to do on Broadway over there, so that'll be good. And of course, it's always good when you see your daughter. So I haven't seen her since last September. It was bad enough when you drop them off for the first day of school, isn't it? Nobody tells you they're going to grow up and go and live 4,000 miles away. But there you go. So I'm looking forward to seeing her. I'm down at the Haven this weekend, Haven Holiday Camp. So that'll be fun. down in sunny Kent. What else have I been up to? Oh, been lots of things. We've had. We're quite impressed with this. We've got the new fast fibre. I think about 950, however they measure it. I don't know. Dyslexic comedian. I don't know. But it's certainly, the picture looks a lot better. I'm hoping the sound's good as well. So we're looking forward to that. What are we going to be talking about tonight? We're going to be talking about Frank Carson. We're going to be talking about Frank Carson. We're let's have a little look at him. I've got my little list here. Yeah. We're going to be talking about Frank Carson, which will be good. Absolutely amazing. I've got to tell you, the energy of the man. He was one of the first comedians up in the morning, the last one going to bed. And according to Jim Davison, he didn't stop telling gags all day long and everything else. Frank Carson, news at 10. So yes, and of course, Lord Christopher, or Chris the Greek, as he's known in around London, is toured with with Joe Longthorne for many years, doing the You and Me tour. So we're going to hear all about that. Some of the fun and games that they had. I don't know the exact how many. I'm gonna have to ask him. I think it was something like about 62 dates they did, and you've got to remember at that time that Joe Longthorne wasn't his best. His health wasn't his best. He rose to fame in a program called Junior Showtime, which and he just went from strength to strength. And then sadly, around the late 80s, he was struck down with leukemia, bone cancer, and that really did, to some extent, cut his career short. But it didn't completely, because obviously doing 62 dates, and he filled theatres for the whole 62 dates. I mean, absolutely phenomenal for someone that hadn't really been on the television at that point for the best part of 20 years. And then obviously as that built, and this is where we're going to talk to Chris, he was quite involved in getting him on various programs, so we'll talk about that. We've talked about we're going to talk about Keith Harris. Now, I never met Keith Harris. I've been very blessed to meet a lot of one of my dear friends who's down here on the south coast with me, the phenomenal Stephen Hewlett, the event act that was on Britain's Got Talent, went through the quarterfinals. I first met him around 97, funny enough, on a talent competition. And he came second on that occasion. I always thought he should have come first, really, but hey-ho. He won to a great act from Blackpool, funny enough, Stephen Pierre, who's basically sort of comedy singer, we got Bobby Bull, and, once again, I mean, I'm being a southern lad. A lot of these acts are sort of northern acts, and they do work a lot in the Blackpool area. And as has often been discussed, us southern comedians going north doesn't always go well. I don't think I've read a comedian's sort of biography without them having a story of their baptism of fire, either in Scotland or in Blackpool. So it does take a little bit of it takes a bit of getting used to. And I had some funny ones up there, but more about that later. I'm talking about Bobby personally, obviously. I'm trying to think now. Chris will probably tell us, but I think Joe died about 5 years ago. Now, 4 or 5 years ago. So the last time I saw Bobby Bull was at Joe's funeral, and how sad that we've lost him. We've lost him since. I don't know if anyone remembers. I think they ought to do it again. Actually, was that I think it was a Last Stand in Vegas, wasn't it? What a fantastic thing that was. All the acts that were on that. There was Jess Conrad, who Jess Conrad, you wouldn't think so, but that man is so funny. Absolutely hilarious. And one of the things that sticks in my mind is we were going up when we were doing the Jim Davison Adult Cinderella, and we were trying to find the Nottingham Playhouse. And we couldn't find it, because if anybody knows Nottingham, it's all like on a one-way systems and trams. And of course, it's quite difficult to get to the back of the theatre. So we stopped. And Danny Blue, he's on in a couple of weeks' time, says to Jess Conrad, I was sitting just behind, He said, ask that chap there. He said, ask him where the theatre is. Ask him where the theatre is. So he sort of looked out the window and he said to this guy, he said, I say, he said, could you possibly tell me where the Nottingham Playhouse is? At which point this fellow went, right. But he had the biggest teeth I think I've ever seen, like almost like a horse's teeth. And anyway, after Jess Conrad kindly thanked him, and we drove off. At which point, Danny Blue looked at him and said, "What did he say?" and Jess Conrad sort of looked around, and he looked around, and he said, "Do you know?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I couldn't stop looking at his mouth full of dog ends," and I don't know why that tickles me now, laughing about it. But it's, you know, sometimes when you're out on tour like that, silly things like that make it just, you just couldn't make it up. It was just such an odd thing. And I think what made it funnier, of course, is obviously years in the theatre. Jess Conrad's got obviously quite an effect, you know, a theatrical voice. But of course, in reality, he's a Bermondsey boy, you know, out the back of Battersea somewhere. So he sort of switched from this, you know, rather, excuse me, could you tell me where they're not? I don't know. I couldn't stop looking at his mouth full of dog ends. Just crazy. But such a warm gentleman. And I'll tell you what, if I'm as fit as him at his age, I think he's in his late 80s now. It was his birthday actually a few months ago. And they had a big party with him. But I mean, he literally works out every day. And he is, wow, he's got shoulders. Woo. Yeah, I wouldn't want to row with him over the years. My cousin had a little soft spot for him, apparently, when she was a little teeny bopper. But yeah, so what else are we going to talk about? We're going to be talking about Roy Walker, who, once again, I haven't worked with Roy Walker. I've met him a few times. I've not actually worked with him, but, you know, always a real gentleman, and absolute gentleman, without a doubt. So there we are. Just gonna have a little drink of water. Cheers, everybody. There you go. So, what are you doing for your holidays then? You all booked up to go for your holidays? Anybody going away anywhere nice? Ooh. I don't know if we've got any. I think if we're on the YouTube, you can actually make a few comments. So, if anyone wants to say hi, please do so. And yeah, let me think. What else have I got going on? What else have we got going on? Let me think. We spoke about Ricky. Oh, I know. We've got a wonderful girl, been very supportive over the years, is our Michelle. If you're watching Michelle, she's sadly in hospital. She's had a major, well, she's had two major operations. One up on this side of things, having certain things operated on. And then sadly, she hardly got over that. And then they found some allergy on her liver, bless her. So they've literally like cut her open. I just feel so sorry for her. You know, she was only a black tie do that we were doing last month, and there she is in hospital with that. But at least they found it and operated really quickly. So we wish you well, Michelle. We wish you well. There we are. And a little shout out to Danny in Spain. It's his birthday today out there, and if you don't know that is his bar's normally on the was it Live in Spain, isn't it, or British on holiday? Is it British on Spanish holiday, something like that? Anyway, so there we are, and oh, it's just started raining again. I can hear it on the studio roof. That's good. Makes a change. That means we should have a high hose pipe ban in a couple of weeks, and yeah. What else have I got going on? Cabaret and a rugby club. That's in Kent as well, coming up shortly. So that'll be fun. New website. That's what I've got. New website. www.ukcomedian.com, which it's all a little bit upmarket with all of this AI it's been done with. Yeah. So that'll be fun. And we're going to have some new sponsors shortly. Smooth Spirits in a couple of weeks going to be sponsoring us. So that'll be good. You'll be able to go online and get your upmarket organic gins and vodkas. And they'll be able to be sent all over the country. So that'll be good. Looking forward to that. There's a 3-day event up in Lincolnshire. So next Sunday, we're going up there to survey the land. There's going to be loads of stage acts on that. So that'll be good. More about that later on. And hopefully we'll have our Christopher should come through very shortly. Very shortly. Now, I'm trying to think now. I actually met him around about 2003, I think it was. One of the great underworld figures that for you guys that and girls that like following the gangster stories, it was Joey Pyle Sr., who's purported allegedly to have been the sort of godfather of the underworld for best part of 40 years. Anyway, he had motor neurons disease, so he well, he didn't, but it was decided to put an event on for him, which was to raise money for his and some stem cell treatment, which it didn't really solve the problem, but at least it gave him a year or so extra life. So that's when I first met Chris. We came together to put that event on, which was a massive event with a lot of other people helping, loads of people helping. Fabulous acts on there, the great Jocelyn Brown, Somebody Else's Guy. Remembers that song? I've got to say, I've got different events that I've done over the years. Even if it was going a little bit, needed a bit of a livener, you guarantee put our Jocelyn Brown on, and she would just like lift the roof. The spirit of the song, the voice in that girl, just absolutely incredible. And she's so lovely as well with it, you know. So yes, and then we had Oliver Cheetham on there, and for those people out there that like a little smoke, he's sadly deceased now as well. Is Howard Marks? He was on the bill. Howard, talking about his journey, which if you haven't seen that movie, Mr. Nice, I recommend you watch it, because that'll give you some idea what I'm talking about. He was a Welshman, isn't it? But he would talk all about working with the MI5 and the IRA and then all the rest of it. Not that I don't know which bit's true and which bit's false, but I suppose when you're America's Most Wanted, I think he had about 14 different identities at the time. Obviously, you couldn't do that now, I'm sure, but back then you could. And he was an Oxford Don, so he knew all the right people in the right places, I suppose, which helped him, you know, get away. But of course, he got caught eventually, and then after doing his time, he would then go around doing his humorous, and I think you'd have to use that audience whiz, talking about his journey. And I've had many a giggle. I've had many a giggle listening to that. It's pretty cheeky, and you can understand why they made a movie with it. How he's still alive to tell the tale, of course, is another thing. Funny enough, Chris actually knew him very well as well, so you never know, he might throw a few things in the hat there as well. The night itself, you can actually go and see that night. It's on YouTube. I think it's called Joey Pyle Lifetime Achievement Award or something like that. It's on Liam Galvin's. One of Liam Galvin's, he filmed that. Quite fascinating to me, because obviously Liam Galvin used to film lots of things then, and I don't know if he'd probably done DVDs at that time, but of course no one would have known back then that YouTube was going to be the amazing thing and social media was going to be what it is now. You know, I had a television channel back about sort of 12 years ago, and of course you needed a top box like a Sky box or an Australian box or whatever, in order to sort of transmit the signal. Whereas now, of course, we can all do it on our phones, sit and watch a movie on the phones, and almost sit in an aeroplane and watch our phones, on a train and watch our phones. It didn't have that then, so it must be quite amazing to him to have done all that filming over like in the 10 or 15 year period, and then all of a sudden find such a sort of hunger for these characters. And there was no more than there was on that night, in terms of characters. Gary Butcher, we've always touched on. All the world champion boxers was on there. Steve White, Page 3 girls, all the Big Brother crew of the day was there. And of course, obviously they all came to pay homage to the Godfather. So there was about 10 crime families on there.
Which you might think, well, it's a comedy channel. Why are we talking about that? But I have to tell you, if you want to see something funny, try and work out which crime family to put next to which one, and that, and you have to laugh. It was certainly entertaining. Yeah. So there we are. But I must ask our producer where he got them two people behind them. I'm trying to think what they look like. They look like they got the Turkish teeth in, don't they? They got the turkey teeth. Mine are au naturel, I have to say. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. I've had. Oh look, please subscribe to our channel at the UK Comedy Channel. That'd be good. That'd be a real great help actually if you could do that. That'd be great. Someone said to me, "How much is it?" It doesn't cost anything. It doesn't cost anything. So you just literally go on YouTube and like and subscribe, and then we can have more and more people on here, travel around, do some filming here, some filming there, and add to the selection of entertainment that we've got now. I mean, you know, what happened to BBC One closing about midnight with the old beep, beep, beep. Yeah, so where was we? Yes, we were talking about the Joey Parr event. That was amazing. That was quite funny. Something went missing. So it went missing, and a few of the gangsters would go, "Oh, someone's nicked the picture. Someone's nicked the picture." And who's nicked it? Who's nicked it? I said, I don't know. There's 1,000 people there. I said, did you actually think you were going to get 1,000 of the underworld under one roof and nothing was going to go missing? Everyone laughed then, and God knows where it went. Some little picture or something, or that something went missing. I don't know. So, right, what else can we talk about? We talked about Ricky, and we wished him well. Oh, Gary, yes, of course. Sorry, how very amiss of me. It's Gary Kendley's birthday today. So happy birthday, Gary. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Gary. Happy birthday to you. Boop, boop, be doo. Oh, yes. Viagra, there's a funny thing. I've got a friend of mine, he works up at London Zoo. He's been feeding it to the snakes, selling them as walking sticks. And it's a little laugh when we get to the funny bits. There we are. So a little toast to Tony Gerrard as well, wonderful comedian. If anyone remembers Tony Gerrard, he's worth checking out on here. He's absolutely incredible. I don't know if we spoke about him before or not, but I think he's been past about must be 8 or 9 years now. But he was an amazing comedian, and he was like the comedian's comedian. Everybody loved Tony Gerrard. He was paraplegic and born in a wheelchair, and well, not born in it. He was in it from about 4 from polio. And I think one of the most amazing things, and this is not taking anything away from the names I'm going to quote, but I remember him following Joe Pasquale, Bradley Walsh, Jim Davison, Jimmy Jones. And I mean, wow, how do you even do that? But he did. And that was down at the Marlow Theatre in Kent. And I remember him getting a standing ovation. And I just thought to myself, wow, I don't get any better than that. But obviously, from my point of view, I used to tour around. We used to do the lads' nights in the old days, and he'd be the headline act. And obviously, you know, he'd been in that chair a long time. So he'd have funny little lines like, you know, do you like me shoes? I've had them 44 years, not a mark on them. It's nice to be here. It's been a long push from Dartford. Well, what was it he said to me? He said, I went out with this girl the other night. I said, did you, Tony? He said, yeah. He said, he said, we were down at Burpham, down in Guildford, because he lived at Woking. And anyway, he said they was under the stars. He said they had champagne and strawberries. And they looked at each other, and she gave him a little push, and he gave her a little pull. And she gave him a little push, and he gave her a little pull. And he said to me, he said, do you know, Age, he said, when we woke up in the morning, he said, we ploughed the field. And I thought that was quite funny. Oh, dear. What do we do, eh? What the things we do to earn a living? I like the old one about going back to the Viagra. I like that one where they reckon that there's about 1,000% more money invested in Viagra and boob jobs than there is on Alzheimer's research. And they reckon in about 50 years' time, there's going to be millions of us walking around with lovely perky boobs and raging stirrings and absolutely no idea what to do with it. And I thought that was quite interesting. But there we are. And anybody out there politically correct, my mum suffers from dementia and I look after her. So I think, and it's a terrible, terrible, debilitating disease, and it's terribly sad to lose your loved ones. And so if anybody's got their parents or loved one that's suffering from that, you've got my utmost sympathy. It's tough, very tough. We were walking around Asda, they're not this week, last week, and she asked me who I was 4 times. It's heartbreaking, really heartbreaking. On the other hand, in the moment, she's absolutely amazing. She's more famous than I am. I put her on the Facebook as the goodie hunter. So when we go and get carrot cake and a nice cup of tea, I'll take a picture of it, or ice creams, whether it's with grandchildren or whatever. And yeah, she's hilarious. I don't do it quite so much now, but in the early days, I used to go and what's it called, when we'd go through the checkouts, and the checkout operator used to say to us, good morning, how are you, how's everything? And I said, no, we're all right, aren't we, mum? I'll tell you what, I said, this shoplifting wears you out, doesn't it? And in the early days, she'd go, don't tell him that. And I used to love that, because it sort of meant she was sort of still in the room, and getting a telling off from your mum always was reassuring. She was still there, and she still responds the same, but she hasn't quite. She responds the same, but when she does whatever she's going to say, it gets a little bit mumble jumble, but it's still funny, because you can just tell that she's just still got that wit in there, albeit that it's difficult for her to get out. Somebody asked me the other day about Jack Foley. Those of you who have been following it on Facebook with Jack Foley, and not last August, but the August before, he was struck down by a stroke. And a lot of our charity work has been based on helping him. So once again, if anybody's out there that came along to the big summer barbecue that we did last year, we've done a little thing this just in January, and one of the chaps, Craig, done a half marathon and raised some money. We've had money donated from the British Forces Foundation and the Royal Variety Charity, and that money's been going for Jack to have treatment for asphyxia. And for those that don't know, I had a stroke about 8 years ago. So there, by the grace of God, go I, as they say. So I kind of felt for him a bit. And for those that don't know who Jack Foley is, once again, you can check him out on YouTube. We all went to see him in July. There's singer Agnes Jones and myself, part of the Madness management, and Mason Knight off of Facebook, and Tony Chaplin. We went to see him. He was with a 10-piece orchestra in Holborn, doing all the big Les Miserables hits. It was a fabulous lunch. We had a Sunday lunch. We was listening to him. It was all fantastic. And within a fortnight, he'd gone on holiday with his family to, I believe it was Poland, and had this stroke. And bless his heart, he couldn't talk, let alone sing. So there he is, Jack Foley on the screen. Bless him. Look, don't we love him? Go on, Jack. We love you, Jack. I can report that he's now good, like 14 months into his treatment, and he can sing. He can sing. He's just a little bit, he's having quite a challenge to remember the words. But I've never been able to remember the words, so welcome to my world, bless him. But it worked for it. He's getting it. But he came and he was helping the Royal Variety Charity event that they do 3 or 4 times a year, and he was helping us put the sound in. It's all sort of charity work, and he, Jack's charity work, once again, if you go on his Facebook, is immense anyway. In particular, he used to go down to Brinsworth House and entertain all our old what do you call it? Our old household names. You know, Richard de Sullivan was there, Norman Wisdom, Sir Norman Wisdom before he passed. And many stars over the years go to Brinsworth House. It's almost like an honour to go and finish. You know, there's other entertainers there, and they have lots of entertainers come in. So that's down in Twickenham. So I can't speak more highly than the Royal Variety, and of course it's the Royal Variety charity that puts on the Royal Variety show, which you see, and it's the Royal Variety show charity that Simon Cowell promotes and sponsors, and that's where the winner of the Britain's Got Talent goes on to, from the Britain's Got Talent onto the Royal Variety Show. Bear in mind it's just starting, so I thought I'd fill you in with that. So there we are. Doughty story from the past. Wow. Oh dear. How did I get into this funny world of showbiz? I actually started off. My family, well, they're all in Italy now, but at the time they grew up in the UK, and they went to Bush Davis School of Dance. So I had helped a guy do by a club, and when he got the club, I said to him, I said, "Well, that's interesting." I said, "I've got half a club. I don't even never pulled a pint in my life." So he said, "Oh," he said, "I'm doing an outside bar." He said, "Why don't you come down?" He said, and he said, "Come down," and I said, "Yeah, all right, I'll do that." So this is around about 1993, I think, something like that. And anyway, when I get there, it was for the charity Scope, and in the room was well, the coaches pulled up, and there must have been about 200 women got off all these coaches in this little community hall down in Borden, down in where is it? Just the other side of Guildford, isn't it? Borden, sort of beginnings of Hampshire, I think. And anyway, there was just a vicar and some councillors, and they had a little meeting, a little committee meeting with all these people, and they all voted whatever they voted at the time. And it was a sort of very young DJ. And then the vicar went, and the councillors went, and then the music started, and the drink started to flow. And there was me trying to sort of juggle how much is 2 vodkas and coke and this and that. And after, I don't know, it must have been about 10 o'clock, this girl came up to me and she went, "My mate said you're one of the strippers." And I said, Saturday night, I'd spent many years behind a meat counter at that time. So to me, I just said, "Yeah, of course I am." I didn't think any more of it. And then another one come up, another one. And then the first one come back. She said, "Are you really the stripper?" She said, "Because we're going to have a whip round in a minute." So off she went. I said, "You know, you better dig deep in your handbags. I'm not cheap, you know, just being lippy." And then about 20 minutes later, she came back with about 140 quid. She said, "You got to do it now." She said, "I've collected the money." And anyway, what can I say? There was a song in the charts. I don't know if anyone can remember it. It was called I know. What was it? Hello, Mr. Vane, wasn't it? "I know what I want because I want it now. I want you because you are Mr." And that was it. So, oh dear. I don't quite know what happened, but I think my next boxer shorts, which were the in thing at the time, if anyone can remember tie rack, or next, was it? Yeah, next tie rack. Well, last seen in about 1,000 different pieces heading down the A3. And I was signing all sorts of things. And was left thinking, you know, what is actually, I don't know where our Christopher Bartholomew's gone. I think he's gone on the missing. I did hear he was charging his telephone up, so he's probably put 10p in the meter. So anyway, meanwhile, back at the ranch. Yeah, so off I go. I've got to be honest, and I'll just throw this one out there. I think that most human beings, most people, look in the mirror and they might say, "Oh, my nose is too big, I'm too short, too tall, my boobs are too big, too small, my legs are too long, too short, my feet are too big." Do you know what I'm saying? I don't think many people actually look in the mirror and go, "I am the bit." Yeah, I don't think people do that, and I certainly never did. In fact, when I was at school, I used to have little bits of sort of skin sort of growing down here. So when I was little,
And I know there are a couple of people from when I was at school actually on here watching this, so they'll remember this. But I before my face sort of filled out, I had these two little bits. Anyway, I looked like, no disrespect to a Chinaman, but I looked like a little Chinaman, you see. So they used to call me Pancake. So my self-image, really, in terms of looking in a mirror, definitely wasn't, you know, just absolutely, wow, what can I say? And then as I sort of grew, and then my little nose grew and that disappeared, and then obviously must have gone a little bit from an ugly duckling to being half together, because all these girls were screaming. I thought, can't be, must have been one of those sets of circumstances. Can't be true. And then I went on holiday. Well, went to a wedding, family wedding to Italy, where I actually spoke to my family and told them the story. I think we was all having a night in. It was one of those sort of torrential summer storms, and there was nothing to do. So we had a big barrel of wine, and we had a big barrel of wine, and we were all just drinking it. And as we got a little bit tipsy, and that, I started telling them the story of this event that I've just shared with you. And so they said, "No, go for it." So when I came back, I did put on a hen night, as they were back then, and done it, and it kind of went from there. But obviously I've worked out, I think I was about 37 there. So I kind of worked out, especially when our illustrious Chico, or Mac and Chico as they were known, were on the circuit, and I look at their 8-pack and thought myself, or 6-pack, and I just thought myself, well, my life as an Adonis is going to be pretty short-lived. So that's how I come to do Mrs. Doubtfire, dear, if you don't mind me saying. Wake up and smell the coffee, dear. Let your sheets cool down. And then obviously doing the lads' nights, and then the next thing, before I knew where I was, it was Sunday night at the London Palladium, and touring with Jim, doing the odd balls and all sorts of amazing stuff. So it's been a great journey for me. But so we kind of what can I say? It was that was the sort of humble beginnings, I suppose. I think doing those lads nights over the years, it's quite sad, you know. I don't know if you've realised this, but for many years, part of our culture in England has been, for many years, is to have these lads nights, or the hen nights, whereby obviously, you know, you'd have a couple of dancing girls and a blue comedian and that. And although it's great that the girls are now doing the football, obviously between that and the woke thing, they've just completely stopped. You know, I think I've got one in a couple of weeks' time, but you know, we used to probably do 2 a week at one time. And I understand some of it, but I think also that there's a little bit of our culture's kind of drifted away, you know. I don't know. Is it like the smoking thing today? Everyone talking about the smoking and telling kids they can't smoke. That'd be good. They can't even what's it? Can't sort of doesn't appear to me they can manage burglars and various things. I don't know how they're going to actually I don't know how they're actually going to do that. Quite incredible. So leave you with my joke of the week. Oh, okay. Looks like we're leaving you a joke of the week. It looks like we're going to have to be coming back with Christopher Bartholomew, Lord Bartholomew. I think he's gone to the tower. I think he's been taken to the tower, I reckon. Oh dear, joke of the week. I don't know. Joke of the week. What can I say? Someone said to me the other day, "Where do I get my shoes from?" I said, "Do you like them?" They said, "Yeah." I said, "Do you really like them?" I mean, "Yeah." I said, "If you go down to Malden in South London, there's a big mosque down there, and there's hundreds of them outside. Just help yourself like I did." Anyway, listen, let's find out what's happened with Lord Bartholomew. Thanks for listening to me. A lot of waffle tonight, but we've been out to try out all the technical and the lighting and the new internet speed and everything. And hopefully I will see you very soon. From me, UK Comedian, www.ukmedian.com. Good night. God bless. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Here I am. It's Wednesday, and we've got a great show for you tonight. We have got the inimitable Mikey Dowling, comedian from down in Cambridge, down there. I've known him for many, many years. Funny chap, very well respected. More of an agent and an event and a manager of a club. Still keeps his hand in, but we got some funny stories and stuff to tell. So let's move that mic out of the way. It'd be a good start. And so Mikey Dowling, where are you, old chap?
Town of Cambridge, mate.
Here he is. Cambridge.
Yeah. It's a lovely little village. It's lovely, mate. Just in the club where I manage, like you said, where I've actually put on lots of events as well, which you've been part of for many, many years now. I try to get you involved because you're quite cheap.
I said to that to someone today. I said, we've done a lot of our stuff in the early days where he didn't even know if someone was going to turn up, let alone anything else.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
But,
with an act like ours, we had to travel, didn't we, Adrian? Yes, I'm here in the workplace.
I think you're being modest. I mean, I was trying to make a note of the people that you've put on there. I mean, you know, you've got Dave Courtney, Cass Pennant, and Joe Egan all on the same bill one Sunday afternoon. I mean, I don't know how that's going for it, isn't it?
And yourself, and also Russell. He done a little bit, didn't he? Remember? Little Russell.
Right. Now you mention it, yeah.
And he contacted me to say, could I get involved? He weren't going to charge anything, and just to get a few names, sort of who he worked with, and he was very good. Yeah, and we obviously you speak to him a lot, and I was supposed to be on a show with him a few months back, and he's a very busy comedian now himself, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
Russell, yeah, he's doing very well. Yeah,
you were there at the beginning with him.
Yeah. That's where I am. That's where I'm located. I'm in my happy place, really, because I feel safe.
Look, we met up for a little drink, didn't we, in the winter?
We did, yeah.
When you visiting your granddad, was it?
That was my dad. My dad's in a care home just down the road, and the matron's, she's a lovely girl, but she's nicknamed him Spider-Man, Adrian.
Why is that?
She can't get him out of the bath. It's nice of you to come down there, yeah. I'm going down there tomorrow, probably tomorrow as well, Adrian. But yeah. So that was nice, yeah.
It's about a 3-hour run for me by transport, and about 3 hours.
I know. I didn't realise because we was like 5 pints in. You said, "I'm just getting the train now." I was like, "Oh my god."
So of course we were talking the other week on here with sad that we lost Dave. Of course, a bit of a shock.
Absolutely, and you introduced me to the man himself, Dave Courtney, and I find myself sticking up for him when he was alive. Not sticking up for him physically, but saying that isn't the man. He's got the biggest heart. He's got a heart as big as a dustbin lid. He did have, and he'll do anything for you. And I've had many chats. Luckily enough to meet him through yourself, and he's going to be one of these people you're all going to remember. I mean, we were speaking today just a minute ago. How long do people get remembered for? I was speaking earlier, like a few weeks, 1 year, and then they sort of forgotten about. But that man is right up there with the best, mate. In all honesty, and listened to an interview the other day with his house sitter friend, minder, mate, and it was quite sad actually. And I was listening to it during the night, and it was quite sad. I thought that man was very close to him, and I thought to them, is that the same as yourself, Adrian? A very close friend of Dave's, and yeah, lots of love for him, a lot of love for him. Yeah.
I don't know if you can move your chair back a little bit. You look like you're doing an advert for Specsavers.
Oh yeah,
perfect.
Yeah, I'm funny.
Perfect. That's perfect.
I'm in Specsavers at the moment.
Oh, are you?
Yeah,
I went there the other day. You want to guess who I bumped into?
Everyone.
Yes.
Remember, you taught me the jokes, Adrian. So
sorry, mate. Sorry.
So I'm going to use some of yours in a minute.
I know where I nicked that from. Yeah. No, it was. We had a little drink down in Wimbledon. A lot of the faces, because obviously the South London crew, don't necessarily go all the way over to East London. They got to try and get back from London, and all that. So whereas a lot of them lived down there, and there's a guy called Ronnie Field who's just writing a book, and he was an old bank robber back in the day, and done loads of work for him over the years, and done loads of stuff. He runs a club over there, conservative club over in England.
Okay.
Park actually. And anyway, we all had a drink, and he told a story about how he was in Belmarsh high security prison in a prison, and he Ron had an heart attack, and allegedly, for the purpose of the tape, they were dragging their heels a little bit, getting the ambulance, and they wanted to lock everyone away and all this, and Dave wouldn't let go of him and held on to him, and even though they were hitting Dave with batons and really bashing him up, but he wouldn't let him, stay with him.
Loyal.
There to tell the tale, so he obviously remembers that.
Very loyal agent. Obviously, you know him like your bestest mate, but a loyal person, mate. And I did shed a tear when I found out. I was gutted, actually, when I found out. And I texted you and said, this is true, because I heard nothing. I was gutted, because he would always answer a text message, he'd always answer the phone, and he'd always say, are you cool? That's all he'd say, like he does. And yeah, I've got lots of time. I had time, and I still got lots of memories from him. And yeah, good guy.
Another guy you had, I think it was the first boxing night that you put on, was John H. Stacey. That was one of my favourites, actually.
John H. Stracey. He's actually an MBE now, which he thoroughly deserves. And he's the oldest living world champion boxer, WBC champion in the UK, actually. Which is a fact. If you get a quiz anywhere one day and they ask you who's the oldest, that is actually John H. Stracey.
That is amazing. Yeah. It was his birthday the other day. My mate Martin went up to his birthday up because he lives up north, doesn't he? I think.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine, but he must be a better friend because I never got invited.
I think it was his 70th, was it? His 70th?
That would be 70, yeah. He was just, a great speaker, a great boxer, before my time. But he does his stuff for charity like lots of people, and he well deserves the MBE.
And I don't know if you remember, because I know you're busy that end, but there was a couple of things that stick in my mind about that interview. And one of them was, of course, that he was only a little boy when the Crays were alive.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you remember him telling the story about him looking through the back window, when they used to be all in there and all that sort of thing. He was only a little boy. And he grew up right, near the Blind Beggar and right there down near Bethnal Green and stuff like that. It was that. And the other thing that stuck in my mind, which I thought what must have been an absolute buzzy thing to happen to you, was when he went into Madison Square Gardens to get his world title fight.
Yeah.
And I don't remember now if he was defending it or not, but he was saying that he was in the ring there, and he looked down and he had Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, and
the other one. No one ever can remember his name, can they?
Yeah, what's his name? Junior. What's the matter with me?
Not Lewis.
No, hang on. No, what is the matter with me? The Rat Pack, anyway.
Yeah. So that poor fella never gets remembered. That's not.
No, he should be. He was more talented than all of them. Hang on. Oh dear, that's going to kill me. That.
And also
anyway,
that day,
what a buzzy little thing. You just gone on a night at the office and you look down and you got them three watching you.
They got better than that, Adrian. Remember what he said? He was in his dressing room, and Elvis walked in.
Oh, I've forgotten that.
Yeah.
About it. Remind me.
Yeah, and another little story from that. That he went over to Madison Square Garden with John Conti.
Yeah.
And Joe Bugner.
And
Joe
wonderful,
Bugner lost.
Our wonderful producer has just kindly informed me that the name we couldn't think of was Sammy Davis Jr. What we like, Sammy Davis Jr.
It's a good job of internet, isn't it? I tried to contact someone earlier, and I couldn't get them. I was literally outside of my mobile phone. They're great old things, these phones, but I imagine if I needed to call an ambulance, it'd be quick to write a letter.
Are you having trouble hearing me? Because you keep.
I can hear you, but what about my mobile phone earlier? I was outside.
All right.
Well, my son was in America. I couldn't get one. I said, imagine calling an ambulance. You wouldn't be able to get through. You'd have to write him a letter, Adrian. Yeah, so Elvis. So go with Elvis. Yeah, so that was and he's sparring in the ring. So I'm sort of taking over at boxing because I'm very. I like the old stuff because I'm more into that. But
lean back a bit. Lean back a bit. Yeah, go on.
Sorry. Yeah. Muhammad Ali stood on his foot. Do you remember that story?
No, go on.
And he couldn't believe it. Muhammad Ali went, ah! And Muhammad Ali literally picked him up. And like he said, he couldn't believe he got Muhammad Ali just cuddling him, you know? Amazing.
Who was that? John H. Stacey?
Yeah, same day.
Wow. What a wonderful story to be able to tell to people, do you know what I mean?
What a story, yeah.
And of course, one of the cuddly ones had to be Frank Bruno.
Yeah, I really had time for Frank Bruno. Yeah, very, very. You just want to cuddle him. Yeah, like you just said, cuddle him. You want to cuddle the man. Do you know what I mean? He was fun to be with, but unfortunately, the week after, he ended up in the primary or something like that, didn't he?
Yeah, well,
you was interviewing him and all, so I don't know if it's got anything to do with that.
I done a massive gig with him in sort of Worthing, Hove, 18 months ago, and he doubled. So he done one in Wales, and then he travelled down to Worthing to do the second one, and it was like about 400 or 500 people, and there was 2 women in her, and one of them was finished up getting drunk and started asking him questions about his mental health, which he duly answered beautifully. And then they wouldn't stop asking him about it. And he said, well, I go to the doctor, I'll take my medication, and I go to the gym, and I get on all right. I'm all right. But they wouldn't stop, and it was awful. And yeah, when you leave somewhere and you think to yourself, that was really difficult, but knowing me as you do, I do tackle things, don't I? I don't let it get out of hand. You know what I mean?
Frank Bruno's very honest. Honestly with himself, because he's got a story, he's got a journey, a story, and he's what you call like all the housewives, you're allowed to say that now, they'll always even if they didn't like boxing, they'd like him, you know, because he's got the aura, mate, and he's got the personality, and he's so down to earth. He's unbelievable, really. Yeah, absolutely fantastic.
So we were looking today at a few of the old comedians that we sort of love, and I know it's probably before your time, Dave Allen.
Yeah, I remember Dave. Looking back on things, I don't remember him as a kid, but not really taking much notice of him. But his stories were very long. He used to have one hand, one finger missing, or
that's it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, like that. He'd go.
Yeah.
He'd have a glass of scotch and he'd be sitting on a stool, wouldn't he?
Yeah, glass of scotch. And the only little story I can remember what he's saying, I think, did he go to a convent or something? He was getting put in a boarding school in like a Catholic convent or something like that. And he went through all these corridors. He's going to put in there, and they said, "You will behave." And he looked up and he see Jesus on the cross. He said, "I best to behave." Something like that. Just it was a long storyteller. And again, very clever. That's all you can put.
He was one of the first. He was in the early comedians to do the short little comedy series. Like a little segment to break away from sitting on the stool and doing a little bit. And we've got a little bit here for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So here he is. If you don't know who we're talking about, the great Dave Allen, ladies and gentlemen.
Another joke I can nick, Adrian.
bit of Dave Allen.
Why you don't get a remote control set, I'll never know.
Sam, I'll show you the sitting room first, all right?
Yes, thanks, Dad.
Door open. What was that? It was the door.
Well, no, that opened on its own.
No, it didn't open on its own. The whole place is, it's the latest thing in domestic automation. Everything works on a voice command. You don't believe me, do you?
Well, no.
Watch. Door close.
That's extraordinary.
Curtains close. Lights on. Fire on.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
No. What's
say the fire?
This is my favorite. Television. Channel 3 on. Cancel. Return.
That's speechless. Can I have a go?
Yes, do.
Door open. Curtains open. Lights off.
It's really like God.
It's amazing. Fire off. Anything else?
Everything here.
Chair. Oh. Back at me.
No!
Brilliant. There's a bit of Morecambe and Wise in them kind of actually found sketches like that. They were simple, weren't they? But
I think it's funny as well that they were showing something that in that time was almost scientific, and now everybody's got it was almost scientific, and now of course we've got Alexa in the room, and you can literally tell it to turn the lights on and off, to turn the telly off, and do everything like from your phone.
it wouldn't be funny now, would it? As such, you know what I mean? I don't know how it'd be funny, but they made it right. Dave Adam made it right, didn't he? He was at it.
He'd have about 50 million people watching him, you know.
I know, yeah. How many people we've got watching us at the moment, was we? Because I know it's going to be wasting my time, Adrian.
3.
3. Is that me, you, and Nigel?
I have you know, we had 50,000. We had a certificate for 50,000 viewers.
Did you, yeah?
And 150 subscribers. And
brilliant.
you know, as you know, we had a bit of a challenge last year with my father passing, and
yeah, God bless him. Yeah,
our producer's good lady wife was a bit poorly, so we lost our way last summer. But you can see we're well back on it now. And as you can see on the bottom of the channel, please subscribe at the UK Comedy Channel, or if you're watching us on YouTube, obviously you can just click it at the bottom. Someone said to me, "How much does it cost?" I know you, and it doesn't cost anything. It's just all about being able to talk and use this medium to help people like yourself that are putting on events, raising money for charities, and for some of the comedians to obviously let people know where they're performing next. And who knows, maybe, you know, I'm sure there's an email address there. You know, if you're someone that'd like to be a comedian, but you don't know where to start, or you want to come along and get a bit of stage time or something like that, then let us know. And if we can help you, we will. But in the meantime, if you can like and subscribe, that is the
somewhere.
Commercial. That is the end of today's commercial. But talking about that, you had a bit of sadness yourself, Mikey, didn't you? Was that last 14 months ago now, wasn't it?
It's basically, Adrian, it feels like it's about 1.5 years now. It was a few days before Christmas. Well, 2 or 3 days before Christmas. Yeah, lost my wife. But she was very poorly, with breathing difficulties and stuff. She's only 42. We managed to get married just before she passed away. 44. We were married for about 45 minutes, I suppose, in all. But at the same time, my routine. It wasn't as funny as my routine. Yeah, I miss her dearly. We've got a little daughter, and she would have a stepson. But she was a big support to me, because obviously I don't drive. She took me everywhere. You met her on lots of occasions. She thought the world of you. And yeah, she was a big support in what I did and telling jokes. And when I was, when I first met, I was telling jokes. So it lasted 14 years, to be honest with you. So we had a nice little, we had a bit of a journey together. And we finally tied her up. Unfortunately, the day she passed away. But she was always there for me, Adrian. With all the events I put on, you know, like the Frank Brunos, the Nigel Benns, the Kenny Simons, the hot chocolate, I'll go on for quite a while. But literally, she supported me. She wasn't there. She never always turned up for the event, but she was there taking me around, getting raffle prizes, collecting posters, putting posters up. So she, to me, she was unbelievable. Yeah, and she
epitomised that for every good man, there's a strong woman, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we'll have a little toast to our Jane. Cheers.
Yeah, I'm just having one of my 5 a day at the minute, Adrian.
5 days.
Yeah, to Jane. Yeah.
Bless
Who am I talking to now, then?
Who are you talking to now? And I'll tell you who else to see crop up on there. I don't know if we were supposed to see that or not, but I loved it. The bent over in front of the telly. I got a little stirring coming on there for a minute. Benny Hill. Do you remember Benny Hill?
Yeah, Benny Hill. Yeah. I think he ended up. I mean, I've got a bloke who sings karaoke. And he does his song, "The Fastest Milk Run in the West." But he's another one who had a lot of women in his life, didn't he? And he ended up. I think he ended up skint, didn't he, in a council house, council flat somewhere.
I don't think he was skint. I think he never moved out of the council house.
Maybe you again. That's you're the.
I don't think. No, you might be right. But what I do know is he was a bit like a bit like the Welsh Stinger lady. She didn't move out of her house, did she?
Yeah, maybe that might be true.
And,
Yeah, I can't imagine his skin actually, but that's what, yeah.
And I'll tell you who else sticks in my mind. I think was similar was Ken Dodd.
Yeah,
he never left his little village where he lived in,
No.
Liverpool or wherever it was. Yeah.
I think that's why I'm staying here, Adrian. I don't want to, lose my roots and that,
No, well, you are. Oh, hello. We've got a bit. Benny Hill's come up. Look, there he is.
Tell him we need a bit of warming up for these. Oh yeah, there we are. Yeah.
Why you don't get a remote control set, I'll never know.
Show you the sitting room first, all right? Yes, thanks, Dave.
I'll tell you what I done. My Benny Hill thing is, this probably sounds so mad to people that are like woke and don't like him and can't stand him and he's terrible and he's Muslistic and all the rest. What's the word I'm looking for? No, it's gone out of my head. Anyway, so I used to go to a little place called the Endeavour Boys Club in Morden. Right. And there was a guy had died and he left all his money to this club. And it was a fabulous club. And it was run by Charlie Drake, the comedian's brother, Ted Drake.
Okay.
And they used to have a television room. So I think it was a Wednesday night off the top of my head that the Benny Hill show was on. Well, there was 2 shows back to back, Star Trek and Benny Hill. I can't remember which way round it was. How many kids got into this little television room?
Yeah.
I would like to say it was so hot in there and everyone was there because they were all little testosterone, little teenagers, all wanting to watch Benny Hill, or in this instance, watching her bending over and and where's the television control? That was a major part of the week. That was to see that. Yeah.
And from that show, which I mean, like, how many years ago? Like 70s, was it?
Yeah.
Early 80s. I don't know.
Yeah.
70s probably.
70s.
And it's still being shown like you're showing it now. So
I know.
I mean, it's remarkable, really. And people think of Benny Hill. They will think of him. That's like, yeah. Be nice to be in that position, wouldn't it?
I
tell you a comedian I really like. Sorry.
You touched on it with Dave Courtney. He's going to be one of them ones that's rolls on.
I was looking back a bit. I tell you a comedian, and he was and he's a friend of yours, I believe. Yeah, I'd love to say I do like Bobby Devereaux, mate. I've just got. He's just a bit like he's a gag teller, but he's got it. He can sing. He can do anything really, can't he?
Oh, I saw him Christmas, just before Christmas. I saw him down in Aldershot Way.
Yeah.
And Alton. And he's live there, obviously, and fantastic. And you're right, we did have a chat, and I do know him quite well. And when I first met him, he called me Tony Blackburn. So I used to have a binge then.
Yeah.
And he called me Tony Blackburn then, and I did have a joke on him once. I was doing a gig in this sort of millionaire's house, and Bobby Devereaux rang. Now, when Bobby Devereaux used to ring me to come and do the oddballs for him at his show, he does a variety show in Woking.
Yeah.
In the theatre there, and the oddballs done it a few times, and so he wanted to ring about that. So whenever he rung me, he would always do a Rocky impersonation. So he go, Adrian. Right. So when as I was walking into this venue, the owner of this fabulous house down in Winchester, he went, it's Bobby Devereaux. He went, you answer it, and he gave me the phone. So I done Mrs. Doubtfire on him. He was completely thrown. He just didn't know what, oh, is that you, Bobby dear? And I said, oh, wake up, dear, and smell the coffee. He could work out it was funny. So anyway, so that was that. But so he used to call me Tony Blackburn, and he had a little stroke recently. I don't know if you picked up on it. He was a bit poorly.
No, I hadn't, but I know he lost his partner, didn't he?
Yeah, and that as well. Yeah, the stress.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, he's back on it. I think he's back gigging. It's a friend of mine's part of his tour management. And
fair play.
So he's back to it. Yeah. So he's, and I think he's going to have. I think he's going to have a little show on Jim Davison's Ustream.
He's been on there, Adrian.
Yeah, he's been on there, but I think he's going to have a little. You've got a little exclusive there. Yeah. I think it's going to,
That might be him on the phone to me. Let me know. That might be. Hold on a second. No, it's not Adrian. It's not Bobby Devereaux, mate. No, he only rings you up, doesn't he? No, just someone I've always sort of built myself around. Whereas young comic. I liked him, and because he's quite simple gag man, you know. Anyway, sorry.
No, it's all right. I was going to ask you what's next for you. I mean, you've got the club, you've booked big events,
I started doing the like podcasting thing, which I want to get back into. I've only done one really, but I really enjoyed it. Like I'm doing now, I really enjoyed just chatting away and not a lot of pressure. And I did a little spot the last week before last, actually. Wasn't meant to be, but I did. There was about 30.
Well, there you are. Look, let's talk.
Yeah,
with Mikey Dowling.
Yeah. So I got all the good stuff, but I need to. Yeah, I need to. I've had a few names. Sort of, Dave Courtney was one of them, but who was going to do one. John X Tracy, who touched upon, was going to do another one, and can still do another one. Sorry. And I done that Kenny Simon for Hot Chocolate. That's the one I actually done, and I really enjoyed it. Just talking. I'm not saying all my words come out completely pure English, but it's just how I am, you know.
Talking about Kenny Simons, I don't know if you know the story or whether he talked about it with you, but I've known Kenny Simons for about 30 years.
Yeah.
And originally, can you believe, he was my agent when I started.
Right.
And he was one of the first persons to book Mrs. Doubtfire.
Right.
And at that time, he was a singer. And he used to ironically do a Hot Chocolate tribute.
That's it, yeah.
And he also used to manage a guy called Popsy Williams, who won Stars in Their Eyes as Barry White. And he was absolutely fantastic. And I'll tell you how good he was. I had him on in Caesars in South London. We had 1,000 people there for a 3-course meal. It was the same night that I had the 17-piece orchestra that you see on my website and the song that I always usually open up if I'm doing cabaret. Yeah. And that night, Popsy Williams topped the show off. I swear to God, I was having to explain to people because they kept saying to me, "How did you get Barry White? How did you get Barry White?" And I'm going, no, it's what it is after about 10 times, I give up in the end. I went, yeah, he's good, isn't he?
Yeah.
And one of the most touching things I've ever seen was Popsy died. And at the funeral, Kenny Simons, obviously because he used to manage him, and he went up and he said, well, you know, he was a great friend and blah, 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 blah. And he said, and some of you might know that he used to do a Barry White tribute for which I managed him. He said, before I go, he said, I'd just like to say from Popsy, I love you just the way you are.
Yeah.
And I thought that was so lovely the way he did that. Do you know what I mean?
Wonderful. He's a really nice man. He told me a story and he's yeah, I have a lot of time and I still speak to him on the phone and I'm allowed to go up there and not allowed, I'll go where I want. But he said he'll meet up. We went to Scotland and stuff. Yeah, he loved it. His wife seems like a lovely lady as well. So
he was in Mitcham, South London in my day. For those of you listening, you guys listening at home, so Kenny Simons, as we said, he was a singer and he used to do a Hot Chocolate tribute. And some of you may remember that the actual lead singer of Hot Chocolate sadly passed away. So he ended up getting recruited, and he's now really is the lead singer of Hot Chocolate. Does big stadiums,
and he looks like him, doesn't he? He's just it's unbelievable. Yeah, I think he said it was a bit of an accident, really, because I think it was something to do with the you know that film they done about not about Hot Chocolate, that oh dear. It's going to come to the 4 men who were unemployed and they did.
The Full Monty.
Yeah, it was something to do with them, and he started getting gigs. It was something around that situation.
What it was is the song. The Hot Chocolate song. You think I'm sexy?
I believe in miracles.
I believe in miracles was one of the lead songs in that, and so therefore, because of that, it gave Hot Chocolate as like a second coming, if you like, you know.
Yeah.
And that's what that did, you know. So was I right in saying you had Duncan Norvell down your end at some point?
Yeah, we did a show with Duncan Norvell, and he was really good. I was a bit worried because where we are, and like you've done the shows here and in Cambridge, they're not always the best crowd in the world unless you're related to them. But Duncan Orwell done really well. Yeah, he did really well, and he sung. He actually sung for the first because he could sing. He could sing really well, didn't he, in the day? But he actually done his first song with a lovely lady, Regan. You know Ronald Regan, Regan.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lovely chap, and his wife's a singer. And they sung a song together, and yeah, for the first time, a bit of tutoring. But yeah, he was very good, and we've done a show with Dean Michael from Black Lace.
Right.
So it was good. We raised money for autism, or to take children to. I think we ended up donating money in the end. Because the practical or the logistical, whatever word you're supposed to use, about getting people with autism together and taking them away. It's a bit of a professional job, as such. If you know what I mean, you need to know what. I was able to just get like a bus full of people who've got autism, take them out for the day, pay for the day, and then take them home. But it's not as easy. There's a lot of 1-to-1 needed, or 2-to-1 sometimes, you know. But that was the idea. I think we donated the money in the end.
But you've done so much for the last few years, haven't you?
I fit things in. Yeah, I've done lots of it. I fit lots of things in, and like I said, it's not all. There's a lot of selfish people around, Adrian. You met them as you go along.
Yeah.
But and you're certainly one of the people that know when you've always got time for people, Adrian. You sort of guided me. Yeah, so you've been a big inspiration for me. But there's a lot of selfish people. It's always nice to help someone else. You feel a lot better in yourself, you know.
Yeah,
even just walking down the street, and I'm quite well known around here and stuff. And then there's a lady trying to cross the road, and I help them across, and realise they don't actually want to cross. But you know what I mean. You find it quite. I find it quite strange, even though because of the way the world is and things going on, especially the news. And like you're in Tesco's and there's a lady and you're trying to get, like the other day I was trying to get her basket off the floor, and she went all mad. She thought I was going to nick it, and I think that's the way of the world. I was actually trying to help her, It's a bit sad, but yeah, I've done lots of charities. Maggie's cancer charity, I do, which is quite a small charity, and they help with people going through cancer, giving them like wigs and stuff. If they're losing their hair, and lots of support. I could go on lots of different, hundreds of charities, and even hundreds really. I reckon, well, near 100 anyway. Yeah, but it's nice to help. If it's £1 or it's £1,000, every little helps, So I like the smaller charities because I feel the money's getting there. Than some of the big charities like managing or the directors on £200,000 a year. So I'd rather help more local now than. But I'm always up for
100%. There was a big. I'm not going to name them in this particular case, but it was a big charity, and I'd done a walk for them. I'd done a walk for them for quite a few years, and then they asked me to go down to Leeds Castle, and I think it was about a 150 mile, 200 mile round trip. So I asked for a little bit of fuel money, only because I'd realised that the Elvis was on about 400 quid and somebody else was on something else and all the rest of it. And I just thought to myself, hang on. And it took them 6 months to give me about 50 quid's worth of fuel. And while I would then asked me to go and do Wentworth Golf Club. And that's when, as you say, I was sitting there quietly minding my own business. I'd done the sound check and I was listening to them all talking about their salaries and what their new S-Class Mercedes is going to be like. And I thought, hold on a minute, I'll go from Eastbourne to Wentworth to sit here to do this gig for the auction for nothing. Do you know what I mean? Like, and wow, So I agree.
It's that's a bit degrading. You're doing it for nothing to help her, but they are getting the big dollars. I mean, I do agree in some respect when you're getting someone who's getting paid £45,000 who can then generate £1 million.
Yeah.
Well, that's money well spent. But if there's somebody sitting in the office and getting that as a sort of a bit of a tax relief, this and a bit of this and that, I'm not really up for that, mate. Yeah, that's my opinion. But I'm not naming the charities. No.
So have you got any favourite jokes that you like?
Who?
Have you any particular jokes that you like that you're sort of you've heard recently?
Everything's a bit of a joke. I mean, for instance, last night, Adrian, there was 2 women outside having a fight over me. So I rang you up, Adrian. You can't remember it, but I rang you up, Adrian. I said, I've got 2 women outside fighting over me. He said, what's the problem? I said, the fat one's winning. No, that's not my favourite joke because I wouldn't get
That'd be
no
good. That'd go well on Britain's Got Talent, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
That'd shut down ITV.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say that your girlfriend had been on a keep fat diet and it worked. That'd have been even worse. So I won't say that, gag, because that's not
Yeah,
right.
she's on a BBC diet, Adrian. She buys bigger clothes now.
That's enough to get us put off air, isn't it? Oh no, we've got our own channel here, haven't we? That's
Yeah,
right.
we're not on there yet, mate. We'll wait till we get there. Yeah, no, you find I'm always telling gags, just sitting in the pub or walking down the street in Tesco's or in anywhere. I'm always I just try naturally to make people comfortable, And some people it's a lot easier than others because they're not expecting it, and they go, "Oh, you should be like a comedian." I said, "Well, so," and I go, "Actually, I was doing a bit myself, and I do a bit here and there." But yeah, it's about a confidence thing, really, and like just interacting to you. I was really looking forward to speaking to you today. Just having a chat and see where it goes.
We're having a good time, haven't we? I hope everyone else at home, we're not boring you lot at home, but hopefully we've given you a couple of little nuggets. So, who is your favourite comedian of all time? That's something I get asked all the time.
It's got to be Adrian Doughty, mate. I don't know if you've heard of him. No, one of my favourites. There's a good few. I think a very good gag teller was Mike Reed. I think he was excellent gag teller, strong, and he had the crowds. He had him in the palm. He had these. I mean, he helped. He was well known, and again, he's someone who went off and lost lots of things in Spain, I think, and then come back and relaunched his. Got an EastEnders and a few other things. He was in a lot of programs other than EastEnders. Mike Reed. Did you ever meet Mike Reed?
I didn't meet him. I met his agent in his early days when he started. He was a coalman when he started. And he'd turn up, he's all dirty, covered in coal, stand at the back while the comedians was on originally.
Yeah.
And the first early agents was a guy called David Childs up in Hertfordshire. Who's a lovely man. And, got lots of stories about a lot of the, a lot of you sort of Michael Barrymore's and people like that, But,
yeah, Michael Barrymore, he was a natural funny man. And naturally funny man. I like Bob Monkhouse. I did. I like listening to him because he was very clever. Not to say people liked him or hated him, but I just like that. I like the gags. I like the clever stuff. Again, like Dave Allen as well. I like the clever comedy, and I think it's people telling jokes, but I think it's you've got to be natural. I think you've got to be naturally funny to be able to deliver. Yeah. Yeah, I like Billy Pearce, even though we don't see much of him. But like Billy Pearce, he still is a fantastic comedian. And he was big in the 80s as well. He done probably the Royal Variety Show and this and that, the Grand Command or whatever he done. But people like him, they're funny people, mate. It was his mother.
It was his mother that helped launch Joe Longthorne, believe it or not.
I imagine it was Blackpool Way and that, yeah.
The only thing that I found a little bit agitating on one occasion, I was on a show down at the Marlow Theatre in Kent, and Billy went on, and he was a bit like
just one sec, mate. Just I'm in an interview. Can you just me outside? Is she? Of course you can. Yeah. My daughter's just turned up.
Oh, bless her heart.
Yeah.
So he I've lost my train of thought there. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So he was on the show, and obviously it's a variety show with loads of people on it, all sorts of comedians of all sorts. Joe Pasquale. We were talking about Tony Gerard the other day, and
was he the man in the was he the man in the wheelchair?
Yeah. One of my favourites.
Yeah. I remember him. Yeah.
He's one. He'd have shoes on. He was in a wheelchair all his life, and he said, H, he said, I've had these shoes 44 years. He said, there's not a mark on them. He said.
Yeah. I think Jim Davison again. He's a friend. I'm name dropping all your friends, mate, because I'm not that. I used to say my mate Aidan is best friends with Jimmy. All the comedians. Jimmy, obviously, Jimmy Jones, very good comedian. like you say, Jim Davis was fantastic, and yeah, I think I live in the wrong area to do it. I reckon if I lived somewhere like Blackpool, or I think I'd have done a lot better, or been more involved a bit more in stuff. What they wait for you. They want to see a comedian. I've been to Blackpool like in the winter, and they've had a comedian in a social club on a Tuesday evening. I mean, where'd you get that? You know what I mean?
You say that though, but am I right in saying that you was actually what sort of launched you originally? Was you run on a radio station? Is that right? Did I read that?
Yeah, a TV, like a cable TV. You know, before like Virgin and stuff. There's like a cable network, and I'd done like an interview, and I was in the paper, and then the radio. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, again, then that led on to two or three radio interviews and stuff like that, and then winning a couple of competitions as well. I won come first. Actually, in all honesty, I've been quite successful in competitions because it's like been 15 minutes and I've ended up doing 20 minutes. But comedians, there wasn't always many comedians on like little talent shows and stuff. You know, like the holiday camp talent. I've done quite well in them. Yeah.
I've never done that. It's funny, isn't it? It's interesting.
You don't need to.
No, I've never done
that. Stop, Adrian. One day in the future, you'll be doing holiday camps and getting 20 minutes and winning 50 quid. And I'll be doing
one. Do you know what? Talking about, I was giving them a plug last week. The Haven holidays now, they've been taken over, and the millions and millions and millions and millions that's being spent on them. I went down to one down back of Kent the other day. What was it called? Anyway, it's Sheerness Way. Anyway, down there. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. You know, we've got a few minutes left. Is there anything you want to share with us? What's going on in the club? You got anyone coming down in the summer?
So what I'm looking at. So I'm trying to launch. Well, I did have. I really wanted to get one. You know Gary Gobstopper.
Yes.
Another unbelievable comedian, and he does the Chubby Brown. And I tried to sell him, and it was not because of him, because he's fantastic. It's just the people up there. It's a hard sell. They don't,
really? That's mad, isn't it?
Well, he was a few quid, and I trying to wait for people on the night to go, I'll be there. That wouldn't cover it.
No.
And he's good enough and professional enough to say, that's fine. These things happen. You don't always get that off comedians. They go, well, I've been booked in. 2 minutes, darling. To be booked in and say that's all right, but I will give him another go. But that was another one. I want to get Ronnie, the bloke from the he was in American Drifters, Randy Corwood.
Yeah.
And he was actually fantastic. I've had the stylistics. Yeah, sorry, mate. My daughter's here, so she's
being a daughter. She's being normal. It's all right.
She's been.
There she is, the little princess. She's there.
So that's really quite good to say. I mean, I've only got a couple minutes, but I'm going to stay all night.
They're your minutes. We love you.
But Mia, she a very quiet little girl, very shy. Wouldn't even go in the club. You wouldn't hear her singing or dancing or doing anything. Since her mum passed away, not because of mum, her confidence has built up, and she's telling jokes, she's singing, she's dancing, she's absolutely an inspiration for anyone who lost their mum at 8 years old, you know? 8 years old, and she's become my rock as much as I suppose I am her rock. But she get on a microphone, mate, and she'll sing, and I think, where does that come from, you know?
Get her on the telegate. She's there, and she get her on. Let's get her on. Say hello before we got about 2 minutes. Is she gone?
I think she's gone. Yeah, she's gone to another gig. She don't stay long.
Well, I think we're coming to the end very shortly, so in case it cuts off, thank you for coming on today. Look forward to coming. I'll let you know when I'm down your end.
Yeah, I just want a few more like. Yeah, I could have gone through a million jokes to you on the phone, but it'd be nice just expressing myself a little bit to yourself.
And you can come on again. Listen, you can come on again.
Look.
Here she is.
Come here.
Come here and be famous. Hello, my darling. Hey, here she is.
150,000 views that gets.
Really?
Yeah. Might get a bit more now, you want
Absolutely fantastic.
Wait, go back on the thing.
No, it's not.
Well, there we are. 45 minutes flown by. What can I say? Come on back. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I'll see you same time next week if no one pulls out, yeah? Who have you got next week then?
We've got a couple of choices. We might go out live and do it. And we've got what's the name in Brighton? Oh dear, I've got mental block. But yeah, there's about 16 lined up altogether anyway. That I do know.
All right then. Well, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
But
getting confident now.
Love to see you, Adrian, speak to you, and nice to meet Nigel. And I'll give him a call. See if he can maybe help me do my podcast. If that's all right.
Yeah, no, you talk to him. That's for sure.
And then he can invoice you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
All right then, mate.
Oh, where we are. We're live. We're live now. You mean that's what you're just saying to me on the thing? Yeah. Have a great summer, and I'll see you soon.
Yeah, I'll see you in the next 10 years, mate.
Thank everyone joining us tonight.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Absolutely fantastic. See you again soon. Thank you.
Bye.
Good night. God bless. Hey, here we are live again, and welcome once again to take 2 of the Marcus G. And some of you kindly reported in. It froze a bit, you know. This is all a bit new. It's all a bit technical for a dyslexic comedian. But hey, we've got our producer, the one and only Nigel Cross in central London, controlling all of this from afar. So yeah. So anytime now, we will be actually getting Marcus G, or Marcus Hamilton Gibson, as he's to use his full name, as it were. Yeah, about 25 years. Here he is, the man himself.
Good evening, Adrian.
Ready, man. Look at you. Woo! They tell me you've got a Hollywood smile now. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're not freezing. I was just explaining to the folks at home that we had a few freeze problems, so we thought we'd do a take 2. Anyway, we enjoyed doing it. So anyway, maybe we'll play something different. Who knows? How you been?
Yeah, good. Booked my flight to LA for Oscars weekend, so I'm super excited.
Oh. And Mackie boy is waiting there for you.
Yeah, he is. And
what's her name? Miss for what, I can't remember her name now. Next door, there's a lady lives next door.
Amanda.
Amanda, correct. That's what I was trying to give you a surname, wasn't it? Yeah, Amanda. Yeah, I think she'll be partying with you. If you can't open the door, she will. One of you will get through anyway. That's for sure.
That's what we'd like to hear.
Was it Adele's party you got into? Wasn't it last? When you
the first time I went out there, we got an invite to Adele's house when she was at the Oscars, winning the Oscar for Best Original Song, Skyfall. We were at her house partying with
a
lot of people that had come over from London, you know, some celebs.
Is it Elton?
Sorry?
No, not Elton, is it? Where is she? She's just down the road from Elton, isn't she?
I'm not sure about that, but we were out the night before. We'd had dinner in the Mondrian Hotel, which is on Sunset Boulevard, and it's not far from Chateau Marmont, which is a famous hotel in Hollywood for people that don't know, where all the Oscar nominees stay the night before the Oscars. So it's one of those places that, you know, to be on Oscars night in Chateau Marmont, which I've done, it's mind blowing. It's just electric. Really, really never kind of experienced that atmosphere anywhere. So we went the night before the Oscars. So that Saturday night, we've had dinner at the Mondrian. We've gone to the hotel to have a look. I tried to get us in, but we couldn't. But right round, just down the road, about 100 yards, is the Chateau Marmont wine bar. And we've gone in there, and there are people sitting at the desk with names and all that, but we walked in, and then we've only been in there 2 minutes, and a girl's heard me talking, and she said, "Oh my God, are you from London? You must know my friend Adele." I swear, it's only what happened to us. And she says, "Would you like to come to a party tomorrow?" He said, "Yeah." And we went along. We were in radio contact with this girl. And then as we pulled up on a drive on Laurel Canyon Boulevard, we lost radio contact with her. The phone cut out. So we sat on the drive thinking, what are we going to do next? And then a car pulls up. Out jumps Mark Smith, who used to be Rhino in the Gladiators. And because him and Mac live out in Hollywood together now, they know each other. He's going, "Hello, mate, how are you?" And I worked with him many years ago, and I know him. So he said, "Bloody hell, what are you doing here?" And we walked in with him.
That's superb.
Yeah, it was absolutely.
Is that where you saw, who was it, out of the Rocky movie, wasn't it? I always forget his name.
That's another time. That's another story. It's all in the book. You'll have to read the book, Adrian.
The book. That's what we're here for, isn't it? Talk about the book.
Yeah.
I done it wrong last week. What is it? Buzzing with the Bees. Am I right? Have I got it right this year?
Buzzing with the Bees from Brentford to Hollywood.
That wouldn't have anything to do with that T-shirt you got hanging on the wall behind you by any chance, would it?
That shirt is a Brentford shirt from, I think it was 2011, when they got to the Johnson Paint Trophy final. That's one of the shirts signed by the players from when we won the regional final. You got a final in the south, final in the north, and they both go at Wembley. So we played Carlisle at Wembley and lost 1-0. But, it's nice to have the shirt as a memento. One of my dear pals, Mike, gave me that as a birthday present last year.
I hear you talk about Mike a lot, actually, yeah. And there's the book, of course. Look at it. Woo, woo! A little, as we said last week, we've actually got the scoop, haven't we? We're the first people to actually have that on the programme.
You are. Basically, I'm just finishing it up now. The book, I was instructed by people that are advising me to write 50,000 words. So I've written 45,000 words, and I'm going to finish up over the next few days. I've written 36 chapters so far.
That wouldn't be any good for me. I'd get to 45,999 and lose count and go, where was I? I'd have to go back to the beginning and start counting.
Yeah. It's taken me about a year to write it. And yeah, it's a really good feeling. I've got people over in America who are advising me and helping me with it. So when I go for Oscars weekend, I'm going to be talking to them about the next steps, and it's not going to be out. It probably won't be out for another 6 months to a year, but
you've got to build it up, haven't you, these days with the Amazon and all the rest of it? You've got to start talking about it, otherwise, you're in trouble. Anyway, knowing you'll probably end up making it into a movie. I can see that. Have you thought about it being a movie? Would it make a movie, do you think?
Yeah, anything's possible. Anything's possible.
Marcus, could you see me being a good Marcus? Do you think I could do that?
Well, in this day and age, anything's possible right here.
I baited you there, didn't I? I thought I'm gonna have a little grenade in there and see what you come out with. Yeah, because you actually want to be the first black James Bond, don't you?
Listen, I'm getting a bit long in the tooth for that. I think I'm going to have to settle for being a James Bond villain now.
Did you practice My Name's Bond? Can we have a little dummy run of that? You know, just in case there's a.
Just in case. The name's Bond, James Bond, 007, License to Kill. Or
I
Thrill.
noticed now while you was on the red carpet, you had your kilt on. You do look good.
Well, as you know, I create comic characters to go with my wild and wacky accents. And I created a comedy character. But hey, I've got to be honest with you, he's very Scottish and he goes on like that. Do you know what I'm talking about? So I decided when I went to Hollywood that I'd wear the kilt. And everybody loved it. Everybody loved it. There's a guy that I think you've appeared in one of his films. I met him for the first time that night when I was wearing the kilt, and he came over to me and he said, "Wow, you look amazing. Love the outfit. I want to talk to you about a potential part for you in one of my movies." So I was like, cool. And he came back later in the evening and he had a couple of drinks, you know what Jules is like. And he was like, "Yeah, man, you look fantastic. I definitely need to talk to you." Then I spoke to John Campbell, who is our main boy over in Beverly Hills. And he said to me, "Yeah, he's a really cool guy. He's making a gangster movie. I'm going to be in it. So if he wants you in it, just jump at the chance." So he came back to me and he said, "Look, I'm doing this movie. I got a part. I want you to read it. I think you're going to be fantastic." So I said, "Yeah, that sounds good." And he said, "Look, there's only one thing. Don't take this offensively, but can you do a more kind of gangster Cockney accent?" So I said to him, "Of course I effing can. My mates are gangsters, you know what I'm saying? All right." He said, "Don't worry about it. I'll sort it out." And he loved it. And he gave me the script and I read it. But and there was talk of Robert De Niro being involved in some big studios. But as often happens with things in Hollywood, it didn't pan out. But it was great to meet him. And I know that you were in one of his films when you were out there.
It's funny you say that because I've just having a new AI website built. So consequently, I go through a load of content to decide what I was putting on there. And lo and behold, there was a bit of footage from the scene that I did, complete with George Grant, directing, and the other gentleman who name escapes me. I feel really rude. Who suddenly passed away. He was a real Hollywood character. Had done all the parties, where all these sort of partying went on that everyone's not allowed to talk about. Long before I think long before we were born, I think. But anyway, so yeah, he's. I might try and look up the name actually because I did contact Mac to find his name out because I felt awful. I forgot it last week, but. I might have a look while we're standing here having a conversation about it because we should actually give him the recognition because he was a very, very, he was working with George Clooney the week before he was working with me. So hey, bit of name drop in there if you don't mind.
Rubbing shoulders,
as you do. So
I've got a great story in the book where I've got a great photograph with Lisa Snowdon, who used to present Britain's Next Top Model.
Yeah. I met her actually. I met her at that when it was being recorded actually up in London. And she's interestingly, she's on my social media as well. So I watch her. She's a grafter. And a really odd thing has happened recently. Being as you mentioned, or I'll just throw this in there. Is well, it was really 2019. It kept happening everywhere I went. She went. I think she was stalking me myself. But, I was having a coffee down the front at Eastbourne, and she was in there getting a coffee. I was in luggage getting when I flew in from Los Angeles, and she was standing waiting for her case to come round. I nearly said to her, "I said, you follow me about?" Or what, But anyway, I've got a news.
And you've met. I don't know if you know the link that you've missed there. That Lisa Snowdon was dating George Clooney for years. Yeah. So it's all a very, very small world in this industry.
going back to Jules's movie and the guy I couldn't think of, his name is Clement von Frankenstein. Frankenstein. Went to school in Eton and then went over to Los Angeles and had quite a long, distinguished career over there. So we miss you. We miss you, Clement. He was a bit of a boy, he was. Anyway, so there
a character.
When my website's ready to launch, anyone looking, they can go on there and you can see that bit of the movie. It's quite good. Or maybe we'll get put it on one of these programs, and people can see me working very hard trying to be a corrupt politician in a brothel. I don't know what made them. I don't know what made them think I'd fit that part. I haven't got any idea whatsoever.
You fell into that one, didn't you?
Oh dear. There was one other part I could have had. That was look, here he is. Look, here he is. Here he is. There's
my gosh, that is so long ago, isn't that? That's that was taken at the very first time we did Factor 2025. Johnny Tate's fantastic play that we toured all over the south of England with, and then we ended up at the Leicester Square Theatre.
Yeah, so is that that looks like it could be the Leicester Square Theatre, possibly?
No, it's not. I wasn't a different outfit for the Leicester Square Theatre.
Famous German. You done the German, did you?
No, I did the German, the Irishman, the Scotsman, and I got dressed up to sing cabaret as well. That picture was taken at Eastbourne Pavilion the first time we ever did it.
Aylsham Pavilion.
Aylsham, sorry.
Lovely little theatre, that, isn't it? Yeah, it's a lovely little warm, cosy theatre.
Yeah. And that was the first time we ever did it, if you remember, and it went down really well. And we ended up doing quite a few, didn't we?
And as we were saying last week, I didn't quite make the Leicester Square, did I?
No. Well, again, that's a poignant part of the book, which I've done recently, because obviously when we get to the Leicester Square Theatre to do Factor 2025, just to fill the viewers in, it was a play, it was a send-up of the X Factor, and Johnny Tate wrote it and played the Simon Cowell character, and there were lots of us just auditioning to try and get into Factor 2025. Obviously, when we did it 10 odd years ago, that seemed a long way away, and now it's only next year. And I play a character that's so determined to be on the show that I come back as multiple people. I come back as a Scotsman, an Irishman, a German, as you well know. And
right. You keep coming back, and he's like, what are you doing here? Like,
yeah.
That was actually a funny twist, wasn't it? That was a funny twist.
No, it was good. It was very good. And of course, when we get to Leicester Square Theatre, the first time I ever performed in the West End, and we have the shocking news, because we didn't know what had happened actually, that you'd had a heart attack. So, obviously, I always liken it when I'm talking about this story to that beautiful song that I absolutely adore, that totally sums up our industry. There's no business like show business, like no business I know. Everything about it is appealing. And as it says in the song, the show must go on. So even though we were all devastated that you were supposed to have had a heart attack, the show must go on. And I realised at that time, I'd never noticed it before, that you kind of being Johnny's right-hand man, I just always remember clearly you buzzing around, talking to everybody, picking people's spirits up, making sure they were all right. Because you weren't there, I ended up doing that. And even though I've got to think about 4 different parts, etc. I'd done it so often, I knew what I was doing. So I didn't even think about my part, and I just was running around making sure everybody was right. But what was really special for me is that I'm best friends with my ex-wife, Eleanor Gibson.
Yeah.
And she,
lovely Eleanor,
she performed for the Canadian National Ballet, and she was also the UK and World Pole Dance champion. And she is the most dedicated, hardworking, professional artist I've ever come across. And she sets really high standards. And she's my biggest critic. Now, she was there with a beautiful daughter, who was about 2 at the time, Grace, who, you know, I've adopted Grace as I'm her uncle, basically. She's the love of my life, that little girl. So she was in the theatre for the first time. And so, you know, no pressure. But when we did the play, and I really think it was like you were amongst us that day. We were so fired up and wanted to do a good show for you as well. After the show, Eleanor said it's the best thing she's ever seen me do. And you know, I just remember as we left the stage, I've never felt so proud, and the applause just didn't stop. And then later on, of course, we heard that you had a stroke and you were doing well, and that was even better news. So it was, you know, it was a really fabulous day.
Well, it was very difficult for me because obviously I got up and had a shower, made a cup of tea, and then of course, bang, it just hits, and there's no warning. You know, all I knew was I couldn't put a sock on. And then I thought, oh my God, what am I going to do? And it's funny what you do. And the ambulance had been called. My father, who sadly passed away in July, he bought me like an aspirin, and I managed to get that down just before my reflex went. And I managed to get hold of Johnny and say, you know, and I was like, as I was saying to him, I don't think I'm going to make it. There's an ambulance on the way. And so that was it. And then, of course, it was some hours went by. If they take them a while to stabilize you, and then when I can remember it was about 8 o'clock, and I was kind of starting to drift off to sleep or whatever I was going to do, and I can remember everyone was sort of discussing, should we tell my daughter Stephanie, who of course lives in Los Angeles with Mac, and I'm thinking to myself, well, you know, she's going to already know, because you had all people that have bought tickets to come to the Leicester Square Theatre. There was 30 of you guys in the troupe there.
In the show, yeah.
So you know, everyone's going to be communicating, and so I thought, well, she already knows, and then I dozed off, and then the next thing I woke up about 2 a.m, and that's when I you know, for those people, you know, if you ever have any situation, of course, you know how people say they react and how you really react. But for me, I had a few tears because I thought, well, it's not supposed to end like this. Do you know what I mean? I'm on my way to Leicester Square Theatre, and now I can't talk, can't walk, can't move my arm, and it wasn't good. But anyway, having Stephanie over there kind of gave me some sort of inspiration or the other, because I thought, oh my God, the minute the sun comes up, she's going to be on the phone checking on me, and I can't be let her see me like this. So really, I was doing voice exercises, and as sad as it was on one end, there was a part of me that was laughing, because I just thought, if somebody sort of walked past my bed and looked down at me all wired up with all the gadgetry that they put on the, you know, to monitor you, and all they would have seen is someone going la 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 la. And they just looked in there and gone. They'd have just looked in and gone, "That's a goner, that one. He ain't coming back." And then about 6 a.m, the lights come up, and then the sun come up, and then of course they took me. I by that time I looked in the mirror, and I looked like a bag of, you know, and I thought, I better have a shave. Well, of course, you know, I couldn't have a shave. I'm trying to get the razor, and all I kept doing was smacking myself in the cob. And then the guy opened the door and told me off, because I shouldn't have been, you know, mucking about with razor blades when I was sort of, you know, the old one.
Well, anyway, at least you pulled through, and you inspired us to do a great show. It was literally the best show I've ever been involved in. And if for Eleanor to say that, then it must have been good.
Well, you know, what is she? World pole dance champion, wasn't she, some time ago?
Yeah. UK and world pole dance champion.
I mean, the fact that she does a ballet as well, I mean, the fact those two things come together, it's just absolutely phenomenal to watch her, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah, it's absolutely breathtaking. She's you know, and she goes all over the world, giving seminars and putting on events, and she goes all over the world judging competitions. And it is funny because recently, in my local area, I was talking with someone about getting her to perform, and in the end, one of the other committee members said, "Oh, we can't have that sort of thing here." I was absolutely disappointed because what she does is art. She's performed for Sir Elton John at his white black tie party. She's performed for President Gorbachev and other, people of that. She's performed for the Sultan of Oman. And actually, she was booked to perform for the Sultan of Oman, and they didn't perform in the end. Let me not get myself in trouble. So, yeah, when this local establishment sort of said, "Oh no, she can't perform there," it was really sad. It is now going to become an Olympic sport. That's the kind of route that we're taking now. And super proud.
That's the first time I've heard that. But you can listen. I can't let you go without you doing your German character and your funny little joke. I love that so much that
Okay.
Well, people at home, is it a blonde wig you wear normally? Was it?
Yeah, normally when I go on stage, the character's inspired by two things. One, I lived in Germany for collectively 10 years, so I speak the language fluently. And as an actor, when you speak a language or you do an accent, you want to be authentic with it. So, inspired by the late, great Freddie Starr, who used to dress up as a German. The only thing that I don't approve of is that he used to wear a swastika. I'd never wear a swastika. The costume that I wear is actually an Austrian army jacket, but it looks German. And I put a blonde moustache and a blonde wig on. And then I go, "Yeah, good evening and welcome to the show. My name is Wolfgang von Schwarz. I am the #1 comedian in all of Clickmeals, Germany." And when we did it at Leicester Square Theatre, I come on stage like that, and everybody is in hysterics before I've even started. Like sometimes you've got the audience before you started. Then I say, "One day, as the commandant said to me, 'Wolfgang, you are an enigma.' I said to the commandant, 'There is no need to be racist, sir.'" And stuff like that. And we go on with that bit of dialogue, and then I come back as different characters. But it's always about
the camouflage cake. That's the one I like. It's my favourite.
When I was younger, I was in the Deutsches Bundeswehr. And hold on, I got to put it in context. One day, as a commandant said to me, "Wolfgang, I did not see you this morning at camouflage training." I said to the commandant, "Thank you very much, sir."
I know that's silly, but I just fucking cracks me up.
Yeah. You love that one, yeah. Yeah. So, we do. I do a smorgasbord of characters: a Scotsman, the Irishman.
I actually think that German character, I reckon you could, like you said. I mean, you said it yourself, and I mean, when you come out and you've got the audience at the moment, just the fact that they're standing there looking at a 6 foot, what are you, 6'3"?
6'3".
So a 6'3" black man dressed as a German with a blonde wig and a moustache. No wonder you got them in your hand straight away.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good character. I've got to develop a little bit when I get to the States. Eventually, I will probably turn him into a Bavarian, a drunken Bavarian, being a bit. What it is. What's great about when I do these characters, and I think if you watch Freddie Starr, once you're in character, you just become that person. You can ad-lib and take the mickey, and it really works well as long as you're so immersed in the character that you become the character. So
I'll tell you what, you sent me a fabulous photograph. I did actually put it on my old website of another absolute icon of comedy that's gone on to do like serious acting now. Oh dear.
Not Russ Abbott.
Yeah, Russ Abbott. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, how was he when you met him? I bet he was a fun guy, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, I just met him briefly at Waterloo Station. Just as you'd imagine, just a kind, generous man. Could be enough. Yeah, of course you can have a photo. I'm really inspired. I'm really glad that I inspired you to do comedy. And so the Scots character that I do is based on his Scottish character that he used to do. Do you remember? He used to do Basildon Bond and the Scotsman. So I always feel so blessed and lucky that I've got to meet a lot of the. Are you there?
We just froze for a moment, so let's not.
Yeah.
We're
Okay,
half hour in, and that's the first freeze, so we go with that. So tell me, obviously you've met him, you've done that. What other sort of comedy greats that you sort of like to, any new ones, for example, that you like? I mean, one of my favourites is Mickey Flanagan at the moment, for example. I mean, there's some of that stuff he comes
he's
out
very
with.
good. You can't go. Yeah. Well, only the obvious. I was really inspired by Eddie Murphy when I was younger. And it's funny now that John Campbell is living in Beverly Hills. He's your son-in-law, so I'm sure you've been there to visit him.
I have.
Whenever I go to Beverly Hills, I remember watching the film Beverly Hills Cops and sort of going to all those iconic places. When we're over there, I hope I'm sure he would have taken you. When we first started going there, when I first went out there in 2013, I made sure that John and I went to the Beverly Hills Hotel because, I'd seen the film years ago with Michael Caine and all those stars in it. And we just started going to the Beverly Hills Hotel and made it like our regular, and it's just great when you go and you're in Beverly Hills or Hollywood and you go to all these great places that you see on film and the movies. And there's a great program. I don't think you've seen it before, but I'm going to send you a link to it afterwards. Have you ever heard of a program called Entourage?
No.
So it's about a group of young lads. One of them's a huge movie star, and he's got his little group of 3 guys that roll with him. One's an actor, one's his manager, and one's just a general helper. And it is brilliant. It is absolutely brilliant. It's the sort of thing that you just watch it and you can imagine what you would have been like doing that yourself years ago if you'd been lucky enough to do that. And again, when I watch that, I see lots of places that we go to when we're over there. And it's fabulous.
Where the Pretty Woman movie was made. That's a good one, isn't it?
Sorry?
The Beverly Wilshire Hotel, where Pretty Woman was made.
Yeah, that's it. And
there's another hotel down in downtown Hollywood, isn't there, that Matt goes to? But his Taylor used to be.
Not the W. The W.
I think so. There's right along the wall. There must be 20 big posters of all different movies that have been made there over the years. Got a big fountain in the middle of it, and things like that.
I think that's right. But there are just so many places that you go to. When I was there in 2019, I think it was, I got a photo with an Oscar, which I tell about in my book. And we were in the Beverly Hills Hilton.
All dapper.
Oh, there it is. You've got it for me. I'm so impressed. Yes, that was at the Beverly Hills Hilton, and it's such a funny story that goes with that. I can give away a bit of the book. It's all in the book, but we're at the Beverly Hilton, and we got there a little bit early to pick up our tickets. And we get there, and there are quite a few people, big foyer, there's about 30, 40 people there already. And I see these little kids walking along with an Oscar. And they're all in their typical black tie penguin suit, etc. And never want to miss a photo opportunity. In my mind, I calculated if they thought I was important, they'd give me the Oscar for a photo. So I went, excuse me, gentlemen. I think you need to bring that over to me, or you may regret not having taken the opportunity. And everybody in the foyer is looking at me like, who is this? And these little kids are only about 12, 13. They've run over to me and they've given me the Oscar. Now, it was like having a premonition because I knew what was going to happen next. I was with my dear friend, DJ Rubber Ron, who'd come over. And so I took that photo, bang, one take, and then I passed it to him quickly, and I got a couple of photos of him. And we've been talking to some nurses from Wisconsin or somewhere in the Midwest. They didn't even realize it was Oscars weekend, and they were just there thinking, wow, this is great. And so they've suddenly made a grab for the Oscar and tried to get a couple of photos, and then pandemonium about 50 Oscars. So I managed to get it back and give it to the kids and send them on their way. And it's absolutely, that's one of my favorite stories in the book. It's just hilarious how it all comes about. Do you know what I mean?
And of course, I know it's not really about the comedy, but it is about, it's part of your big part of your life. Is of course it's coming up that time of the year for Ibiza, isn't it? You are a bit of an Ibiza fan on the quiet, aren't you?
Oh yeah. I've been going to Ibiza for years, and I'm doing a bit of performing. The first time I went out there, I was doing a bit of work with the people from Manumission, Mike and Claire, and again, it's all in the book. So I try to get out to Ibiza as often as I can, and hopefully this summer won't be any different.
I was telling someone the other day, well, actually today, about our dear friend, rest in peace, Dave Courtney. When we went to collect Danny's limousine, and we were walking across that big tarmac area where there was that guy, like, he had arms like the top of my legs, and it was that tall he could stand underneath the lorry, couldn't he? It was like huge, this big juggernaut lorry. And he came out from under it, didn't he, with like a little no top off, with something like the man from Atlantis, with the biggest monkey wrench I've ever seen in my life. And Dave just said out the corner of his mouth to us, he went, "Thanks, Age, thanks." And then, as we were walking towards him, like the Magnificent Seven, all of a sudden the guy went, "Hello, Dave," and yet again Dave went, "Thanks." He went, "That was handy, wasn't it?"
Yeah, that was funny.
We went the other side, the same thing. We're walking towards, and the bloke went, "Hello, Dave." And I thought, "Blimey, that's handy." Snatching back a vehicle, a big limo we went and got, didn't we, for our Danny? So you think they've both gone, haven't they, Danny and Dave now? It's crazy,
it's a shame.
What was Danny? 37, wasn't he?
Youngster, wasn't he?
Yeah, this year. Well, we went and saw him on the first week of October after his initial sort of being initially taken into hospital, and then we just got the funeral was just done before the lockdown started. So that'll show you that's a few years gone by already, and there you go. So for anyone listening, Danny was 20-year friendship with us, wasn't it? And just an absolute beautiful guy. And for a long part of his career, he run a limo company. So we used to be jumping in and out of limos and tearing around, for a good. We had a good 10 years of fun out of it. He was special, and he sadly got a brain tumor, and they cut it out and they took his blooming head off, done everything, got it better. He then went on to win a business award. He was the best salesman in the world, and then boom, caught up with him, and we done everything, didn't we, to try and save him?
Yeah,
it wasn't.
Really, we have to count every day as if it's our last and try and get as much done and as much
I think it's fair to say. I think it's fair to say we've done that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. So,
are you going to IB for this summer?
We'll see later on in the year. I've got a few things that I've got to do, and I hope to get out. I'd like to get out there for the closing parties in September,
right?
Which is always a good time. We were over there. God, it goes so quickly. We were recently over there. Eleanor was performing with the O Beach Hotel. Which is, it's one of the iconic venues nowadays in Ibiza. So, yeah, so I'm hoping to get over there again, and see the boys and girls. You can never get. I can never get enough of that place. It's just such a beautiful atmosphere. You haven't been there yet, have you? I'll have to take you over there.
Well, I mean, Ibiza, funny enough, was one of the first sort of seaside, if you want to call it that, or Mediterranean resorts that I think I went to from memory.
Oh, okay. You went there back in the day.
Yeah, but a long time ago. And and then of course, obviously, it was all people topless on the beach, and my good lady wife at the time, she wasn't too impressed with me when they came and sat down by the side. She swore blind though. She went, "It was your fault."
Yeah.
She went, "You encouraged her." Oh dear. Yeah, funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're in
there's
San
lots of
Antonio.
stories.
I was on the other
Sorry?
side. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut across. I was on the other side of the bay, where you normally go. San Antonio, don't you? Presumably where all the fun and games is.
No. The only time we've only started going to San Antonio now because the Ibiza town, and you've got all clubs like Pasha. My pal Africa Vaughan runs Pasha. He used to run the Funky Room in Pasha. So we would always be in Ibiza town that was closer to places like Space and so on. Back in the day, San Antonio was a bit frowned upon. But since the guys have opened.
Go on, Marcus. Where you gone? Put 10p in the meter.
I'm back. I don't know. It just I have to keep touching the screen with my finger, or else it'll fade out. Don't know why.
Well, it's because it's probably half an hour before it drops out, or something like that, or 10 minutes.
Okay. And we have been going for 41 minutes, mate. So that's not too bad. But what I'll do is I'll send you. I'll speak to you when I'm out in Hollywood.
We look forward to it.
Apparently, John and I are going to be at the Academy Award Museum on Oscars night.
Got you, right.
So, which is, I've written in the book, there's a hierarchy of places to be on Oscars night. So you've got the Oscars itself, you've got the Vanity Fair party, you've got the Elton John party. You can be in Chateau Marmont like I was a few years ago on the night that, I think it was 2019, Leonardo DiCaprio won his first ever Oscar. And I got invited to the Swedish Embassy Oscar party in Beverly Hills. That's where I met Dolph Lundgren, and he thought...
I mean, he didn't die in that Titanic all along?
Sorry?
You mean he didn't die in that Titanic all along?
No. It's CGI, mate. They made him look like he died, but he was back. He won his first Oscar in 2019. We've been to the Swedish Embassy Oscar party, and then we go to Chateau Marmont. I tell you, what a buzz! One of the big parties of our life has been there, and we're with the Swede.
Maybe we'll do one when you get back, and we'll do a few clips, and we can show people, what's going on over there. That'd be good fun.
Yeah. So we're on a table with all these Swedish people, and the girl next to me says, "Oh, my best friend's just won an Oscar. And I'm like, what? And I said, where is she? She said, she's upstairs getting changed. We're going to go to the Vanity Fair party. So as I would, I said, I couldn't be cheeky and go up and get a picture with the Oscar. And she's gone, well, maybe later. She's a bit busy now, and we're going to go to the party. So at least I asked. And then the following year, I did get that photo. So, yeah. What was I saying? I was saying that we went to the Beverly Hills. I can't remember what I was talking about, Ada. I've got to that age.
Well, you haven't talked about your singing. You're quite good at banging a tune out, aren't you, now these days?
Yeah, I started singing years ago. I used to sing with a cover band called Phony M, and we used to tour all over the place. I didn't do it for a little while, but I started doing it again, and I will be doing some stuff this summer.
Phony M. Mind you saying that, I had a meeting yesterday. We're going out Laughter and Lyrics.
Okay.
Got a lovely young lady who Larissa. She's Larissa's going to do Lady Gaga, so that goes quite well with the swing. So instead of Tony Bennett, it's going to be Adrian Doughty and Larissa.
Beautiful.
So we'll be doing a bit of Lady as the Tramp, and then our JoJo as Amy Winehouse, and then Keith Bingham doing his Tom Jones. So it's going to be Laughter and Lyrics this year, going out on the AI website, and
I look forward to seeing it. Maybe you can get me in there doing a bit of Frank Sinatra or whatever you fancy.
That'd be the way to do it, wouldn't it? Yeah. All right. Well, I reckon we ought to call it a day. We're coming up 45 minutes. So to everyone watching, once again, Marcus, we're just having a bit of a test run tonight like we were the other week. We've had a couple of little sticks there. We are getting better at it. We've got the lighting better. We've got everything together. So don't forget, if you could like and subscribe, that'd be really, 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 really greatly appreciated. And if you can share it as well, that, of course, that'd be all better. We are on YouTube, Twitter, and as you can see on Facebook. So it's let's share the love. Let's share the love. Let's this is the sort of stuff that helps us put on events and do. There it is up on the screen, right on cue, from our engineer in the background, our director. Thank you, Nigel. Big shout out to Nigel.
Thank you, Nigel.
At the UK Comedy Channel. So there it is. And no, seriously though, it really, 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 really would go a long way. So if you can do that, and any of my brothers are out there, if you could do it as well. And I know you've been taught to be cautious, but on this occasion, if you could just do a little like and a subscribe, that'd be greatly appreciated. And so hopefully when we see you next time, we're going to have Danny Blue live here in the studio. So that will be funny. As I said last week, he had been touring the world with the Naked Balloon Dancers for about 40 years, done just about every national television program. Des O'Connor, Jim Davison's, I've done all sorts of things. Toured with Jim Davison doing the Adult Cinderella for 2 tours, actually. I only done the second one. So there's plenty of stories, plenty of skullduggery we got up to. And once again, as it says on the screen, thanks, Marcus G. Have a great time in the Oscars. Give my wonderful daughter a big hug for me. And a good big hug to Mackie Boy, and congratulate him. Buy him a drink from me. He just sold a $3.5 million property, and he's now moved on to $7.5 million property. So
I was speaking to him yesterday. Over the moon for him.
Absolutely. So anyway,
well done. Well done, JT.
And of course, the Marcus G. We love you, Marcus. And the old pearly whites are looking at.
Come on, you beats.
Good night. God bless. Till we all see you again. From me, the UK Comedy Channel. Like and subscribe just below, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening, good evening. Here we are yet again for another little Wednesday night natter, a little chat with the showbiz personalities that are roaming the country at the weekend, and they don't come any more exciting than a good friend of mine who I've roamed this funny country and various other countries with the oddballs, of course, the naked balloon dancers. Done many, many things, but that's not all he's done. He's been a trailblazer in his own right. Somewhere between the raving loony party, drumming, singing, dancing, you name it, he's done it. Let's have a big warm welcome for the one and only Danny Blue, comedian Danny Blue. Good evening, Danny. Here he is. Here he is, right on cue.
Oh, good evening. How are you? All right?
Yeah.
Sorry I'm a bit late, but the bus was slow. I had to come through that calm stuff, you know. Anyway, we won't get into that.
We were talking in the week about the drumming, your early drumming days, and how many comedians you rattled off that have all been drummers. Can you remember?
Yeah, well, I started drumming back in 1962, 63 actually, in the Tooting and Balance.
There you are. Look at that. You've just appeared there, about 1980 there. Look. Little demi perm. Little demi perm.
Yeah, that was the funny old... first. Well, we all used to wear that sort of stuff in the 70s.
I still got it in the cupboard. Now there's the drums.
Yeah.
There's the drums.
Yeah, I started drumming in 1963 with the Tooting and Balance Cadets. That's where I learned to actually play. And then after that, I got a drum kit. And of course, it was the era of the Beatles and all the pop groups. And I thought, I'll have some of this. So I bought the drum kit from the Tooting treasure chest. Cost me 25 quid, £1 a week, I think it was. And then I got into these little bands, and I drifted towards blues because I really like blues bands. And that's my sort of ilk. And of course, from then on, in 1967, I attempted a world drumming record at Sutton Granada. It was 100 hours and 6 minutes by a guy called Ray Duval that held the world title. That's in the Guinness Book of Records, that. And then I done 48 hours. I started Saturday morning, played all Saturday night, and then all through Sunday, and I collapsed 7 o'clock on the Monday morning. I just collapsed. And they had the film Casino Royale on, and they had cardboard cutouts of girls, from the film, all surrounding me, because they was using it to promote the film as well. And I kept having these hallucinations that I was on a paradise island with all these Dorothys running around. And then I just collapsed. But that was really funny. But as you said, there are so many comics drummers. They say they are like Johnny Casson or Willie Thompson. You've got the Jim Davison. He was a drummer and all. And of course there was I mentioned Johnny Casson, didn't I? Oh, Dave Lee. Even Dave Lee was a drummer. There were so many, and I don't know if that's where we sort of get our timing from. But that's it's just a strange thing that rather than being a guitarist, they're sort of drummers.
I love it. You told me a story once where you went for an audition and you come out and you said, I don't know what they're doing. Does that ring a bell?
No, the old one, mate.
I think I can never pronounce the name of it. You came out and you went, I don't know what they're doing to your mate. And about 3 weeks later, the number one.
Yeah, we was over in Thornton Heath. This was in 1967. Went over to guy Keith Reid, I think his name was, in the funny old Thornton Heath. Yeah, we set up in them days. You used to put an advert in the Melody Maker to get in a band. And what happened was that this band, it wasn't a band. It was just a geezer there playing a guitar, and we done this, sat in the bedsit. Quackers, he was the bass player, and we just sat in there playing along. And I come out and rubbish. And anyway, it was a month or so later, he rang me up. He said, that band that we kicked off, the geezer, bear in mind his name was Keith Reid. He said, that band that we kicked off, he said, they've just got #1 in the charts with A White Shade of Pale. It was only the Procol Harum. And then they wanted a drummer because they didn't have a proper drummer. They got a session drummer because the session drummer actually played on that record. And I thought, well, I could have had some of that, but there you go, not to worry.
Never mind. And obviously we've done the oddballs together for years and years and years. We first met about 1991, I think, in your mate's wine bar in the top of Wallington, isn't it? What was it? Gino's, was it?
Gino's, yeah, that's right, yeah.
That was great. And I was sort of muddling through doing a funny end night, and I think one of my mates was lighting the fire eaters things and lit the wrong end. And I think the fire brigade ended up turning up or something, but anyway, that was it. But so then they started doing the oddballs. But of course, was it Charlie Drake who put you into that originally or suggested it? Is that
Well,
right?
yeah,
There he is, Charlie.
yeah. Charlie is a fantastic man to work with. He was really funny, and the funniest moment I had with Charlie was we was doing the pavilion in Bournemouth, and he said I used to go over some nights and see him across the road because he was staying in the hotel opposite. So, but he always had a whiskey. He probably had 10 upstairs, but he always had a whiskey in the bar before we crossed the road. So I went and sat there with him, and some bloke come up to him and he says, "Hello, Charlie." He says, "I saw you at Elstree with Norman Wisdom." And he didn't like Norman Wisdom. He says, "Norman Wisdom." He said, he started getting out with his keys. I wasn't going to go off here. No, but what a fantastic guy. And it was absolutely an honour to work with the guy. He really was fantastic.
When I first saw him, I was only about 12. His brother used to run the Endeavour Boys Club in Malden, Ted Drake.
Yeah.
And then he used to come down and give all the little cups out and the shields for the snooker and the chess and whatever we were doing on the day, yeah. But then, of course, you and you were in the West End with Charlie, weren't you?
That's right, yeah. The first Cinderella we done, Cinderella 1993, opened at the Regal in Ipswich. And it was funny because when I first met Charlie, we was rehearsing in Ealing, and first of all, I got a call. "Do you want to do Cinderella 6-week tour?" And I said, "No, I don't do that. That's too long to be away." Anyway, kept on. And Jim wanted us to do it because he'd seen us at the London Palladium, and he said, "I want them boys in the show." So anyway, we haggled over a bit of dosh, and anyway, we ended up doing it. So I'll turn up for rehearsals at the Ealing studio. No, the place in Ealing was rehearsing, and he's looked round. He's gone, "Oh right, the Oddballs are here. Right, they were rehearsing with him." I said, "Oh, Oddballs are here. Right, let's go to lunch." We went to lunch, and then Jim said to me, he says, "You needn't come to rehearsals." He says, "Because he says you know what you're doing anyway." So we got paid 3 weeks for rehearsing.
You didn't have to do it.
No, but we did get involved in a lot of other things in the show. You know, like like when you was in it, you was the horse.
Yeah, I was the horse.
Yeah.
I was the back end of the horse with the 3 foot willy. After about a week, I actually believed it was mine.
Yeah. Then I got used to just wheeling the horse on with the coach. It was quite nice. And of course, with the lovely Diane Lee, it was such a fantastic show that it was like a family. And you know, a few of them have gone now, unfortunately, but they were absolutely fantastic. And I've done a Facebook page, you know, memorial page for everybody. And there's loads of photos on there. But what a great! And then it went on. It was over a period of 93 we started, and then the last show was in 204, and we had loads of tours in between that. So
wow.
it lasted quite a while. I was really pleased with that.
What did we do? About 2 months or something? What did we do? Month, 2 months? 2 months?
I don't know, because it was 4 or 5 times out on the road we went, and I don't know how many you've done.
I think you talk about the back end of that horse. Remind me when I went trotting down there. I used to like watching the bedroom scene just before Cinderella went to the ball, and when I got down, I went down the stairs, and I got there, and everybody's coming off stage, and the curtains were down in the first half, and I thought my little face was all white, and I thought, my God, I've missed. You know, Cinderella hasn't gone to the ball, and you know, if Cinderella don't go to the ball in Cinderella, it's all gone a bit Pete Tong, isn't it? And of course, Roger Kitter, bless him, and Dave Lee, who was still with us then, took one look at my face, realised that I thought I'd missed the cue, give me a right old rousing up, and said that the general had the right raving up. And then, obviously, it turned out, obviously, that he'd shut the curtains early and everything. And I came up and had to play with you, didn't I? It was funny.
That was funny. But that horse, there is a funny story about the horse. When that first tour we done in Ipswich, the jaw broke. The metal bit on the jaw broke, and so the following day, I said to whoever was in charge of the horse, I was a stable man. I said to him, "I'll go and get the horse fixed." So I got Jason and Dave dressed up as the horse, and we walked along Ipswich High Street to the Quick Fit. And I took the horse in and I said, "Can you weld the horse's jaw up?" They thought, they just thought we was having a laugh at it. It's funny if you're there. But it was just funny walking down the street with an horse and everyone was looking at us.
And one of your favourite comedians, Bob Monkhouse. Did you work with him at all? I've never met him.
Yeah, I did. We done Croydon at Alders, they had a big social club there, and he was on the same night as we was on, and it was
Really? What a
fantastic
talent.
to see him doing his own, you know, his acts without, you know, without having to watch what he's saying. But funny, so fast and fantastic. I really
I
like
think
him.
a couple of things about him that I think I might have mentioned it last week actually. That he, I mean, he kept a record of every single gig he did and what jokes he told.
Yeah,
and they were under his house in a big warehouse. And everyone talks about his joke book, but his real stuff was all the jokes and wherever he'd been. So say he went to that one and he went back there 5 years later, he would know what he said and not repeat himself, which is like, wow.
They got nicked, didn't they? And he got them back. I remember I was on a show with you and you left your joke book somewhere, but they soon brought that back to me.
Someone mentioned that the other day. It looks like a bit sort of dog-eared now, but I don't know how old it is. I'll dread to think.
Yeah.
But going back to Bob Monk, something that people don't know. He actually went out with Frank Sinatra's daughter. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Sinatra, yeah. I always remember in his book, he was walking across. They'd landed on the jet, and he thought to himself, "Right, off I go." Then with the she was quite young then, obviously, and of course Frank's there with the mafia, you know, getting his bodyguards around him and that. And he went, "Wait, where are you going?" he went, "You're coming with us." And he had to go. He had to leave Nancy Sinatra and go and join in, do as he was told, basically, which I thought was quite a little bit of a silly bit of information, you know. But, how about Ken Dodd? Did you meet him? Did you work with him?
I didn't meet with Ken Dodd. I would never have got on. You know, he was on Bleeding Dog. You wouldn't have got on, would you? No. But again, another fantastic. You know, when I was younger, like, and he used to come out with that funny whoopee stick. He didn't do nothing for me. But later on, you know, when I sort of got into the comedy side of it, I'm talking about early '60s now. Because I remember being in Liverpool, went up to the Cavern, the original Cavern. I went there and I stayed with a guy called Evo there. And Ken Dodd was on the radio with his Diddy Men. And I thought, what's all this about? You know, but then, of course, as I got older, I appreciated him. I didn't. Yeah. Like when he brought out his record Tears. And I mean, they're not a bad record, I suppose, Tears and all that for the time.
He could have a sing song, couldn't he? He had quite a few. I think he had a #1 hit, I think, in the 60s.
Yeah, that was with Tears.
Oh, that was Tears, was it? Yeah.
He could have a chirp. Yeah, he was a good old chirper. But you know, as I say, a great comic, and just on and on and on. The material he's got is unbelievable.
So Charlie Drake mentions the balloons, am I right? And then it kind of goes from there, and then you kind of end up on the show with him. Or I missed a beat there somewhere.
No. We was doing the London Palladium for Golf Aid.
Right.
It was after the Gulf War, and a massive, great show. Everyone was on it, and the Searchers and Mike Yarwood and loads on it. John Inman introduced us actually, and when he put us on, he introduced and put us on. Then when he's come back off, he said, I had to go out. He said, I couldn't have watched that. He said, I'd have had a stroke. You know, quite funny. Yeah. But that's, and of course Jim was there.
They are, look. There's the boys there. Look.
Yeah. That was in Spain when we done Spain. Did you know you was there? Oh, it's me that don't normally remember.
That's me about 14.5 stone, I think, on the right hand side. I don't know what went wrong.
Yeah, we were quite slim there, didn't we?
We did.
But a lot of the trips to Spain, they were like 2 or 3 days, and I could never remember them because, you know, it was sort of like we did get paid, but we got paid a lot of money in alcohol. Oh, I've got to tell you this one. Shane McGowan from the Pogues. We're sitting there. This is one that you weren't on, but we're in the hotel. And the guy's sitting at the bar at lunchtime, and he fell off the stool. And some blokes come in and picked him up and sat him back on the stool. This happened 3 or 4 times. And then when he turned around and grinned at us, we see the railings. We thought, it's Shane McGowan, wasn't it? So, of course, he was on this show. It's a massive show. So many were on it. You know, really massive. It was being recorded for New Year's Eve that time. But it's in November.
People don't know who Sean McGowan is. He's the one that he does a Christmas song, wasn't it?
Yeah, Fairy Tale New York. He's the singer of the Pogues. And of course, that night he's taken me out. He says, "You got to come out for a drink, like, you know." So we got in the back of this cab. He's sitting on my lap, like, and like a ventriloquist dummy. It was. I was like my hand around his back, and he wouldn't stop talking. So and he starts doing all this. thought this is when we got into this club, and I thought, what's he doing? And I think he was I think it was his way of sorting out free drinks, but they worked when we got all these free drinks. But what a fantastic man he was as well, so talented and such a loss.
So, and then, of course, just before I joined you, you've done the EastEnders, didn't you? I think we might have a little bit of footage of it. Let's have a little look.
Yeah, Barbara Windsor.
Hang on a minute. Here we go.
Thank you. Can I have the mic, please? There we go. Can I have a bit of hush, please? Now I've got a big treat for you. They've come all the way from Brentwood. They're a bit late because they had to fight their way through the traffic. So let's have a big round of applause, please, for the Spencer Brothers!
What was funny about that was Barbara come to the. She used to often come along to Cinderella with Scott, and it was her that went back to EastEnders and said, like, you've got to put these boys in the show, you know. And of course, that's how we got in there. But the director said to us, the cast, only Barbara knows that you're going to be doing the show. The rest of the cast, Patsy Palmer, Team Crutchins, none of them knew. So they said, we've told them that because we want natural reaction from them, right? So of course, the director says, right, when this act comes on, we want you to enjoy it and laugh. And Patsy Palmer's gone, how do you know we'll laugh? And she says, you'll laugh. And of course, you see them, they're crying. There was tears rolling down their face, and even Barbara was crying with laughter. And I noticed that we was called the Spencer Brothers here, so that means we were actually actors in EastEnders.
Oh, right, that's how it comes then, because you were the Spencer Brothers.
Yeah, called us the Spencer
So of
Brothers.
course does that take you on to Des O'Connor, or is there another story behind that?
No, Des O'Connor was in 1980, about 84, I think. Around about it. No, 86 it was. Yeah. Anyway, what it was, there was a Doris come into my office.
There they are, there's the boys. Look, you got Lenny the Giant with you there.
That's me in the middle with a funny haircut, and little Lenny the Giant and Richard. And what happened was Doris come into my office when I was, and she said to me, I want to book the oddballs for Greenham Common. And I thought, Greenham Common? Because they're all, what do they call them nowadays? Lesbians, that's it. So I thought, what I want naked balloon dancers there for? So they said, we want them there to upset the, like the soldiers and all that there. So anyway, it turned out it was a hoax. Someone had done it. So of course, when we went there, we had the police there, and all the army were cheering because we was upsetting the girls. And then Lenny got robbed out the back of the van because he was drunk. He didn't perform it. He come with us to Greenham Common, but he.
You better explain who Lenny is.
Little Lenny the Giant there. He's the one that I took to Australia, and we won the World Dwarf Throwing Championships in '80s. That was in '86 as well. That busy year in '86, and of course he went off then and joined Willow. Done the film Willow. And he ran off with Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and I never see him again. That was it. Well, I did see him again after, but he didn't come back to the Oddballs anymore after that. But he was a great little fellow as well. Little guitarist, loved Chuck Berry. He used to love Chuck Berry.
Well, he used to play the guitar.
He played the guitar. He was in a group called the Vertigos. There were three dwarves, and they were called the Vertigos because of the height. Yeah,
I remember that funny old gag he said when you were coming down in the lift in the morning. That was a funny one, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, when I was in Australia, we was in Australia, and it said to him, they stuck us in the Hilton Hotel, got really treated well out there, and they put me on the 16th floor, and they put him on the 32nd. So the next day, I had to go to the reception. I said, listen, I said, this little fella here, I said, he can come down in the lift. I said, but you can't go up, you can't reach the button. So I said, you should put your buttons horizontal. Like. So they put him in another room next to me. And that was a funny experience as well. Something I can't really talk about now.
Yeah. Anyway, talking about so we got Des O'Connor, and of course we are getting to drag you out of retirement. You're going to go to sunny Spain with us in October, am I right?
Yeah, we're going over to the lovely little club, and it's.
You've got a flyer here, somewhere. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, the funny
there it is. You never pronounce it properly. Club Crusader, is it? Crusader?
You can't pronounce anything properly.
Valencia, no, Valencia, just outside of just outside of
Spain.
Yeah, no,
is that in Spain or Portugal?
No, Spain. You
That's
keep
in
getting your Spains mixed up with your Portugals. Anyway, we got the great otherwise famously known now for his brutal bingo. But we got Russell Hall with us there, so we're doing a bit of comedy. We're going to do the balloon dance. We're there 2 nights, as you can see, the 24th and 25th. So if you're out in Valencia, it's just Torrevieja, that's what I was thinking of. It's just to the right of Torrevieja if you were looking from the sea behind you.
Yeah, our biggest fan.
We've been invited over there by Serena, who has quite a few great comedians out there. Ricky Lane's been out there. Steve Hewlett's out there. So, even if you're not over there when we're there, which would be great to see you guys. If you have watched the program, make sure you come up and say hello and introduce yourselves. But I can recommend Steve Hewlett and obviously Ricky Lane if he's back over. He's a bit poorly at the moment. We send him love and hope he gets better, Ricky.
One of our fans, Dave Pollard, who's living in France now. We've done his wedding. Do you remember down at Eastbourne that time? He lives in France now, but as soon as it was up the poster, he said, "Oh, I've got 2 tickets," and I think he's already booked it all.
Yeah, well, he's in France and now he's moved to Spain. Is that right? I'm sure he has.
Oh, he might.
He's in France and he's moved to Spain, I think.
So he can probably come for both nights then, wouldn't
he? Yeah. Well, yeah. Well,
lovely.
Was that Kent? His wedding, was it? He's Kent.
No, we done it when at Eastbourne on that funny big hotel. I'm sure it was Eastbourne. He'll tell us when we see him.
Oh, he'll tell us when we're there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, do a couple of gigs, you know what?
Hey?
So I'll do a couple of gigs. Friend of mine, he works down at London Zoo.
Yeah.
I'm sure by the looks of it. I'm jumping in. Look at it. Don't laugh. No, well, I'll finish now. I've started.
Yeah. I was just saying, I caught my son in the garage today, and I said, "What are you doing in the garage, son?" He said, "I'm looking for a torch, Dad." I said, "Well, what do you want a torch for?" He said, "I'm going out in the pool tonight." I said, "I never took a torch when I went out in the pool." He says, "No, look, you go home." You let her do that nowadays.
You're very brave, given the missus only downstairs. She'll be up with the car.
Yeah. Well, my wife weighs 32 stone, and she used to be a triplet. She ate the other 2.
My mate works down at London Zoo. He's been feeding Viagra to the snakes, selling them as walking sticks.
Oh, that's a nice one, yeah. You got a new script writer, love.
Actually, yeah, he might be watching this. He's in Scotland, funny enough. Yeah. He has sent me a bit of material, but I told him I've got to remember it, or I can't. I'm like,
yeah. Oh, that's fantastic.
I liked your funny old thing with the because you used to do the Boys Brigade, didn't you, back in the day?
With a trumpet. The old bugle, yeah. But so you was mentioning about the Looney Party earlier. I think we ought to touch a little bit on that, didn't you?
Yeah, go on, go for it.
Well, Screaming Little Touch met me on a gig, 2 or 3 gigs, and he asked me if to do a couple for him. And anyway, in the end, he wrote me into. Well, it's Stuart Hughes actually, who's got 40 Towers in Sidmouth. We did have it's all gone now, and he asked me to join the Monster Raven Looney Party. So I did join, and in 1994 or something, there was a European election, and I stood in the European election, sponsored by that club, Gino. They put all the dough up. It was £1,000, a lot of money to lose. So it was in them days. So anyway, I stood in there and I got. That's when I went to the bookies before, the betting shop, and I said, "Look, I want to put a bet on, a £1 bet that I will get more than 1,000 votes." and it was William Hills, and they give me 500 to 1 on it. But I wouldn't get more than 1,000 votes. Bear in mind, he was picking up 70s and 100 vote, in the local elections, so they felt safe. I topped up. Well, I was known as John Major, because I changed my name and I changed the house address and the house to look like 10 Downing Street. So I was actually John Major of 10 Downing Street in Wallington, and that was official because it was on the electoral list, on the electoral card and everything. And I got 3,350 votes for the Monster Raven Looney Party. And they, the Tory actually complained. He went on LBC and said I'd stolen 3,000 of his votes. But it was, so I held the record for that. But I enjoyed my time in the.
I've got to just stop you there, Danny. Have a look at that picture up on the screen now.
I was going there. Yeah.
Just hilarious. Go on, explain that.
When I was like a prospective member of Parliament here, the kids wrote to me because when they pulled on the corner, they had a big church and they pulled it down in Wallington, and they was going to either build Sainsbury's or a drive-through McDonald's. Well, the kids wanted McDonald's, but Sainsbury's obviously have now, they won. But at that particular time, the council's objection was that if they had McDonald's there, it would increase noise and increase accidents. So what I've done, I said to the kids, I'll sort this out. I said, what I'm going to do, I'm going to carpet the high street. So as you can see there, I've got rolls of carpet. I had TV all over the world companies because no one's ever done this before. So I don't know why. So, and not only that, if you can see from that picture, I just noticed I'm actually taking out the yellow lines as well. So it would have been all ideal for parking there. So, the police turned up and they said, "What, Mr. Major?" They said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Well, I'm carpeting the high street." And they said, "Well, why?" I said, "The kids have written to me, given the story about McDonald's." I said, "The kids want McDonald's here. Council said it would increase traffic noise and cause accidents." I said, "Well, with the carpet laid down," I said, "it would reduce the sound of the traffic." I said, "If there is an accident, it'll cushion their fall." They said, "Very good, Mr. Major, but you're going to have to take it up." So take all the bloody carpet up and take it back to the carpet shop.
I have to just interject there because one of the things, the first time that whole John Major thing became like to my notice in any serious way, we were coming down the M4. I don't know if you remember, we pulled off at Chiswick, and all of a sudden we got pulled over. There must have been about 8 police cars. It was, I think, Storm was on it. Everything was on high alert. Anyway, and
3 o'clock in the morning is when we got pulled over.
3 o'clock in the morning, and then he said, "What's your name, sir? Get out of the car! Get out of the car!" And he went,
hands up again, because
John Major.
So you remember on the radio?
Mr. Serious, what's your name? He went, "John Major." He went, "Where do you live?" He said, 10 Downing Street. And the next thing, his cop was going, 1 John Major, 10 Downing Street, registration number 3000909, whatever. It was all coming out on the radio.
Yeah, police, John Major, and my driver's license said John Major on it with 10 Downing Street on it, so they had to let me go, let us go. Then I explained to him why I was called John Major in the Looney Party, and so they just all laughed about it in the end. But they just thought we was up to something, like you would, I suppose.
I'll tell you what I was talking about the other day. Do you remember we used to do the Oddballs on Boxing Day? Was it Kerbal? A fella called Kerbal or something? Kerbal? The name of the club owner was called Kerbal, and we went in there and you said, "How you doing, Kerbal? How we doing?" And we got, he went, "No, full house tonight, full house." And you went, "Full house? Full house? That's unusual, isn't it?" He went, "Oh no," he said, "It's all right." He said, "I've been ringing up the council all week complaining about myself." He'd been ringing up saying it was terrible that you had 3 naked balloon dancers or something. Remember that?
Yeah, that was Thetford, I think it was.
Was it? All right,
yeah,
okay.
It was up Norfolk. It was up Norfolk sort of way. That that driving up north there. Yeah, it was up there.
And he was right. I know it was busy, wasn't it?
Oh, it was packed in there. Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
It was one of them cold winters. I know there was a lot of snow. I mean, I know we was worrying we were going to get there all right. Yeah.
I had a funny a gig that's just come back to me in my mind. I was down in Wales. I was on my own, just doing the stand up, and I was with Hugh Lennon, the hypnotist. Bless his soul, he passed recently. But Hugh Lennon, the hypnotist, he was a Mauritian hypnotist. So we pulled up outside the club in, I think it was Merthyr Tydfil, somewhere like that. And I said to him, "Lenny," I said, "whip in and so see the gaffer behind the jump. See, we've got a slate for the sherbet, will you?" Now, bear in mind, he's Mauritian, and he looked at me and thought, What? So I had to explain to him, go in and see the man behind the bar and see if he can write down the thing for our drinks. He's learning a new language, been working with you, he says. He was good. Yeah, another one. And
what about when we went and done that 40th birthday party, and when we got there, Lauren and Hardy had nicked our room? That always sticks in my mind as a funny moment.
Oh, I got rid of him, didn't I? I went down. I soon got rid of him. In a polite way.
You went, room for the old boy. And there was a little Polish girl there, and she went, I'm sorry. She said, I'm afraid your room's gone. What do you mean, gone? Gone? He went, yes. She said, gone. She said, Laurel and Hardy have got her in your room. And he went, well, can you get Laurel and Hardy out of our room?
We chucked them out. Yeah, it was funny, guy.
It's 40th birthday. They booked that 2 years in advance, didn't they, that gig, if I remember? I think they booked that 2 years in advance, that gig.
Yeah.
We used to do loads of that sort of thing, didn't we? And that, you know, I was the surprise ones all used to get to me because no one know what we're doing. All of a sudden they're in their evening, and all of a sudden we'd come running out. You know,
yeah.
Bit like the what was it? The holiday park we done. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, I'm not a lover of surprise gigs. Doing what we do or what we did.
No.
Yeah.
Oh dear, it's a funny ones. I'm trying to think what else.
Well,
how about when we done the Cinderella and you didn't tell me that when we done, if I was not upon this stage, something else I'd rather be. If I was not upon this shelf of footballer, that's me. And then next to us was Roger Kitter.
Yeah.
And he was playing a Nazi officer, wasn't he? Doing a hurt shit and turning bollocks in the voice. Bollock like that. He whipped me right in the nedges. God, bloody.
Yeah, it was funny, that was.
I had to go and get myself one of them little cricket boxes after that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you won your bet then, did you? You didn't say, I take it you won your bet, did you?
Yeah.
You won your meal?
He weighed me out 500 subs. There he is.
Oh, there it is. Look, there he is. In the full kit. The Raving Looney party.
Yeah, and they gave me 500 quid the next, well, just after, like, you know.
Oh, there she is. Look. There she is. Here's Norma. Norma.
Yeah.
Otherwise known as Lorraine.
That was a funny story. You know, when I married her, I wanted to get married in the loony gear, and she wasn't really up for it. But so what I did, I said, well, for the wedding pictures, what we'll do is I'll take another suit and I'll get changed into that. We went in and got changed in that. And as we come out the door, I'll put all that gear back on again. And then of course, and we had the News of the World there, and they said, we'll do your photos for you for free. So I'm expecting to get a nice spread in the News of the World Sunday, and then Barry. What's his name? Barrymore come out of the closet, filled the paper up, so we never got our story in there, but we got all our pictures for free, which was quite nice. So 34 years now I've been married. Well, been married not that long, but about 30 years we've been married.
I think you were punching above your weight, love, looking at that photograph. Blimey.
Yeah, but look at me there. Look, I mean, come on.
I love that shirt. Where's that shirt gone? I love that when you...
Well, I'll tell you where that's gone. It went to the bloody spec shop, and I got the hump with her.
No.
I said, where's my shirt gone? She says, oh, I'll put it in the spec. She gives my kit. So what she does, she gives my kit away. I had a beautiful, horrible suede jacket that we used to wear on stage back in the day. So we're driving home one day up the road here, and I look out the car and there's this geezer wearing a jacket. I said, I've got one of them jackets. And she started laughing. I said, well, what are you laughing at? She said, well, I was taking it around to put it in the bin. She said, and that old chap there, he said, oh, I love that jacket. Can I have it? So I'll give it to him. So there he's looking. And also, she takes a load of my stuff down to spec shops. So she's taken my Bob Monkhouse book down there. She thought I'd read it. So I've gone in there, and I know the girl in the spec shop there. That's a charity shop, obviously. And I looked at it. I said, oh, I've got that book. I said, that is my book. She's so I had to buy me book back to finish it. I paid £2.50 to get me book back to finish the book. I've got it hidden.
How about we went on that photo shoot, and I think we stopped in. We were going to Bristol, and we stopped in halfway up, didn't we? And went to breakfast in a little village. And, this woman couldn't work out. She was like a headmistress, wasn't she? And she couldn't understand why it was three geezers walking around her charity shop at about 9 o'clock in the morning. And she started sort of prodding us a bit as if to sort of try and find out what we were after, what we were doing there. Yeah. And you said to her, what was it? You said, I'm looking for a record by Adrian Doughty.
Oh, that's right, yeah. She went looking all through them for us, didn't she?
He said, I'm looking for a record by Adrian Doughty. And she said, what's it called? He said, "You didn't want me when I wanted you, and now you want me, Roger." She went, "I think I've seen that." She started looking for it.
Yeah, funny.
That was a good photo shoot, that was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We have some funny things at Bristol. What about when we went and done the all the kids in the student night up there, and we went out and we're halfway through, and of course this was something that happened quite a lot with the oddballs. So you got to imagine we're all out there naked. All we've got is 2 balloons covering our private parts. So head nights and things like that in those days, it was quite common to have a little sausage on a stick. So the girls would end up coming at you with the stick, you know. So they go like that. And of course, once the balloons popped, the bloody thing would carry on going, wouldn't it? You'd end up stab one tonight, your prime porky walkies.
Yeah,
So,
you had a little sausage behind the balloon.
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
I do the ice cube joke, but you know, that's your gag.
That happened to me in the early days in Easy Street in Croydon. We were doing a nightclub there, and Doris had she had a not a Stanley blade as we know, but the ones that slide out, you know, like a little plastic thing. And when we're doing the balloon night, she's done the balloon and it's followed through and it's got me right in the nuts and it started bleeding. So I went up to the Funny Mayday Hospital that was up the road there, and they put a stitch in it. And when I was done the Trisha show, I was telling her that story, and she said to me, "Oh, was it only big enough to have the one stitch in it?" She said. Women can be so cruel sometimes, can't they?
Funny you talk about that show. Anyone watching this, I mean, it's long gone now, the Trisha show, and there used to be an agent that used to ring us all up and send us all up a few £100, you know, and if you went up with a partner and that, you know, like a Tuesday, you get a taxi there, taxi back, and £400 in your hand. So it wasn't a bad afternoon, was it? Anyway, that wasn't what I was going to say. What I was going to say is when I got there, I bumped into a girl who does a Shania Twain tribute, and you can find her online. I'll put a link to her thing afterwards. But anyway, that wasn't the point. I got chatting to her. She, "What do you do?" So I said, "Oh, I was a comedian and do the oddballs and all the rest of it." She went, "Oh," she said, "Oh, Danny Blue?" So I said, "Yeah, Danny Blue." She went, "Oh," she said, "I sold him a jacket." I said, "What sort of jacket?" Now, bear in mind, I was from Croydon. We're up in Norwich. She'd come from Doncaster. And she said, "I sold him a jacket." I said, "What sort of jacket?" She said, "A spotted Dalmatian jacket." I said, "I bought it off him last week." Isn't that true? Isn't that true, though? That's true, isn't it? What's the chances of that? It's like unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, I looked right. That's why I'll give it to you.
Little toast. I know we talked about it the other week. Poor old Stuart Masters passing away, but we'll have a little toast to him now.
I was thinking of him yesterday. I couldn't make it. But Stuart Masters, yeah.
But I was sitting around the table with some of the comedians, and we were laughing about various things. And I was telling them about where we used to ring ahead at the Dartford services in the old days, and it was 2 old sort of what I called like dinner lady type ladies, weren't they? Like, you know, like real mumsy, you know. And we used to ring ahead, didn't we? We put our order in: 1 hot chocolate, 1 hot oxo, and a cup of tea or something like that, and a couple of steak slices and a sausage roll, and we'd pull up there and we'd do all that. And I was telling them all about when you got there and the security man was there. They got sacked and they replaced him with this security man who had like a visor. I reckon he polished it 3 times a day, and it was funny. And you had your photograph taken with him.
Yeah, it was a good one. That was. Excuse me.
Those are the good old days. Now you go in there now, they won't even let you in now, will they? You can't even get a hot cup of tea. We talked about that as well.
That's
about
right,
about the radio presenter when we were coming back from a gig.
Ian Collins. Yeah,
Ian Collins. Yeah, shout out to Ian Collins. Yeah.
Yeah, he was coming back, and we rang him. It was early in the morning, and I said, "I want to speak to Ian." And he says, "Oh, well, I doubt if you get through." I said, "Well, just 10 minutes down from the Oddballs." And of course, he's gone, "Oh, the Oddballs! Yeah, he loved the Oddballs." He got straight in.
He put a shout out. He put a shout out, and he said, "Well, it was about 1 a.m, and he said, is there any?" He said, "It's Christmas." He said, "There's any acts out on the road tonight? Let us know how your gig went." And we had the raving ump because we pulled into 3 services to get a hot drink, and every single one of them you couldn't even get hot drink, let alone hot pie or something to eat. Terrible, really, isn't it? We're treated like second-class citizens at night, and we're the night workers, really.
Well, it is, yeah. They used to sort of be open, but then they just sort of cut because it was the one at not Luton. What's that one at just the services at Junction 15 now? Anyway, but we used to, yeah, we always used to go in the Toddington one, but then of course they started closing it, you know, midnight and all that sort of stuff. We couldn't get a drink. I don't know if it's open now. Maybe they may have changed it now, but back in them days.
Didn't you go in there and you was a convict once? That was a funny story, wasn't it? I wasn't.
Oh,
I wasn't
yeah, well, we used to just play with them. And when Dave was with us, Dave was his prison officer, and I had handcuffs, and he handcuffed me, and he said, "Oh, he's a dangerous bloke, this is, you know." And they're all sitting there watching me. He was just playing, you know. And he said, "Do you want a cup of tea?" She knows he's on bread and water. He was saying and all that. Well, you got to have a laugh, haven't you, on the road? If you go, you'd go mad if you didn't.
That's right. How many lads' nights did we do over the years? Dozens,
Well,
hundreds. We do 2 a day sometimes, wouldn't we? Back in the day,
hundreds. But all the stag comics now, that's all fish. I mean, when I go back now and think back to the days of, like, you know, Willie Thompson, you've got you know, Alan Reid, and it was Dave Cook, and them, you know, all those comics. Well, that's why I sort of retired, because we're not allowed to do our act anymore. You know, it's just not there.
I think
anymore.
we should give a shout out to all the girls that are watching. There's a lot of the girls that have texted me and say they're watching tonight. So big shout out to all the girls.
Yeah, all the girls out there, and yeah, lovely. And I miss them all. we should have a get together, get all the girls together one night, and then, you know, get some of the comics together, and we could have like a little reunion. You know?
And I know that I don't know, was it last year now? You went on Jim's Ustream. We should give Jim a plug on Ustream.
Yeah,
There he is. The general.
Yeah, that was we was on there talking about stag nights, actually, because obviously Jim started off doing, you know, he was doing stag nights in the early days, and we were just doing stories on there, and it was so funny, some of his stories. And I told him about Grotty Greta, who I had. We used to use cassettes in them days, and she recorded her act on Capital Radio. And halfway through her act, after the first record, bloody adverts come on. All the blokes are laughing. I said to Greta, I said, "You've got to keep that in." I said, "It was so bloody funny."
And how many times did they get snarled up and you'd end up with a pencil trying to do this, trying to get it all undone?
Or chewed up.
Yeah.
We used to get the geezers humming the song then. They used to have to sing the song.
Oh, there you are. Look, the lakeside. I was on the Isle of Wight then, so I couldn't come to that.
Oh, yeah.
That was a lads' night. You done that for Care After Combat, was it?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, it was obviously Jim. There was Jimmy Jones was on it, and Mickey Pugh. So yeah, it was a fantastic night. And then there was Charlie Darling was on it, and Tanya. There was 3 girls. Oh, and Sam. Remember the lovely Sam? She was on it as well. But it was a great night, and raced a few, Bob. That's what it was all about.
We should give a shout out to Ustream. There it is on the thing, ustream.com. Go on there. Jim's doing look. You get 1 month free. I've been doing it about a year now, so I can highly recommend it. There's Danny's on there. I went and joined in room. Done the what was it? The I can't remember what it's called now. Laughter classes, wasn't it? I think that's what it was called, wasn't it, or something? Oh, anyway, I went and done that, and then you done your interview with him, and there's some stuff on there. But one of my favourite interviews on at the moment, well worth looking on, is all about Jimmy Jones and the history and how he started, and he done that pub like every day for, you know, down the Old Kent Road. He done it like every day.
He's got the Cinderellas on there as well, no? They're all on
there.
there.
Cinderella, yeah. You can see the Cinderella on there.
Yeah, they're all on there, and yeah, it is good. It is good. I done one of the shows I done with him was in the Looney Gear, and Mike Osmond was on doing Trump. It was just before the Trump elections, and Mike Osmond, fantastic, absolutely fantastic comic, and an impressionist. And of course, people used to think it was Trump. Like him.
But he's doing Jeffro now, and that's fantastic as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, before we end, do you want to do another one of your little gags before we? You can't believe that's 3 quarters an hour, can you? Just flown by.
Well, I went down to the doctor yesterday, and she liked that. And sorry, so I said, "Hey, doctor," I said, "them pills you give me to build my strength up." I said, "I can't get lid off." Isn't it funny? I usually get a laugh with that, but you can't hear nothing. That brings me to what you were saying when you done that thing when you done during the lockdown when you was doing them on you was doing shows.
Yeah, I know. It's scary as anything. 45 minutes talk to yourself. No feedback. Couldn't hear nothing.
No,
Yeah,
like,
I was. How about I like Tony Gerard's little gags I've seen once come out. A joke from Adrian. Tony Gerard, for those that don't know, he was paraplegic, wasn't he, in the wheelchair all his life. Fantastic comedian. Took the mickey out of himself the whole time. And one of his famous gags I love was when he said, "Here, Age," he said, "I went on a date the other night." He said, "Lovely young lady." He said, "We met up the field up at Burpham." He said, "In Guildford." He said, "And under the stars." He said, "With champagne and strawberries." He said, "And I gave her a little push." He said, "And she gave me a little push." He said, "Then I gave her a little push. She gave me a little push." He said, "And when we woke up in the morning, we ploughed the field." And I thought that was quite interesting, you know.
Yeah. Right.
Anyway, listen, thanks for tonight. Hopefully we do it again soon. And what can I say? 30 years of absolute banter up and down the country, laughing and joking. Probably more things we're not allowed to talk about on here that we can probably talk about. We'll have to do the X-rated version. Anyway,
Adrian, I like your face, I like your style, but your pay's so bad, I ain't coming back for a while. Muhammad Ali, that was a Muhammad Ali line that you've done. Got to give him the credit for that because it was him.
Well, there you go, folks. Enjoy the sunshine. We'll see you back next week. And there you go. Thank you, Danny Blue. Thank you. Thank you.
Very much.
Good night. God bless.